My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé called off our wedding, all to threaten me and force me to give my college spot to that scheming, fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart, without the slightest hesitation. That very day, the underground empire of Martyr City erupted. Countless people began spreading the same message. Their little prince had returned. In my previous life, I was the undisputed favorite, the treasured little prince of the Shadow Organization. To escape more than 10 overprotective older sisters, I chose to return to my biological parents. But my parents were hopelessly biased, and my 5 biological sisters despised me. Even after I died, they went on television together to smear my name. When news of my death reached them, the 10 sisters from the organization gave me the grandest funeral imaginable. Then, on the night of my burial, they razed the Lin family estate to the ground. After getting another chance at life, I prepared a generous gift for the Lin family's fake heir, then faked my death and disappeared. The next day, news that the chairman of Sterling Pharmaceuticals had returned to the country caused a sensation. At the welcome banquet, my former fiancée, Claire Moore, and the fake heir, Logan Lin, squeezed through the crowd to make connections. But the moment they saw my face, they froze. Once Logan recovered from the shock, he stormed toward me and shouted, "How could you fake your death just to deceive Mom and Dad? You did it on purpose. And now you've even snuck into Sterling Pharmaceuticals' business banquet. Do you have any idea what kind of event this is? What makes you think you belong here? Come home right now and apologize to Mom and Dad." The next second, a sharp slap cracked through the room. "Who the hell do you think you are? Everyone here is far above someone like you. This is Sterling Pharmaceuticals' most honored young heir. Do you seriously think a family like the Lins has any right to associate with him?" Mrs. Moore was practically shaking with rage. She had never liked Logan to begin with. He was slick, shameless, and completely lacked the manners of high society. She had tolerated him before only because of her daughter. But she had pulled countless strings to secure an invitation to tonight's banquet. It had taken every connection she had, and now this idiot had nearly ruined everything. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, "Why are you still standing there? Apologize to him and Miss Shaw right now." Logan trembled as if he'd been thrown into an ice cellar. Everyone here was someone important. Getting slapped in public would make him the laughingstock of high society before the day was over. How was he supposed to show his face again? Logan's lips trembled. I was just... Slap! Another blow landed across his face. Logan nearly burst into tears. Faced with the furious Mrs. Moore, he didn't dare fight back. He could only look desperately toward Claire for help. Claire looked heartbroken for him, but there was nothing she could do. Mom, don't call me Mom." Mrs. Moore was furious beyond belief. Her daughter had always been such a disappointment, offending powerful people for the sake of one man, especially Sterling Pharmaceuticals, and Ms. Shaw was practically asking for destruction. I narrowed my eyes, amused by the whole scene. So power really was the only thing that mattered. As for sincerity, apparently it meant nothing. "Sweetheart, feeling better now?" Victoria Shaw looked at me with undisguised affection, but her eyes were ice cold when she glanced at Logan. She looked like she wanted to throw him off the building herself and watch him crash to the ground. Even that probably wouldn't have satisfied her anger. In her eyes, anyone who dared disrespect me was simply asking to die. I frowned. "Why are you calling me sweetheart? That's seriously embarrassing." By now, the situation had spiraled completely out of control. More and more guests heard about the commotion, and word soon reached the Lin family. Madison Lin had always been fiercely protective of her younger brother. The moment she heard Logan had been hit, she flew into a rage and wanted to rush over to protect him immediately. But David Lin saw the crowd gathered ahead and suddenly grabbed Madison's arm. "Wait, Dad, Logan's already been slapped twice." Madison looked anxious. Her usual poised, elegant demeanor had vanished. "If we keep waiting, he's going to be humiliated even more. We're the Lin family. We can't be so weak that we can't even protect one of our own." She wanted to see for herself who had the nerve to bully her little brother. But David's expression was grave, and worry filled his eyes. The people over there include executives from Zhenhua Pharmaceuticals and Andrew Lewis, the CEO of Zhancheng Real Estate. Those are people our family normally couldn't meet, even if we begged for an introduction. And the Moore family is worth hundreds of millions. Yet even Mrs. Moore looks terrified. That means this situation is far more serious than you think. Whoever is disciplining Logan isn't someone we can afford to offend. Madison lowered her voice, clearly unwilling to accept it. But we can't just abandon him. David sighed and followed her over. The moment they arrived, they heard Mrs. Moore berating Logan. Logan, the people you've offended are people your family couldn't afford to provoke in 8 lifetimes. Ms. Shaw, this boy has nothing to do with the Moore family. Claire, tell her. Mrs. Moore even called her daughter by her full name. Her tone had become painfully submissive. Claire kept her head lowered. All of her usual pride had been crushed. It had only been one careless remark. How had everything turned into this? Just then, David Lynn arrived. Mrs. Moore finally breathed a small sigh of relief. His own son was his responsibility. He could clean up this disaster himself. A disgraceful boy like Logan couldn't compare to her former son-in-law at all. At least Ryan had always been loyal and sincere. Nothing like this brat. But in the next instant, Mrs. Moore's heart jumped again. Ryan? David stared at me in complete shock. Madison frowned. Ryan, you faked your death? Everyone nearby sucked in a sharp breath. The Lynn family truly had no idea how lucky they were. They had walked straight into hell when they could have stayed away. Andrew Lewis laughed in disbelief. Open your damn eyes and look carefully. This is the most treasured young heir of Sterling Pharmaceuticals. Miss Shaw's younger brother. What kind of status do you think you have to claim any connection to him? Another executive sneered. Some people really will say anything to make themselves look important. I toyed casually with the priceless jade bracelet around my wrist, then asked slowly, where is this Ryan you're talking about? I'd love to see whether he actually looks like me. If he doesn't, a hint of danger flashed in Victoria's eyes. And you've been playing games with us. I don't think my sister is going to be very happy. Victoria gave a quiet scoff, her displeasure instantly obvious. David immediately realized this man couldn't possibly be Ryan. They simply looked alike. That was all? I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. Ryan is already dead. David knew his biological son fairly well. Ever since I had returned from the countryside, I had always been timid and submissive. I might have been hard-working, but I would never have carried myself with this kind of arrogant confidence. One of the executives laughed mockingly. You actually compared a dead man to someone of his status. You people are unbelievable. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell deathly silent. The men in black who had accompanied Victoria began moving closer without making a sound. They were like ghosts. David's heart sank. His expression changed instantly. I'm sorry. My son was confused. He didn't mean to offend any of you. He finally understood how serious the situation had become. Faced with overwhelming power, the Lynn family had no choice but to bow their heads. We're sorry. I wasn't trying to make fun of you. Logan hurriedly apologized. But lowering himself in front of a face identical to mine was incredibly difficult for him. In the past, whenever he had looked at this face, he had always been the one standing above me, bullying me. Yet now someone who looked almost exactly like me had appeared, with a status so far beyond his reach. I can show you a picture. Please, just let this go. Don't hold it against me. I'm only 18. I just became an adult. Logan desperately tried to excuse himself. The slaps from Mrs. Moore had already frightened him badly. Victoria tilted her head slightly. It was a signal. One of the men in black stepped forward and pinned Logan down. Ah, it hurts. Logan's arm was twisted behind his back, and a sharp crack came from his bones. He lowered his head in agony. His knees buckled, and he nearly collapsed from the pain. The next second, a pair of leather shoes stopped directly in front of him. Then, a large, powerful hand gripped his chin. Logan was forced to lift his head and look straight at me. And what he saw in my eyes was nothing but contempt and coldness. Sorry? I let out a quiet scoff. Who do you think you are, jumping around in front of me like this? Has no one ever taught you how the real world works? My gaze remained perfectly clear and calm. My amber eyes were bright and crystal clear. Cold sweat beaded across Logan's forehead as his heart pounded wildly. The pain left him tense and terrified. I didn't mean it. I turned toward Victoria and tapped the prayer beads around her wrist. No killing, okay? A moment later, Logan was dragged away. Madison tried to stop them, but Victoria grabbed her by the collar and slammed her hard against the banquet table. The sudden movement knocked over an entire tower of champagne glasses. "Let go of me," Madison gasped for breath, with her cheek pressed against the table. Champagne streamed across the surface toward her face. Her cheek was soaked, and her pristine white outfit was ruined, along with what remained of her dignity. Victoria held her down, as effortlessly as pinning down a helpless child. "I suggest you mind your own business. Around here, I make the rules. If I wanted to. I double. Your entire family could leave this place on stretchers." Victoria's voice was low and chillingly cold. Everyone nearby who heard her couldn't help shuddering. Trying to reason with someone like Miss Shaw, who lived with danger every day, was unbelievably naive. David wanted to intervene, but there was no way he could even get close. The slightest movement would have gotten him restrained immediately. I calmly lifted my glass and took another sip, then frowned at the mess on the floor. I was almost unnaturally indifferent, as if the entire farce had done nothing but ruin my mood. I set my glass down on the table, then turned and walked away. Victoria released her grip and immediately followed me. "Sweetheart, I'm sorry your clothes got dirty. How about I replace them for you? I'll have a designer come tomorrow and custom make some new ones. You can have as many as you want." I curled my lips into a smile. No. David hurried over to help Madison up. His heart ached at the sight of her looking so miserable. "Madison, are you all right? You are too reckless. Those two are far more dangerous than you realize. Provoking them will only drag us down with you." David took a clean handkerchief from one of the servers and hurriedly wiped the champagne from Madison's face. He let out a heavy sigh. "After tonight, our family may be in serious trouble." Madison stared deeply at our retreating backs, gritting her teeth until her chest hurt with anger. "Just because they have overwhelming power, they think they can look down on everyone else and grind people like us into the dirt?" David frowned, his voice growing stern. "Enough. We're leaving before something else happens." What happened tonight was Logan's own fault. He knew exactly what kind of place this was. We explained everything before we came. He's the one who didn't listen. Madison clenched her fists. Logan didn't know any better. He's still so young. "Oh, please." One of the executives leisurely swirled the wine in his glass. "That young Heir is barely an adult too, isn't he? Your little brother really is something else." Comparing him to a dead man right to his face. "Do you even understand the difference between his status and yours? You should teach your brother some manners when you get home, before he drags everyone around him down too." The executive's gaze turned icy. He was irritated as well. Jinhua Pharmaceuticals had finally gotten a chance to meet someone this powerful, and Logan had opened his mouth at the worst possible moment, ruining the entire atmosphere. Their trip tonight had basically been wasted. Some people truly had no idea how to appreciate an opportunity. How had the Lin family even gotten invited here? Andrew Lewis also shot Mrs. Moore an unhappy look. "Your Moore family needs to stop bringing every random nobody into events like this. Otherwise, don't bother attending future chamber gatherings." Andrew Lewis was the president of the business association. Offending him was practically digging their own grave. "President Lewis, you've misunderstood. It was all because of that useless brat." Mrs. Moore hurried after him to explain herself. Madison's shoulders slumped slightly. All of this had happened because of that mysterious man. Why did someone who looked almost exactly like Ryan have to be so terrifyingly powerful? Was this karma? Punishment for everything they had once done to me? Your brother was dragged away just now. You should go check on him. If something happens, it'll be too late. David suddenly came to his senses. Although Madison looked like a soaked bird caught in a storm, she quickly forced herself to regain her composure. Her pupils contracted. She didn't dare waste another second, and rushed outside like she had lost her mind. Inside a BMW, Logan sat trembling with his knees pulled to his chest. In the back seat, his entire body was covered in bruises, and one of his arms was already broken. By the time Madison found him, he looked completely traumatized. David sat behind the wheel, listening to Logan sob in the back seat until irritation overwhelmed him. "Stop crying," he snapped quietly, turning to look at Logan. "You brought everything that happened tonight on yourself. I've always said you were the most sensible one. Polite, generous, and capable of handling yourself in public. So what happened to you tonight? Claire brought you into a circle like that, and you actually thought you could just walk in and say whatever you wanted? It was the first time Logan had ever been scolded by his dad. He stared blankly at David and immediately stopped crying. People can look alike and still live completely different lives. Don't misunderstand your position. Someone like him is treasured by Miss Shaw like the most precious thing in the world. If this ever happens again, you won't get away with just a beating. After David finished speaking, he seemed to age several years at once. His head throbbed painfully. Madison wanted to defend Logan, but David cut her off before she could speak. Madison, you'll understand tomorrow. Nothing stays secret in business circles like this. Once people sense weakness, everyone piles on. David exhaled deeply. I'm afraid the Lin family's businesses are about to take a serious hit. Madison finally understood how serious the situation was. She also knew how desperately the Lin family wanted to return to the capital. If their family's entire business plan collapsed because of this, then Logan wouldn't be the only one responsible. Madison would share the blame as well. David's expression hardened. Don't tell anyone at home what happened tonight, especially not about Sterling Pharmaceuticals' young CEO, looking exactly like Ryan. Your mother and your second sister, along with your fifth sister, still haven't gotten over Ryan. If they find out and come here to confront him, we'll only repeat tonight's disaster. As David spoke, he suddenly found the whole situation almost absurd. Logan cradled his aching, broken arm. I understand, Dad. Back inside, the banquet hall remained brilliantly lit. Laughter and music blended together, as countless businessmen smiled and raised their glasses in conversation. I sat beside the window. With Victoria beside me, plenty of beautiful socialites were dying to approach, but none of them dared come within a few feet. This sister of mine was practically a walking demon. Men and women alike were afraid to get too close. She was genuinely terrifying. Victoria spoke lazily. So, after seeing the Lin family humiliated like that tonight, do you feel better? Better, I asked back, resting my chin on one hand. No, this is only the beginning. Compared with everything the Lin family did to me, this little punishment means nothing. My expression became distant. I had faked my death, deliberately arranging an accident to make them regret everything. The funniest part was, Grace Lin genuinely believed I'd died saving them out of kindness, and sacrificed myself for them. She had been sending messages every day, begging for forgiveness. My voice carried a trace of mockery. This is only the beginning. I want to watch them drown in regret and despair, just like I once did. I remembered what it felt like to be treated like a hated stray. That crushing despair, that resentment, that desperate need to ask why they had treated me that way. Soon, they would experience far more of it themselves. You've gotten pretty calculating, haven't you? Victoria reached over and ruffled my hair. You even faked your own death. You really know how to make people worry. But Victoria found the whole idea almost ridiculous. Using a fake death to make that family regret what they'd done? Some people had already lost every trace of humanity. How could people without a conscience suddenly grow one? If anything, she thought the fact that I had gotten hurt in the process made the whole thing completely not worth it. Crushing those insignificant ants outright would have been far easier. They deserved it anyway. By the way, stop calling me sweetheart in public. It's embarrassing. Then what should I call you? If I call you Ryan in public, someone might figure it out. But in private, I can still call you Ryan. But definitely not in public. Victoria paused. Isn't that exactly what you wanted? You don't want the Lin family or the Moores recognizing you either, right? That's true. But I hesitated, a little embarrassed. Just don't call me sweetheart. I'm not that little kid from the orphanage anymore. Tail ignored me. Her mouth belonged to her, and she'd call me whatever she wanted. In my heart, you'll always be that little kid from the orphanage, the 3-year-old mute who couldn't even talk and needed someone to protect him, or else he'd get bullied. I lowered my eyes. Victoria quickly changed the subject. I've already taken care of everything with your school. I lifted my chin slightly. I'm not stupid enough to hand my admission spot over to someone else. I won't make the same mistake twice. But I don't want to crush their hopes too soon. Doesn't Logan love stealing things from me? Then I'll let him wait until the first day of school. and see just how unnecessary a thief like him really is. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to watch the next part. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. Calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Victoria quickly changed the subject. I already handled everything with your school. I lifted my chin slightly. I'm not an idiot. Why would I hand my admission spot over to someone else? The same mistake isn't going to happen twice. But I don't want to destroy their hopes too soon. Doesn't Logan love stealing things from me? Then I'll let him wait until the first day of school and see just how unnecessary a thief like him really is. More guests started approaching. Victoria stopped talking. Here come more people trying to flatter you. A handsome young CEO really does attract attention. Her voice made no attempt to hide how proud she was of me. I was her little brother after all. Of course, she thought I was the best in the world, but when she saw Claire approaching, her gaze instantly turned cold. Looks like someone really thinks he's lived long enough. Claire stared at me from across the crowd. Gillies! Man, looked exactly like the fiancé she had just lost. Yet everything about the way he carried himself was completely different. Arrogant, domineering, and completely unconcerned with anyone else's opinion. Claire clenched her fists and slowly walked closer. It was almost an instinctive reaction. Her rational mind told her it was a mistake, but emotionally, she couldn't stop herself from looking at me a little longer. It felt like she was seeing Ryan again. Her regret and grief were almost unbearable. If only she could do it all over again. She would never have let Ryan suffer that kind of humiliation or carry all that pain. Until he died in despair. Victoria sat down, leaving space for Claire to approach me. I raised my eyes and looked directly at her. Claire swallowed. Hello. I lowered my gaze and smiled faintly. Claire desperately wanted to get to know me better. But a man like me was clearly protected by someone extremely powerful. Just being under Victoria's gaze made Claire's skin crawl. If she made one wrong move, she might be the next person dragged away. Since we'll both be in the same city, if the opportunity comes up, I hope we can work together sometime. You're so young, yet you've already achieved so much. It's genuinely impressive. I thought for a moment. Maybe. Claire hesitated. She looked at me again and was reminded even more strongly of Ryan. Only after losing him had she understood how much he mattered. As she stared at me, a thought kept echoing in her mind. If she had given Ryan a little more time back then, or treated him just a little better, would he have become this confident and radiant too? Could I add you on WeChat? I smiled faintly. Of course, since she was the second daughter of the Moore family. We would probably cross paths often in the future. Claire added me as a contact and saved my name as Little Lynn. My social feed was filled with photos from overseas. At a glance, anyone could tell I had lived the privileged life of a wealthy heir. Claire stared at the unfamiliar account and felt an inexplicable wave of disappointment. Though I really wasn't Ryan. She opened Ryan's old contact in her list. The last message was still there, urging him to agree to end their engagement. Ryan's social feed just contained only a handful of photos. The young man in them was still gentle and handsome, but he was gone forever. While Claire was lost in thought, Mrs. Moore came over to call her daughter and pulled her by the arm out of the crowd. Have you lost your mind? Mrs. Moore was extremely irritated. She had barely managed to smooth things over with the executives from Genhua Pharmaceuticals and President Lewis. And the moment she turned around, Claire had gone back over there, as if she were possessed. I know you can't let go of Ryan. But what kind of status did Ryan have? Compared with this man? Mrs. Moore sighed helplessly. And I really don't understand you. When Ryan was alive, you spent all your time around Logan. Now that Ryan is dead, suddenly you can't stop thinking about him. Claire looked at her mother. Mom, he looks so much like Ryan. When I look at him, it feels like Ryan is still alive. Mrs. Moore sighed. You'll get over it eventually. Sterling Pharmaceuticals' business banquet had already drawn enormous attention. And after the event ended, People everywhere started talking about the handsome young CEO, then, and his terrifyingly powerful older sister. Without question, I instantly became the newest rising figure among the upper class, and one of the hottest names in the city. After tonight, a city's power circles had gained another formidable player. When the guests returned home, they couldn't stop talking about Sterling Pharmaceuticals. And whenever the subject came up, they inevitably mocked the Lin family for practically digging their own grave, while praising Victoria's ruthless methods. The next morning, when the Lin family sat down for breakfast, Mrs. Lin saw Logan covered in bandages, and her brow immediately twitched. She looked at him worriedly. "Logan, what happened to you? Didn't you go to the business banquet last night? What time did you all come home? How did you end up like this? Were you in a car accident?" Logan opened his mouth to answer, but David spoke first. "Logan accidentally fell last night," Mrs. Lin gasped. "Oh my, how could you be so careless? You need to pay more attention to your safety from now on." Logan felt terribly wronged, but kept his head lowered without saying anything. Mrs. Lin was actually more interested in hearing about the banquet, but what memories could Logan possibly have of it? Other than getting beaten and humiliated, there was nothing worth remembering. He didn't want to think about it again at all. "Mom, stop asking." Seeing that Logan was upset, Mrs. Lin immediately softened. All right, Mom won't ask anymore." David looked at Logan, and the thought in his mind grew stronger. He used to think this eldest son could do no wrong. Everything about him had seemed perfect. But now, the more David looked at him, the more disappointing he seemed. Meanwhile, that other young man was apparently an orphan too, who had grown up with his sister. Yet he could laugh and talk naturally with powerful business leaders, calm, confident, and completely at ease. If only his own son could be like that. Now that would be a son who could truly support the family. David sighed, put down his chopsticks, and lost his appetite. Mrs. Lin thought his behavior was strange. "Why are you wearing such a long face first thing in the morning? Who upset you?" Logan was too ashamed to lift his head. Dad must still think he had embarrassed the family. Sophia Lin comforted him. "Logan, don't look so miserable. You only had a fall. It was just a little accident." "Come on," she smiled. "School starts the day after tomorrow, doesn't it? I've got some good news for you. I've already transferred to your university." Logan's eyes immediately lit up. "Then I'll get to be at the same school as you?" "Yes." Mrs. Lin shook her head helplessly. "Look how excited you are. Your sister has a doctorate, and she's also a graduate advisor. She's very busy. You're only a freshman, so don't follow her around campus all day. You'll end up affecting her reputation." "I won't." Logan's mood instantly improved. "Everyone at school is going to be so jealous of me for having such an amazing and beautiful sister." Sophia Lin shook her head. "I'll drive you out later to buy some clothes." "Thanks, Sophia." Logan nodded eagerly. Grace Lin had completely lost her appetite. It felt like something was stuck in her throat. How could they be this happy? Ryan had only been dead for a few days. Was there really anything worth celebrating? A sharp pain twisted through Grace's chest. She gave a bitter laugh. "Logan, that admission spot belonged to Ryan, and you're really this comfortable taking it?" Grace's gaze darkened as she stared at the dazzling smile on Logan's face. "His body is barely cold. And you're already looking forward to your college life? Was all that kindness you showed before even real? I'm starting to think it wasn't." Mrs. Lin froze. "Grace, what are you talking about? Why would you say something so cruel just to hurt Logan? What's gotten into you?" Logan's expression immediately turned wounded. "I know you still can't accept Ryan's death, but eventually, you have to face reality. You can't be this selfish. Ryan's death had nothing to do with Logan. Are you really going to take away Logan's happiness too?" Grace took a deep breath. That wasn't it. She wasn't trying to stop Logan from being happy. It was just that he was nothing like the person she remembered anymore. Couldn't anyone else in the family see it? Grace stared deeply at Logan. "You know exactly what I'm talking about." Logan's heart skipped a beat. He bit his lip, with tears already trembling in his eyes. In the past, that look would have broken Grace's heart. But now, there was an extra trace of suspicion in her gaze. The kind-hearted Logan she remembered shouldn't have been this cold, this selfish and heartless. Back then, Grace had been so obsessed with protecting her little brother that she'd lost all sense of reason. with Logan always painting himself as the victim. She had naturally thought he was pitiful and wronged. But looking back now, had Ryan ever actually done anything to Logan? Everything had always come from Logan's side of the story. Grace, I'm sorry. Logan stood up. I know this is my fault. I was the one who insisted on going to the reservoir that day. If it weren't for me, Ryan never would have gotten hurt. I've been having nightmares every night. And apologizing to Ryan in my dreams. Sometimes I wish I'd been the one who died. Logan spoke with apparent sincerity. About what happened, please don't misunderstand me. No one feels more guilty about Ryan's death than I do. Sophia couldn't listen anymore. A trace of irritation appeared on her usually gentle face. That's enough, Grace. You may feel guilty about what happened to Ryan, but that doesn't give you the right to dump all the blame on Logan. Grace shook her head, then turned and strode away. She didn't want to hear any more. She admitted that she was guilty, but that didn't mean everyone else was innocent. She would never forgive herself, but she couldn't stand watching the others carry on with their lives as though nothing had happened. Grace left the house and headed straight downtown. She sat inside a coffee shop near the university entrance. It was already noon. She watched the endless stream of students passing outside, with her phone still in her hand. She had sent Ryan countless messages again last night, but he would probably never see any of her apologies. Hi, 1 black coffee, no sugar. A cool, clear voice suddenly sounded. Grace was sitting on a sofa beside the window. The moment she heard that voice, her entire body stiffened. She turned sharply toward the counter and saw a young man wearing a soft button-down shirt and light-colored casual pants, standing there paying. His back was straight and elegant, and a watch rested around his wrist. That watch was one Grace recognized. She had once considered buying it for Logan. It cost $100,000. The light in Grace's eyes dimmed. That man's voice sounded so much like Ryan's. But Ryan could never have afforded a watch that expensive. Then the man turned around, and Grace's breathing instantly quickened. She shot to her feet and rushed over in just a few steps. It was Ryan. She wanted desperately to run up to him and touch him just to see whether he was warm, whether he was breathing, whether he was truly alive, or whether this was only another hallucination. Ryan, stop. A bodyguard dressed in black immediately blocked Grace. His voice was ice cold. Who are you? Stay away from our young master. As my personal bodyguard. The moment he saw this disheveled woman, he immediately became wary. I raised an eyebrow and finally noticed the exhausted-looking Grace. Strange. What was she doing at the university? Then realization hit me. Had she come here with Logan? She really did care about him that much. I gave a faint, amused smile. Relax. She just mistook me for someone else. Young master, there are plenty of dangerous people outside. My boss already gave me strict orders. I'm to stay by your side at all times and protect you. Andrew didn't move aside and continued standing protectively in front of me. I sighed helplessly. Sorry. My family's bodyguards are a little intense. They don't really listen to me. Please, go ahead. With that, I walked toward a seat by the window and sat down. Grace turned and stared at me. Too similar. Exactly the same. Ryan. Grace followed me in a daze. I know I treated you badly before, and you don't want to forgive me. You don't even want to acknowledge me anymore. I'm sorry. Please, just give me one chance. I'll change. I swear I'll never hurt you again. Grace had always been proud and stubborn. But this time, she had lowered herself beyond recognition. Just seeing that you're still alive is already enough for me. Her voice trembled with desperation. As long as you can forgive me, I'll do anything you ask. I leaned back against the sofa and gave her an awkward look. Sorry. I casually brushed a hand through my short hair. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you're trying to use this as an excuse to get close to me, it's honestly a little strange. Grace's eyes turned red. Ryan, I really regret everything. I've spent every day these past few days thinking about what I did. I'm not even human. I'm worse than an animal. She clenched her fists, her emotions beginning to collapse. Please don't treat me like a stranger. Several people nearby started looking over curiously. What's wrong with her? No idea. Looks like she's begging him for forgiveness. She's actually pretty beautiful. She's really lowering herself, huh? Come on. Who still falls for the whole I've changed routine these days? Look at that guy. He's ice cold. That's how you do it. Anyone can beg for forgiveness with a few words. Whispers spread through the coffee shop. and hearing them only made me more irritated. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to watch the next part. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number. I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, look at that guy. He's ice cold. That's how you do it. Anyone can beg for forgiveness with a few words. Whispers spread through the coffee shop, and hearing them only made me more irritated. A server brought over my drink. Sir, your coffee. I reached out to take it. Grace saw how completely I was ignoring her. Ryan, I'm begging you. You don't have to forgive me. But please don't be this cold. Just say something to me, okay? Miss. I took a small sip of coffee, and the bitter taste spread across my tongue. I frowned, finally losing my patience. I've already told you. You've got the wrong person. I don't know you, so what exactly do you expect me to say? No, you're refusing to recognize me on purpose. A devastated look appeared in Grace's eyes. I've done unforgivable things, so you're right not to acknowledge me. The Lin family owes you. You suffered far too much unfair treatment in our home. She lowered her head. Have you been living well since you left? You must be much happier than you ever were at home. My expression hardened. Andrew immediately grabbed Grace without any courtesy. If you keep harassing our young master, I won't be polite anymore. Get out. I raised my eyes, just in time to see Grace being dragged out of the coffee shop. But she refused to give up and kept trying to come back inside. With Andrew there, she couldn't get within a single step of me. In the end, she could only stand outside, crying through the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Her beautiful face was filled with deep regret. Judging from the shape of her lips, she kept repeating the same 3 words. I let out a mocking laugh. Belated affection was worth less than dirt. Young master, are we heading home? Andrew walked over and asked. The others are coming back from the capital tonight, so we should probably return early. I set down the coffee cup in my hand. I hadn't seen my brothers and sisters in a long time. I smiled bitterly, already feeling troubled. They probably had plenty of resentment toward me by now. Andrew didn't dare say anything. He had also come from the Shadow Organization, so naturally, he knew how terrifying those people could be. Anyone who had survived in a place like that for 10 or 20 years and risen to fame and power could hardly be considered normal. The bosses have always loved you the most, young master. They definitely won't hold anything against you. I wasn't so sure. Before I was adopted and sent to the countryside, I had always lived with my brothers and sisters. It was just that. None of them had particularly pleasant personalities. In fact, they could be downright terrifying. I sighed. Feeling more nervous than I wanted to admit, I stood up and headed outside, with Andrew following beside me. Only after I left did someone whisper, that guy must be a rich kid. He even brings a bodyguard to school. Obviously, rich people are always afraid something will happen to them. But it also means his family really cares about him. Some people are born at the finish line. I'm jealous. Bang. The car door closed, and I got into the luxury car. Grace tried to come over again, but Andrew blocked her. Take one more step, and I'll use force. Andrew frowned deeply. His tall frame made him extremely intimidating. Our young master has a very important status. Don't throw your life away. Grace stared at me through the car window. My profile was handsome and refined, and my entire presence carried effortless nobility. Ryan, I don't know what you've been through, but I'll make it up to you. I'll make up for every bit of pain we caused you. I took a business card from my pocket and held it out through the window. Andrew tossed the card to her before getting into the passenger seat, and the driver immediately pulled away. Ryan, Grace held the card, and watched helplessly as the card disappeared. She sank painfully onto the curb, still clutching the business card. Sterling Pharmaceuticals, CEO, Ethan Allen. Grace didn't believe it. She was certain that man was me. She wasn't blind. There was no way she could fail to recognize her own brother. She pulled out her phone and called Olivia Lynn with trembling hands. Her phone was turned off. Grace's face tightened with suppressed emotion. She slipped the business card into the pocket closest to her chest, terrified that she might lose it. Inside a temple, candles burned as incense smoke curled upward. Thin white smoke drifted slowly through the air, before disappearing into the dim hall. Olivia Lynn wore simple white cotton and linen clothing, as she knelt on a prayer cushion, surrounded by the sound of monks chanting sutras. Many of them were reciting prayers for the dead. A memorial tablet stood before them, bearing Ryan Lynn's name. When Olivia finished bowing and stood up, she looked at the statues of deities filling the hall. Tears filled her eyes. She prayed that the gods would treat Ryan kindly. Olivia had remained at the temple for 7 straight days, performing rites in hopes of guiding my soul peacefully to the other side. She had heard that people who died without an intact body, especially those who died with hatred, could struggle to reincarnate. Once the chanting ended, Olivia stood and walked out of the hall. Her knees had gone numb from kneeling. Outside, Mrs. Lynn stood beneath a tree. The moment she saw Olivia, she hurried over, frowning with worry. "What's wrong with you? You've been away from home for so long, ignoring calls, and not answering messages. I thought something had happened to you. Logan is starting school in a few days. You should be home spending time with your brother. Everyone is hurting. What good does it do to run away and hide by yourself?" Olivia frowned. "Enough. You treated Ryan far too unfairly. What we did was unforgivable. You should stay here and pray for Ryan too, to atone for it." Mrs. Lynn thought Olivia had completely lost her mind. Olivia had always been obsessed with racing, and never believed in taboos or superstition. Yet now, she had actually become religious. "Olivia, there has to be a limit to this. Ryan died, but that doesn't mean you have to lose your mind too. Stop talking." Olivia's voice was ice cold. "Last month I lost a race, and the other side wanted me dead. Ryan was the one who came to save me. And at the reservoir, he saved me for the second time." Olivia stood perfectly straight. "Forget 7 days of chanting. Even if I spent 3 years doing this, it still wouldn't be enough." Mrs. Lynn stared at Olivia in disbelief. "You're still so young, yet you're hiding away in a temple. You're beyond help. Fine, maybe staying here will help you calm down. Just stop drowning yourself in guilt. You treated Ryan well enough. He was simply unlucky in life." Mrs. Lynn also lit a stick of incense. Seeing how exhausted Olivia looked made her heart ache. "Even if you're staying here, you still need to take care of yourself." Olivia gave a quiet response, then took out her phone and turned it on. She saw that Grace had sent her countless messages. At first, she planned to ignore them. But then she looked closer and saw that every message said the same thing. "Come back. Ryan is still alive." Olivia's entire body jolted. She forgot everything else, grabbed her car keys, and rushed down the mountain. Only one thought filled her mind: Ryan is still alive. I had only gone to the university to handle some enrollment paperwork. By the time I returned to the villa, Toria still wasn't home. Ava carried a formal suit upstairs. "Young master, you're back. Perfect timing. Your new outfit has already been pressed. Come, try it on." Ava was a lively young woman, with a cheerful, pleasantly round face. I used to handle cleaning and organizing around the villa, but now things are much better. I'm assigned full-time to take care of you. Not having to serve Miss Shaw anymore is practically a blessing, Ava said with a grin. As she led me back to my bedroom, I looked at the formal suit. Is my sister really that hard to serve? Ava certainly didn't dare say too much, but every servant in the villa shared the same understanding. Miss Shaw was terrifying. They experienced it every single day. It was the perfect definition of constantly walking on eggshells, especially with the way she always wore such a dark expression. One glance from her could make your blood run cold. Not exactly. We're just afraid of making mistakes. I smiled faintly. Fair enough. Ava unfolded the outfit across the bed. It was a light blue suit, sharp and stylish, with an exceptionally refined design. Did my sister tell you to buy this? Ava shook her head. A designer saw your photos, then worked overtime to finish this custom-made suit and deliver it personally. You'll probably be meeting quite a few guests later. The boss said you should make do with this outfit tonight. They'll prepare even better ones afterward. Ava giggled quietly. Basically, Miss Shaw spoils you way too much. She wants you to have the absolute best of everything. I looked puzzled. Seriously? Sure enough, plenty of people soon arrived at the villa. Master fashion designers, master jewelers, representatives from countless luxury and haute couture brands. Even interior designers showed up. They surrounded me like attendants serving a prince, and spent the entire afternoon fussing over me. By the time I had dealt with everyone, I was exhausted and had a pounding headache. Even in my previous life, when I had already become extremely successful, I rarely experienced anything this extravagant after all. These were all top-tier designers with packed schedules. Yet they had cleared time specifically to come serve me. Even celebrities had to maintain good relationships with major couture brands. They couldn't simply summon these people whenever they wanted. After I finally finished meeting everyone, I noticed the servants downstairs, rushing around to decorate and prepare the villa. Ava also came over to remind me to change. Young master, hurry and wash up and get dressed. Boss Feng is already on the way. The moment Ava thought of Feng, her face lost some of its color, and even her hands began to tremble. I froze. Evelyn Shaw? The 12 Shura of the Shadow Organization were ranked by the order they joined. Victoria had joined first and ranked number 1, while Evelyn ranked second. Evelyn Shaw, the ghost-faced miracle doctor. I frowned slightly. I understand. Then I changed into the suit. I sat in front of the mirror and let the stylist work on me. My short black hair looked neat and sharp in the reflection. With only a little grooming, I already looked strikingly handsome. My gaze deepened. Evelyn was known as the ghost-faced miracle doctor, not because she looked frightening, quite the opposite. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with a trace of masculine sharpness, yet still possessing the soft beauty of a woman. Her figure was tall, slender, and almost too thin, giving her a faintly fragile, sickly appearance. But the chill buried deep in her bones gave her an unsettling darkness that naturally inspired fear. Knock, knock, knock. Someone tapped on the bedroom door. Now's. If you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner. And tap to watch the next part. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college admission spot to that scheming, fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, she still possessed the soft beauty of a woman. Her figure was tall, slender, and almost too thin, giving her a faintly fragile, sickly appearance. The chill buried deep in her bones, gave her an unsettling darkness that naturally inspired fear. Knock, knock, knock. Someone tapped on the bedroom door. Ava turned toward the entrance and saw someone standing there. A woman dressed in a dark teal Chinese-style outfit. She was tall and extremely slender. Her pale skin had a fragile, almost sickly quality. She had narrow, elegant eyes, with the outer corners slightly raised, and a faint reddish tint that made her look dangerously intense. The edges of her thin lips were slightly pale, while the center was vividly red and beautiful. Beautiful, but dangerous. Ava immediately lowered her head. "Boss Evelyn, you're here." She backed away 2 steps, and only stopped when her waist hit the wall. "Miss Shaw won't be back until tonight. Boss Evelyn, please come in." Everyone in the room hurried out at once, leaving only Evelyn and me behind. I remained seated on the stool, watching the person at the doorway through the mirror. My back tightened. My second sister, Evelyn, walked up behind me. Her long, pale hand settled on my shoulder, and her thumb slowly traced the tattoo across my back. "I still remember when you left. You cried and said you wanted to live in the light. Looks like life in the light didn't treat you very well either." I lowered my eyes, helplessness sinking into my gaze. "You're right, Evelyn. I thought I was choosing a life in the light. I didn't realize I was walking straight into hell." Evelyn gave a calm smile. "I went to see you once." "Yeah, I watched you from a distance at school for a little while. I've always respected your wishes more than anything. You said you wanted to cut all ties with the past. So of course I remembered. I'm sorry, Evelyn." Guilt stirred inside me. "It's fine. You're back now, aren't you?" Evelyn lowered her eyes gently and carefully lifted a strand of my hair between her fingers. "Her hair is shorter. You're so different from how you used to be. You really look like an adult now." Evelyn sighed softly, then bent down. Her hands slid from my shoulders along my arms, wrapping around me from behind like an embrace, before closing around my hands. "Ryan, how about I help you get revenge? If I want them dead, none of them will survive past midnight tonight. I'll return every single thing they did to you, and you can watch them die with your own eyes." My entire body went rigid. Of course, I knew exactly what my sister was capable of. She could kill every one of them, silently, painfully, without leaving a trace. I forced a smile. Evelyn, Victoria already said. She'd let me handle this myself. Evelyn chuckled softly beside my ear. Victoria has a terrible temper, but she listens to you more than anyone. She can't stand seeing you put in a difficult position, but I don't want anything capable of threatening you to remain in this world. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Evelyn smiled gently. Everything your sister does is for your own good. You'll understand eventually. The woman behind me felt frighteningly cold, and goosebumps rose across my arms. I hurriedly smiled. Evelyn, can we stop talking about that? We haven't seen each other in so long. How have your medical skills been? Tell me what you've been doing lately. I spoke while getting to my feet. Evelyn's smile looked completely harmless. Her eyes held no one but me, like an abyss deep enough to swallow me whole. When she saw me stand, she took my hand and led me downstairs. Then she said calmly, "They're all dead." I froze. Who's dead? The people who tried to force you away from us are all dead. Evelyn continued walking at an easy pace, as though she were discussing something completely insignificant. She felt my hand tremble slightly, and guessed that she might have frightened me by being too direct. But everything she had done was for me. Surely, sooner or later, I would understand her intentions. My face had gone pale, and my back remained stiff. Evelyn led me over to the sofa and sat down beside me. Ava came over to pour tea. Out of habit, Evelyn took the first sip herself, only after confirming there was nothing wrong with it. Did she hand the other cup to me? Ryan, you're too kind. That makes it easy for people to deceive you. Those people never wanted what was best for you. If they truly had, I never would have hurt them. They only wanted you gone so they could take your place. You understand that, don't you? Of course I understood. There was never much room for kindness inside the Shadow Organization. The people who had plotted to drive me away wanted status, better resources, and one less competitor standing in their way. But I had simply taken advantage of their plans. So I couldn't exactly say they had used me. Evelyn placed the warm cup of tea into my hands. You should drink more warm water. You haven't been feeling sick these past few days, have you? You suffered a lot when you were little, so your health has never been especially strong. I still remember the first time you got sick. You were miserable the entire night. Back then, I kept thinking about what I could do to make you hurt less. I wished I could take the pain for you. Even Evelyn found the memory a little funny now. She was a woman. How could she possibly experience that pain in her little brother's place? Does it still hurt now? I forced a smile. Sometimes it's still uncomfortable, but I can handle it. Evelyn's eyes filled with genuine concern. Soft and deep like moonlight. I'll cure you. She raised her hand and gently touched the side of my face, comforting me in a soft voice. I can't stand seeing you suffer. I held the cup and took a sip of warm water. Beside us, Ava had gone completely pale. Even though Evelyn was only talking about a minor health problem, she made it sound like I was terminally ill. But Ava didn't find it funny at all. She was terrified. At least Miss Shaw usually showed signs before she killed someone. Boss Evelyn was completely different. One second, she could be smiling sweetly, and the next, she might suddenly take someone's life. She was terrifying. I noticed Ava's hands trembling slightly. Ava, go help me straighten up my room. I don't like things being messy. Ava looked as if she'd just been granted a pardon, and hurried away. I pretended to remain calm, but the woman beside me chuckled softly. My Ryan is still as kind as ever. I don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. You don't need to worry. You used to tell me I treated human life like it meant nothing. I've already changed that. You'll see how different I am now. Evelyn had expected my reaction. I know you'll need some time to adjust. That's fine. I'll prove it to you. Ava reached the staircase and looked down. She saw Evelyn sitting on the sofa, smiling at me with her complete attention fixed on me. Ava patted her chest and let out a long breath. The cook, Mia, spotted her and immediately waved. Ava, there's nobody left on the first floor. Of course there isn't. None of us are close to Boss Evelyn. Ava looked like she wanted to cry. Boss Evelyn makes everyone want to stay as far away as possible. Let's observe a second of silence for the young master. While they were talking, they saw Evelyn lean closer to me, as if she were whispering something intimate into my ear. Ava's face grew a little warm, and she quickly turned away, Some things weren't meant to be seen or overheard. Downstairs, I chatted with Evelyn for a while, until her phone suddenly rang. She smiled and gently ruffled my hair. "Ryan, I need to take care of something." She still looked reluctant to leave. "I'll be back soon." I nodded. "Okay." I watched Evelyn walk toward the backyard, and only then did I pat my chest in relief. I was finding it harder and harder to understand what my second sister was thinking. I took out my phone and noticed a missed call. It was from my former teammate, Jason Song. Jason had been calling me every now and then lately. He probably knew I'd returned to the organization. I picked up my phone and called him back. Beep beep. After a while, someone finally answered. I got up and walked toward the kitchen. "Jason, have you been looking for me lately? Given our relationship, I doubt you're calling just to catch up. You really haven't changed. I heard you're back." There was a lot of noise on Jason's end, and his voice was filled with resentment. "Life didn't work out for you, and you still had the nerve to come back to the organization? Do you have any idea how badly you screwed us over?" Jason gritted his teeth. "If it weren't for you, I would have been promoted a long time ago, and I wouldn't be hunted by second boss like some stray dog. I only recently heard what happened to all of you." I fell silent for a moment. "Did Evelyn personally go after you?" Jason paused. It took nearly a minute before he finally answered. "After you left, Number 7 and the others started spreading rumors about you. They said you left the organization because of a woman, and said some other nasty things too, like how you got dumped and nearly lost your life over it." Jason stopped there, probably because even he knew they had gone too far. Back then, they had acted out of jealousy and impulse, without expecting things to spiral so badly. Jason coughed several times over the phone. He sounded extremely weak. "Do you have any idea what kind of hell that day was?" Just remembering Evelyn's rage made Jason tremble with fear. "This all happened because of you. It's all your fault." I pressed my lips together. "If you hadn't gone out of your way to stir up trouble, none of this would have happened. We were jealous of you." Jason let out a bitter laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Every one of the 12 Shura is insanely powerful. So why do they all have to revolve around you? There are plenty of people in the organization who envy you. They're just too afraid to show it openly. So don't get too proud. The moment you lose their affection, you'll end up just like us. Be careful that all that love doesn't turn against you someday." I didn't respond with insults. I was about to say something else when the call abruptly disconnected. When I tried calling back, his phone was already turned off. Strange, I frowned. We had been talking just fine. Why had his phone suddenly shut off? I thought about it. Maybe his battery had died, or maybe he simply didn't want to talk anymore. Meanwhile, beneath an overpass, Jason stared in terror at the man in black standing in front of him. "Second boss said she wouldn't kill me. Who gave you permission to contact the young master?" The man's voice was chillingly cold. "Your phone has been tapped for a long time. We've been monitoring you constantly. The moment you dared disrespect the young master, you signed your own death warrant." 2 minutes later, the sound of something hitting the water echoed out. The area beneath the bridge was completely empty. Not a single person remained. Evelyn looked at the message on her phone, and a cold smile curved across her lips. But the moment she heard footsteps behind her, the smile vanished. She turned toward me and held out her hand. "The doctors have arrived at the gate." "Doctors?" I looked confused. "I need to understand your physical condition before I can feel at ease." I frowned. Several cars drove into the villa grounds. Doctors stepped out one after another, carrying all kinds of advanced medical equipment inside. The rest of the villa was quickly cleared out. When I saw the syringes and blood-drawing equipment, I couldn't help breaking into a nervous sweat. "Evelyn, I'm perfectly healthy." Evelyn took my hand. "Ryan, you're already an adult, and you're still scared of this?" "I'm not scared. I just think this is too strange. I don't like feeling controlled." Evelyn patted my back. Her long, slender fingers, pale as carved ivory, rested against the soft fabric of my clothes, gently soothing me again and again. "I'm doing this for your own good." The doctors all wore masks and remained completely silent, almost like emotionless machines. I tried to pull my hand free from Evelyn's grip, but her fingers were like iron clamps. I couldn't break free at all. Evelyn tightened her grip around my wrist, and a trace of darkness entered her gaze. "Ryan, don't be disobedient. My heart trembled. Evelyn immediately released me, then carefully cradled my hand in both of hers, and blew softly over the reddened skin around my wrist. I'm sorry, Ryan, I hurt you. The doctors continued working in an orderly fashion, drawing blood, running tests, and performing examinations. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner. And watch the continuation first. You can tap it yourself to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. Flash calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of the city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, my heart trembled. Evelyn released my hand, then carefully cradled it again and blew softly over my reddened wrist. I'm sorry, Ryan. I hurt you. The doctors continued working methodically, drawing blood, running tests, and performing examinations. Evelyn changed into a white medical coat and pulled on a pair of gloves. She picked up an instrument and gently held my chin. The plain white coat only made her stunning features stand out even more. She lowered her eyes and coaxed softly, Ryan, open your mouth. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the 2 assistants beside her. Tomic, both of them looked extremely serious. I pressed my lips together before obediently opening my mouth. I felt a cold pair of forceps enter. Evelyn's expression was focused, yet gentle. Her thumb rested lightly against the corner of my lips. The unfamiliar sensation made my entire body tense. I wasn't used to being examined so closely in front of other people. Time seemed to move painfully slowly. My mind gradually went blank, and I awkwardly clenched the corner of my clothes. Evelyn spoke in her cool, calm voice. Your teeth are in good condition, but your wisdom teeth have already come in. Evelyn let out a soft laugh. You really have grown up. Good boy, Ryan. Let's take an x-ray and see how they look. Next time, I'll remove them myself. By the time the full examination was finished, the sky had already gone dark, and it was 9 o'clock at night. I didn't look particularly happy. Still dressed in my sharp formal suit, I sat curled up on the sofa, with my arms wrapped around my legs, staring coldly at the large group of people in front of me. Evelyn leaned back in her chair, listening as the doctors reported one set after another of numbers. That meant absolutely nothing to me. She held a thick stack of reports in her hand, and her expression gradually relaxed. The tension in her eyes faded, and even her posture became much calmer. I felt like I was listening to a foreign language and rubbed my stomach. I was starting to get hungry. Ava and the others had all been sent upstairs, so there wasn't even anyone around to bring me something to eat. When Victoria finally returned after receiving the news, she saw the scene in front of her and immediately looked jealous and displeased. Her sharp eyes turned icy, and her thin lips pressed tightly together as she struggled to contain her temper. What exactly are you doing, Evelyn? She strode over and swept the papers straight out of Evelyn's hands. The reports scattered through the air, pages filled with medical data fluttering everywhere. Evelyn raised her eyes and smiled at Victoria. Fortunately, I've already memorized every single result and stored it all in my head. There isn't a single person in this world who understands Ryan's physical condition better than I do. Not even Ryan himself. Victoria pressed her lips together, barely suppressing her temper. And what good does that do? Evelyn gave a soft laugh, then stood up and waved her hand. You can all leave now. The doctors hurriedly packed up their equipment. In less than 10 minutes, they had disappeared without leaving a single trace behind. Evelyn seemed to be in a good mood. She looked down at me from above as I sat on the sofa, already getting sleepy. Ryan, are you hungry? Sorry. I lost track of time while I was working. Victoria ordered the servants to prepare dinner. It was already 9 o'clock. The thought that Evelyn hadn't let her little brother eat or drink anything made Victoria lower her eyes with a cold smile. Her gaze was anything but friendly. If you've stayed long enough, leave. Evelyn clicked her tongue. I can leave, but Ryan is coming with me. Don't even think about it. Evelyn raised her narrow eyes. A dark shadow settled deep within them. I looked at Victoria, then at Evelyn. I sighed. Aren't the others supposed to be coming today too? We still haven't heard anything from them. So they're probably not coming tonight, right? They'll arrive one after another. Just not today. D. Victoria removed the expensive watch from her wrist and casually tossed it onto the coffee table. Her voice softened slightly. Ryan, eat dinner. You're malnourished. You shouldn't be going hungry. Evelyn knew Victoria was irritated with her, but she didn't care. She washed her hands and changed out of her white coat, then sat elegantly at the dining table. Whenever she faced outsiders, she carried the refined air of a frail gentleman. Her slender back remained perfectly straight. He had always loved reading, especially medical books. Anyone who didn't know her would truly think she was a detached, elegant scholar. Mia and Ava hurried over to attend to me. I'll go change into something comfortable. With that, I headed upstairs. Only the two women remained at the dining table. Doria's eyes turned sharp and cold. Did you come here just to torture Ryan? You know exactly how much he means to me. I can't even bear to hurt him in the slightest. Victoria sneered. A dark light flickered through her deep-set eyes. Then what was the point of putting on such a huge spectacle? What exactly were you trying to do? Evelyn rested one hand on the table and tapped the surface twice with her fingertips. She said softly, Claire has never touched him. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile curved the corner of her lips. Victoria stared at her coldly and immediately understood what she meant, no matter what her little brother had experienced before. Victoria didn't care, because I was the only treasure in her heart. And if she had touched him? Simple, Evelyn clicked her tongue. I'd lock her away and cut her apart piece by piece. It would be a good test of my knife skills. She raised her hand and examined her clean, pale fingers. Her skin was so fair that the blue veins on the back of her hand were clearly visible. I'd just have to make sure she stayed alive until the very last cut. A hint of obsessive madness appeared in Evelyn's eyes. Even then, she seemed to think the punishment wouldn't be enough. Ava, who was serving beside them, trembled like a leaf. Her face went completely pale as she set down the dishes. Apparently, Ava was the only victim in this entire situation. She bowed respectfully and backed away. Once she reached the kitchen, sweat poured down her face. Mia looked at her in confusion. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Just severe emotional trauma. Ava leaned against the wall. You can serve the dishes later. Mia shook her head. No way. I don't dare. Ava sighed. Then should we play rock, paper, scissors? Mia thought about the two terrifying women outside. How about we wait until the young master comes downstairs before serving anything? Ava nodded immediately. Good idea. I'll do what you say. Thump, thump. I came downstairs in comfortable clothes, holding my old phone in one hand. I casually glanced through the messages on WeChat. Most of them had been sent by members of the Lin family. I sat down at the dining table and immediately sensed the strange atmosphere. So I quietly put my phone away. You two must be hungry too. Come on, let's eat. You didn't eat properly at the Lin family's house? Evelyn acted as though nothing had happened and served me a bowl of soup. You're malnourished, and your stomach isn't healthy either. Stomach problems can become serious very quickly, so we can't ignore them. I'll take care of you properly from now on. Victoria frowned. And yet you still made him go hungry. Evelyn corrected her patiently. It won't happen again. Ava and Mia hurried out to serve the food. The moment the entire table was filled, they immediately escaped again. The villa became empty and quiet once more. At least on the surface, not a single servant could be seen. I took a sip of soup. While my sisters casually discussed matters involving the organization, their conversation was cryptic, so I didn't interrupt. I looked down at WeChat again, and suddenly saw Mrs. Lin's profile picture jump to the top. It was a mass message. Our beloved Logan has achieved outstanding results and entered a prestigious university. What a wonderful occasion. We're holding a special graduation banquet to celebrate, and sincerely invite everyone to attend. My expression darkened. A graduation banquet for someone who stole my place? And they still had the nerve to make such a huge show of it? Looks like the Lin family was still doing just fine. I pressed my lips together and sneered inwardly. Then, using my identity as CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals, I ordered my people to leak some news. Tomorrow, I would also hold a graduation banquet. Ryan, why do you suddenly look unhappy? Evelyn turned toward me, immediately noticing the change in my mood. I smiled. It's nothing. I'm planning to hold a graduation banquet tomorrow at 3 p.m. Evelyn lowered her eyes. Her expression remained calm, but a hint of amusement appeared in her gaze. Sounds good. I'm looking forward to your banquet. She held her spoon and slowly stirred the hot soup in front of her. It'd be even better if we could bring all those blind fools over to watch. What kind of gift do you want, Ryan? He smiled, her eyes overflowing with affection for me. Anything is fine. Victoria also spoke up. I'll handle the arrangements. Anyone important in this city will have to attend. No one would dare refuse me. I looked at my sisters. Warmth filled my heart. They didn't even ask why. They simply stood behind me without hesitation. It felt good. I've already arranged everything. You only need to show up. But your identities are pretty sensitive. Won't moving around openly attract too much attention? Evelyn gently touched the side of my face. I don't care about attracting attention. Victoria stared at Evelyn's hand. Her expression turned completely black, and she snapped the chopsticks in her hand. At the Lynn residence, Logan saw that his mother had already sent out the invitations, and smiled warmly. Mom, Woohoo Hotel is the biggest hotel in the city. You really went all out this time. Mrs. Lynn smiled helplessly. Of course your graduation banquet has to be grand. It'll also help wash away some of the bad luck hanging over our family. And more importantly, business hasn't been going very well lately. Your dad wants to use this opportunity to reconnect with some old friends. She smiled affectionately. But you're still the star of the banquet, Logan. I've already arranged for people to decorate the venue for you. Look, so many people have already replied with congratulations. They're all saying how promising you are. I guarantee it'll be a huge event. I'll invite even more people, so everyone can see how impressive you are. Logan was delighted. The atmosphere at home had been awful lately, and it had been a long time since he'd felt this happy. Mom, you really do love me the most. As two of the most feared members of the Shadow Organization, Evelyn and Victoria were united whenever it came to their little brother. There was no doubt they would stand on the same side. At least in front of me, they would get along peacefully. But because both of them wanted my affection for themselves, there was always an undercurrent of rivalry between them. That night, I lay in bed. As scrolling through recent news on my phone, before long, I fell peacefully asleep. I woke up right on time at 8 the next morning. Ava was already waiting outside the door. The moment she heard movement, she knocked and came inside. Young master, Boss Evelyn gave instructions to prepare some medicinal tonic for you. Should I bring it up now? I waved my hand. Thanks for the trouble. Ava quickly said it wasn't any trouble. If all she had to do was serve the young master, then life couldn't possibly be considered difficult. After changing clothes and washing up, I stepped out of the bathroom and saw Evelyn sitting on a chair. She was holding a thick freshman handbook and casually flipping through it. Ryan got into an excellent university, and I was sure college life would be fulfilling for him. Evelyn lowered her eyes. Her pale skin looked even colder beneath the sunlight. I was looking forward to college too. In my previous life, I never got to experience it properly. The only time I'd ever spent on a college campus was while filming, and even then, it had only been for a few months. My education had always been something people mocked me for, no matter how famous I became. I was still just a male celebrity who had only graduated from high school. A university was the best university in the province, and ranked among the top 10 nationwide. I sat down on the bed, looking at the photos in the freshman handbook. I was definitely going to cherish these 4 years of college. Evelyn noticed the happiness in my eyes, and couldn't help relaxing her expression. Ava came upstairs carrying a bowl of medicine. Inside the porcelain white bowl, the dark herbal liquid steamed gently. A strong medicinal smell immediately hit my nose. The thick bitterness filled the room. Young master. Boss Evelyn asked me to bring this up. It looks so bitter. I wrinkled my nose. What kind of medicine is this? Evelyn took the bowl and stirred it with a spoon. Your digestion isn't very good, and your body is still weak. Traditional herbal medicine will help condition your body. Evelyn had taken countless medicines since childhood. After being sick for so long, she'd practically become her own doctor. She had studied countless ancient medical texts, and that was how she developed such extraordinary medical skill. She scooped up a spoonful and tasted the medicine first. I looked at her. My sister still had that same habit. Anything meant for me to eat or drink, she would always taste first. I raised my hand and rested it on Evelyn's arm. Evelyn, she paused. Then she remembered that this was Victoria's home, so naturally there shouldn't be any problem. Still, being careful never hurt. Evelyn still remembered when I was 10 years old, and one of her enemies poisoned me. I had actually been healthy as a child. Otherwise, I never could have survived growing up in an orphanage. But that poisoning had damaged my body at its foundation, all because she had been careless. Evelyn swallowed hard. Her voice carried a trace of pain. Ryan, you don't need to become an assassin. I'll protect you. I'll always owe you for what happened. You don't need to become strong enough to fight for yourself. As long as I'm here, no one will hurt even a hair on your head. No, Evelyn. Why are you thinking about the past again? I sighed helplessly, then tilted my head and leaned against her. A lot of what happened back then wasn't something you wanted either. Besides, I've already recovered. I'm doing fine now. Ava watched the two of us. Most matters involving the Shadow Organization were highly secretive. But this scene still looked surprisingly warm. Ava carried the tray downstairs. Mia saw her smiling to herself. Weren't you terrified of serving them? Why are you smiling so happily now? Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner. And tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding. As a threat. To force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir, I calmly dialed. The number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Ava watched the two of us. Most matters involving the Shadow Organization were highly secretive, but this scene still looked surprisingly warm. Ava carried the tray downstairs. Mia saw her smiling. Weren't you terrified of serving them? Why are you smiling so happily? It's nothing, Ava giggled. Every one of the 12 Shura is incredible, and none of them are actually related to the young master by blood. I wonder who he'll end up marrying someday. Mia shook her head helplessly. You're thinking way too far ahead. You've really got guts. Ava stuck out her tongue. I'm just hoping Boss Victoria wins in the end. Mia watched Ava walk away and shook her head helplessly. Still, ever since the young master arrived, the boss really had been in a much better mood. Upstairs, I drank the medicine 1 spoonful at a time. Evelyn patiently fed me the entire bowl. By the time I finished, I felt absolutely miserable. My throat was filled with bitter flavor. Even my breath smelled like herbal medicine. Evelyn took a piece of candy and slipped it into my mouth. Her thumb also gently wiped away a trace of medicine from my lips. My lips were soft, and Evelyn's eyes curved with amusement. Sweetness spread through my mouth, quickly washing away the bitterness. I held the candy in my mouth. What kind of candy is this? It's really good, and not too sweet. Winter melon hard candy. Evelyn wiped her hands with a clean handkerchief. You used to love these, don't you remember? I shook my head. I really don't. When I was little, candy was a luxury. Just staying alive was already good enough. Evelyn hooked a finger around the loose hair near my forehead. If you want it, you can have it every day from now on. My ear felt itchy, and the place her fingers touched felt cool. I instinctively took Evelyn's hand, looking a little confused. Evelyn, why are your hands always so cold? I've wanted to ask you since I saw you again. Are you still not feeling well? Evelyn smiled faintly. I was born like this. The afternoon arrived quickly. Logan stood in front of the mirror, turning from side to side. He was wearing a light purple suit, with a fitted cut, and refined detailing along the hem. He had added several accessories, and deliberately styled his hair to look especially handsome. Mom, does this look good? Mrs. Lynn smiled at him. It looks wonderful. That suit cost tens of thousands, but it was absolutely worth it. You can drive the car your second sister gave you today. Your classmates will be there too. Let them see the difference. Logan nodded. That's true. They all just graduated from high school. Some of them are already working part-time just to pay tuition. Unlike me, I can already drive a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. Logan checked his phone. Some people have already left. We should get going too. He picked up a handbag. Mom, you have to take some good photos of me today. Mrs. Lynn naturally agreed, but Olivia, standing near the doorway, looked cold and distant. Grace had disappeared somewhere entirely. Olivia, where's Grace? You two have both been acting so strange lately. Olivia glanced at everyone's cheerful expressions. She understood exactly why Grace wasn't here. Olivia, don't be unhappy every day. Logan casually reached out to hook his arm through hers. Want me to cheer you up? No need. Olivia instinctively avoided his hand, but when she saw Logan's expression fall, she immediately regretted it. Logan's smile stiffened. Olivia, why are you being so cold to me? Did I do something to upset you? I'm starting school the day after tomorrow. Even if you don't like being around me, there are only 2 days left. Olivia felt suffocated. I'm not angry at you. I'm just in a bad mood myself. Logan no longer wanted to talk to her, but to maintain his image. He forced down his frustration and smiled. All right. Olivia, I know you've been upset lately. It's fine. I'll head downstairs first. Mrs. Lynn pointed at Olivia. Look at your brother. He's being so considerate of you. And you're still making him feel bad. Olivia clenched her hanging hand into a fist. I'm sorry. I'll try to control my temper. Sophia's hair was styled perfectly, and she wore an elegant tailored outfit. Her entire appearance radiated refinement. She was sitting on the sofa when she saw Logan come downstairs, and immediately asked with concern, Logan, what's wrong? Why do you look upset? Logan pressed his lips together. It's nothing. Madison cared about her little brother more than anyone. After his humiliation at the last banquet, he had finally gotten something worth celebrating, yet he was still frowning. She walked over. Logan, let's go. Ride with me. Mom said I could drive myself. Logan forced a smile. How about you ride with me instead, Madison? Madison waved her hand and followed Logan outside. Sophia frowned as she looked at Olivia. You need to get your emotions under control. Instead of taking them out on Logan every day. Another sister toyed with the car keys in her hand and joked, What? Are we supposed to mourn Ryan for 3 years? Just because he died. None of us are allowed to be happy anymore. Olivia, don't be so controlling. Olivia lowered her head. She still remembered Grace's message. Ryan is alive. Sooner or later, she would see him for herself. At Woohoo Hotel, Logan and his family got out of their cars. The hotel was one of the most prestigious in the entire city, with an enormous landscaped estate. Handsome attendants stood beside the magnificent entrance. Good afternoon, Mr. Lynn. Your banquet is ready. Please come in. Mrs. Lynn nodded. Have all of our guests arrived? The attendant froze for a moment. Not many have arrived yet. Maybe they're still on the way. Mrs. Lynn's heart skipped a beat, and an uneasy feeling rose inside her. The Lynn family's banquet was on the 3rd floor. We went upstairs, but aside from Claire and a few of her friends, there was almost no one there. Mrs. Lynn checked her phone. It was already 2 in the afternoon. David also stepped out of the elevator and frowned. Did you notify everyone properly? Why is nobody here? Mrs. Lynn was flustered. I don't know either. Maybe they'll arrive a little later. That was what she said. But she hurriedly pulled out her phone and started messaging people on WeChat. They had planned for 200 guests and prepared dozens of tables. They had originally worried that only half the invitees might come, but now they couldn't even fill a single table. Mrs. Lynn called one of her friends. Hey, Jack, why aren't you here yet? I'm in a rush. I'm buying a gift right now. Can't talk. I'm busy. Mrs. Lynn froze when she heard that. She stared at her phone in confusion. Buying a gift? Maybe. Maybe he thinks Logan did so well that he needs to prepare something special. Logan immediately brightened. It's because of you, Mom. You're close with Uncle Jack, so of course he's taking it seriously. You only notified him yesterday, and he's always busy with business. It's normal that he only found time to buy a gift now. That makes sense. Mrs. Lynn thought about it and decided the explanation was reasonable. Then there's no need to worry. The elevator doors opened again with a ding. Mrs. Lynn immediately looked over, but only a dozen students stepped out. Logan, congratulations on getting into college. This is a gift from our class. Logan accepted the present. He was just about to smile when he spotted his longtime rival, the class academic representative, Nathan Lee. Nathan looked at Logan. Congratulations. But whether that admission spot really belongs to you, you know better than anyone. Nathan scoffed. You're celebrating someone else's achievement. Be careful. Karma doesn't catch up with you. Nathan had already figured it out. Ryan had always ranked first. There was no way he hadn't gotten into college. So how had Logan suddenly gotten into a university? Anyone with a brain could tell something was wrong. The other students were looking at Logan strangely too, afraid of being embarrassed in front of his dad. Logan quickly led them toward the most isolated tables. Once Nathan sat down, he looked around. Woohoo Hotel is ridiculously expensive. Your family really treats you well. Logan forced a smile. We're classmates, and today's supposed to be a happy day for me. So let's not talk about irrelevant things. What, are you scared? Nathan sneered. He simply couldn't stand seeing how hard Ryan had worked, how desperately he had studied, only for Logan to take his place. Seriously. Back in senior year, who would have guessed that the handsome school celebrity and Ryan were actually biological brothers? The others nodded in agreement. Exactly. Ryan barely talked to anyone. He kept wearing the same worn-out shoes even after they were falling apart. Tyler added, I remember he always took the bus. Emma nodded too. Yeah. Ryan worked incredibly hard when he first transferred in from the countryside. Even the homeroom teacher didn't really like him. Nathan looked straight at Logan. You're the rich young master. And Ryan was nothing but your stepping stone. There's plenty of unfairness in this world. But I believe justice comes eventually. Logan's expression turned ugly. He forced out a stiff smile. If you came here just to ruin my mood, you can leave? After saying that, he stopped pretending and walked toward his parents with a dark expression. Emma scoffed, then whispered, Nathan, are we really okay being this harsh on him? Why wouldn't we be? That admission spot obviously belonged to Ryan. They might not have been close friends with Ryan, but they had competed against him on the grade rankings for years. That created its own kind of bond. David looked at Logan with a dark expression. Everything arranged? Yes. Don't let any important guests arrive. And hear that your admission spot wasn't honestly earned. Logan felt wronged. Dad, I've handled everything. Sorry for making you worry. David gave a cold snort. Go downstairs and wait. Then he and Mrs. Lynn entered the elevator together. Mrs. Lynn wanted to comfort her son, but with her husband looking so furious, she didn't dare say anything. Claire walked over and patted Logan's shoulder. Don't worry. I asked my dad to come too. There'll be plenty of people here to support you. Only then did Logan relax. Claire, thank you. Let's go downstairs and wait too. The guests should be arriving soon. The Lynn family went downstairs together to the lobby and waited. David stared grimly through the massive glass entrance. Outside was completely empty. There wasn't a single luxury car in sight. He checked his phone. It was already 2:30. Every minute felt like an eternity. He personally called several old friends. At the very least, they couldn't end up with no one showing up. A terrible thought crossed his mind. Had offending the business association president last time, and also offending Zhenhua Pharmaceuticals, really gotten the entire Lin family blacklisted? Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart, without the slightest hesitation. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, the Lin family went downstairs together to the lobby and waited. David stared grimly through the massive glass entrance. Outside was completely empty. Not a single luxury car appeared. He checked his phone. It was already 2:30. Every minute felt like an eternity. He personally called several old friends. At the very least, they couldn't end up with no one showing up. A terrible thought crossed his mind. Had offending the business association president last time, and Zhenhua Pharmaceuticals as well, really gotten the Lin family blacklisted? David's shoulders sagged slightly. His face turned pale, and his heart felt ice cold, even though it was late August, and the temperature was pushing 40 degrees Celsius. His heart felt as though it had been plunged into freezing water. Honey, cars are coming. Mrs. Lin suddenly cried out. Look! David immediately straightened his back and hurried toward the entrance. The first license plate looked familiar. The car stopped, and several more vehicles appeared behind it. It was already past 2:40. Yet more than 10 cars suddenly arrived at once. Mercedes, BMWs, Audis. They poured in and nearly blocked the entire driveway. The moment David saw who stepped out of the first car, he hurried over and grabbed his hand. Mr. Lewis, weren't you overseas? You actually rushed back today. You're really giving me a lot of face. Mr. Lewis instinctively shook his hand and laughed. Of course. A graduation banquet is a major occasion. Even if I had to crawl back from overseas, I'd still make it. Who in our circle would dare miss this? As he spoke, he casually asked, I'm the first one here, right? David's face immediately brightened. Mr. Lewis was an extremely wealthy businessman, and he was actually showing David this much respect. David quickly nodded. Yes, you're the first one here, Mr. Lewis. Come upstairs to the 2nd floor and have some tea. The 2nd floor? I thought it was the 7th floor. Mr. Lewis frowned. David laughed awkwardly. You're getting older. Must have remembered it wrong. Come on, come on. It's going to be lively today. Mrs. Lin quickly greeted the other executives behind him and led them toward the second floor, unable to stop smiling. When they reached the second floor, Mr. Lewis looked around and realized he really was the first to arrive. He enthusiastically patted David on the shoulder. Good, good. I never knew you were this capable, Mr. Lin. You actually managed to organize this graduation banquet. I really underestimated you before. Turns out you've got some serious connections. Mr. Lewis thought for a moment. You came to my company before to discuss a partnership, didn't you? Yes. David's expression instantly turned serious. Was Mr. Lewis actually going to discuss business with him? Mr. Lewis smiled. After we finish drinking, let's sit down and talk properly about that deal. David's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Nearby, Mrs. Lin whispered to Logan. That's Mr. Lee from Jiahe Beauty. That one is Mr. Song from Shenkong Group. And over there is Mr. Zhao from Haitian Hotel. Logan listened carefully. They were all CEOs of famous major companies. And every one of them had actually come. Were these all people you invited on WeChat, Mom? Mrs. Lin nodded. She hadn't expected that after sending out those invitations. So many of these people would actually show up. This gave the Lin family enormous prestige. After today, the family's business would surely become much easier with connections like these, turning around the Lin family's recent difficulties. Be effortless. Someone noticed Mrs. Lin greeting the guests and smiled. You're Mrs. Lin, aren't you? Your son has a bright future. Mrs. Lin smiled. Of course. And thank you all for coming. She was thrilled. Her vanity had never felt more satisfied. Her son had gotten into a university. How could he not have a promising future once he went to the capital? Everyone, please head up to the second floor. I've prepared some excellent tea. The guests nodded and began looking at Mrs. Lin with newfound respect. Normally, someone of Mrs. Lin's status wasn't worth mentioning. She usually relied on the Moore family just to get opportunities to appear in these circles. Getting important people to take her seriously was never easy. Usually, only families with similar wealth, in the tens of millions, would associate with the Lins. The Moore family brought the Lins into higher circles, only because of Claire. But this graduation banquet was unexpectedly being hosted by Mrs. Lin and her family. It looked like the Lin family was about to rise rapidly. Mrs. Lin, how about we have afternoon tea together tomorrow? Someone handed her a business card. Mrs. Lin was flattered. Of course, of course. I'm free anytime. She accepted one business card after another, while calculating inwardly. If all of these people could cooperate with the Lin family, that would be incredible. The guests were all escorted to the second floor. Another Lin sister hurried downstairs. Mom, why are there so many people? Dozens of tables are already full. Mrs. Lin had been too busy celebrating to notice. Oh no, I didn't expect this many guests either. Go open several more banquet halls on the second floor and add another 50 tables. She nodded. Okay, wait. Mrs. Lin stopped her fourth daughter and lowered her voice. Upgrade all the food too. These big bosses have eaten every delicacy imaginable. I underestimated the status of the people coming today. It doesn't matter if we spend a fortune this time. Her daughter understood and immediately went to find the hotel manager. Good fortune had finally come to the Lin family. Mrs. Lin felt completely refreshed, as though all the frustration she'd carried lately had finally disappeared. Madison frowned. Mom, are you sure about this? The cars from earlier have already left, and now another dozen luxury cars are arriving. Every one of them is worth over $1 million. Looking at the license plates, Madison recognized people she had seen in elite circles before. Mrs. Lin frowned. Sure about what? Are you sure all these people came because of your WeChat invitations, Mom? Those people over there are from the government. Mrs. Lin froze. I don't know. She certainly didn't have connections like that. Otherwise, the family's business wouldn't have struggled for so many years. Secretary's son stepped out of a car and glanced at Woohoo Hotel. This place is good, perfect for a graduation banquet. His secretary accompanied him to the entrance and asked Mrs. Lin, where should we put the gift? Mrs. Lin's entire body went numb. This was Secretary's son. Secretary son, please come in. The gifts can be placed on the second floor. Sweat appeared on her forehead. My God. Even Secretary's son had come. And the people arriving behind him were even more important. One of the executives from Jinhua Pharmaceuticals stepped out of a car. He looked somewhat surprised when he saw Logan, but when he noticed the graduation banquet welcome sign, his expression froze. "This graduation banquet is yours?" He frowned, clearly surprised, and looked at Logan a few more times. Logan was dressed handsomely today, with none of the miserable appearance he'd had after being beaten at the previous banquet. The moment Logan met the executive's icy gaze, he instinctively stepped backward, feeling deeply humiliated. This was Mr. Hua from Jinhua Pharmaceuticals. Mrs. Lin knew nothing about what had happened before, and greeted him with a smile. "We're so honored that you came personally." Mr. Hua smiled. "Of course. It's a graduation banquet. Such an important occasion deserves a generous gift. Second floor, please." Mrs. Lin smiled brighter than a flower. President Lewis arrived as well. Sweat covered his forehead from rushing over. "I'm not late, am I?" Mr. Hua turned around. "Perfect timing. Let's go up together." President Lewis, Mrs. Lin swallowed hard. Even the president of the business association had arrived. Mrs. Lin wasn't the only one shocked. Even the Woohoo hotel manager was stunned. This was supposed to be a simple graduation banquet. They had originally prepared only a little over 30 tables, yet so many powerful people had arrived. The manager personally walked over and smiled at Mrs. Lin. "Your family really has incredible connections. Then, Secretary Sun, Mr. Hua, and President Lewis are here. On our side. We'll upgrade all your tea to our highest grade, at no extra charge. Also, we'll give every table a bottle of our special house-brewed wine. Would that be acceptable?" Mrs. Lin hadn't expected such treatment. But thinking about it, Woohoo Hotel probably wanted to impress these powerful guests and demonstrated service. "Fine. Thank you for the trouble." By now, even Mrs. Lin's manner of speaking had changed, carrying a hint of arrogance. The manager personally handed her his business card. "This is my card. If you host another banquet in the future, call me directly. I'll personally make sure everything is handled perfectly." "Thank you." Logan took the card and looked at it. His smile grew even wider. He had dressed so handsomely today, and so many important people had come specifically to congratulate him. Logan took a deep breath and silently reminded himself there would be plenty more occasions like this in the future. He might still feel a little overwhelmed and excited today, but next time he would handle it calmly. After all, with his identity, his future was incredibly bright. He would only continue rising, and everything would keep getting better. The manager praised him. "Mr. Lin truly is an exceptional young man. One look at you, and I can tell you're destined for great things. You have extraordinary presence. Your future is bound to be brilliant." Logan grew even more pleased. He tried not to look too proud, but he simply couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. "An exceptional young man," a cool male voice suddenly sounded. "I'm here." The moment Logan heard that voice, his entire body stiffened. When he saw who had arrived, he gritted his teeth. His face turned horribly pale, with fear creeping into his expression. Sterling Pharmaceuticals. He remembered the beating from that night, and instinctively touched his injured arm. He didn't even dare raise his head. He had suffered nightmares for several nights in a row, and had desperately tried to forget everything. Why had he run into this terrifying man again? I wore a custom-tailored, fitted suit. My lightly tanned skin carried a healthy glow. My long legs were straight and slender, perfectly framed by tailored dress pants. My proportions were flawless, and my short hair looked sharp and clean. The hotel manager was visibly impressed. This young man was strikingly handsome, yet his presence was cold enough to keep people at a distance. Behind my broad shoulders, a small black flame tattoo could be seen. I stood out effortlessly from everyone around me. "Sir, your banquet is booked on the 7th floor. I spoke calmly. "The 30 tables should already be full, right?" The manager froze. "There's no one on the 7th floor. Could the guests have been told the wrong time?" I frowned slightly. "The wrong time?" The manager hurriedly contacted his staff. "Our servers on the 7th floor already checked. There really isn't anyone there." Even I found that strange. Mrs. Lin stared at my face, completely dumbfounded. All the excitement she'd felt moments ago vanished. Her face was filled with disbelief. While I was speaking with the manager, Mrs. Lin asked Logan with trembling hands, "Am I seeing things? This man, why did he look exactly like her dead son?" "Because it was me. But why was I completely ignoring her? As if I didn't know any of them at all. Mrs. Lynn looked like she'd seen a ghost once the shock passed. Anger immediately rose inside her. For days, she had barely been able to sleep at night. Yet here I was perfectly fine and dressed so elegantly. And I was even pretending not to know her. What was with this attitude? Had I suddenly grown a backbone? Mom, he's not Ryan, Logan hurriedly said. And not two they, still looking frightened. He pulled Mrs. Lynn aside. Mom, I'm begging you. Don't mistake him for someone else. He's Ethan Allen, the CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals. Logan leaned close to Mrs. Lynn's. Heir, and lowered his voice so only the two of them could hear. He's extremely dangerous, and he has powerful people backing him. Whatever you do, don't try to claim he's family. Last time, I made the same mistake. And Logan remembered the beating he'd suffered. His face alternated between red and pale. He swallowed nervously. He just looks too much like Ryan. But he only recently returned from overseas. Mrs. Lynn frowned. How is that possible? There can't be two people in the world who look this identical. Ryan must be playing some kind of trick. You're too innocent. He's fooled you. Mrs. Lynn's chest rose and fell with anger. He showed up at your graduation banquet today because he heard about our family's celebration and finally couldn't keep hiding anymore. Mrs. Lynn had originally been devastated because she believed I'd died saving the family. But now that she saw me alive and well, she wasn't nearly as happy as she'd expected. Ryan really was too calculating. His schemes ran far too deep. Logan's face had already gone pale, and he was too exhausted to keep explaining. But he definitely didn't want to die alongside Mrs. Lynn. He really isn't Ryan. Just search him online, and you'll see. He's the CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals. You know exactly what Ryan's background was. If he really had anything to do with Sterling Pharmaceuticals, then why would he have stayed at home? And, Logan almost said, and why would he have endured everything silently? But the words made him feel guilty before they even left his mouth. At the very least, he wouldn't have lived so frugally. Mrs. Lynn thought about it and had to admit that made sense. Ryan had always been painfully submissive. If he were really the CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals, that would make absolutely no sense. She pulled out her phone and searched for my photo. The results appeared almost immediately. The internet was filled with pictures of me. Most headlines describe me as a mysterious, handsome CEO returning from overseas to attend an elite banquet and being surrounded by powerful figures. The story had already made the news. He really was the CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals. Mrs. Lynn's expression finally softened. She never could have imagined that someone who looked so much like me could have such an extraordinary identity. Fate really was strange. But looking at that face, she still couldn't bring herself to treat me respectfully. When she came over to talk, she even carried herself like an elder. Young man, you're hosting a banquet here too? I glanced at Mrs. Lynn. What else would I be doing if I weren't here to host a banquet? Do you think I came here because I had nothing better to do? Mrs. Lynn immediately grew annoyed. What was with this guy's attitude? Why did every sentence sound like a jab? No matter what, she was still older than him. And today, so many powerful people had come for the Lynn family. Their family's future looked brighter than ever. There was no guarantee they'd always be beneath Sterling Pharmaceuticals. The only reason she'd approached me was because her husband had once wanted to establish a relationship with Sterling Pharmaceuticals. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered. Heh, you're not very good with people, and you don't speak very pleasantly either. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Mrs. Lynn was furious. What was with this guy's attitude? Why did every sentence sound like a jab? No matter what, she was still older than him. And today, so many powerful people had come. The Lynn family's future looked brighter than ever. There was no guarantee they'd always be beneath Sterling Pharmaceuticals. The only reason she'd come over to talk was because her husband had once wanted to establish a relationship with Sterling Pharmaceuticals. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered. Heh, you're not very good with people, and you don't speak very pleasantly either. Mrs. Lin gave a disdainful snort, then said smugly, "My eldest son is having his graduation banquet today. We originally prepared dozens of tables, and they're already full. We even had to open several more banquet halls. There are nearly 200 tables now." The hotel manager looked at Logan, then looked at me. Honestly, we didn't look alike at all. Compared with me, Logan's appearance was far more ordinary. But the Lin family was still a major client with strong connections. So the manager knew which side mattered more. "You two shouldn't create unnecessary conflict. Actually, this is quite a coincidence. There's also a graduation banquet on the 7th floor. What are the odds? You two gentlemen might even be classmates. Maybe you'll become friends someday." I let out a faint, mocking laugh. Contempt flickered through my eyes. Logan felt deeply uncomfortable too. Be classmates with me? The thought alone made him feel sick. Every time he saw my face, he remembered the humiliation of being beaten. Logan deliberately smiled. "Not necessarily. I'm studying one of the university's best programs, and there aren't many students admitted each year. This gentleman only recently came back from overseas, so he's probably enrolled in some international joint program." Mrs. Lin deliberately asked, "I remember international students don't need very high scores, right?" Of course not. Besides, students educated overseas aren't usually as academically strong as ours. Pride appeared in Logan's eyes, so lower admission scores are only natural. Mrs. Lin laughed several times and looked at me with even more disdain. "If you're paying your way into school, how do you have the nerve to reserve 300 tables? That's ridiculously excessive. No wonder no one's showing up." Several more cars suddenly arrived. The Moore family's car was right at the front. Mrs. Lin immediately smiled. "Oh my. Logan, even Claire's parents came. They said they wouldn't, but they still showed up in the end. Looks like they're doing this for you. Go welcome them." Mrs. Lin still remembered the Moore family saying they'd rather die than associate with the Lins again. Apparently, they'd just been pretending to be tough. Mrs. Lin smiled smugly. They must have seen how many important guests had come to the Lin family's banquet and changed their minds. Power really was what mattered most. Mrs. Lin leisurely stood with Logan near the entrance. Mrs. Moore personally walked over carrying a large gift box. "Mrs. Moore, you're quite late. Luckily, we still saved a table for you." Mrs. Moore had originally spotted me and smiled warmly. But before she could approach, Mrs. Lin blocked her path. The moment Mrs. Moore saw who it was, her expression immediately turned ugly. This woman really was like gum stuck to her shoe. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get rid of her. It was irritating. Mrs. Moore frowned sharply and snapped, "Move, you're blocking the way." "Mrs. Lin, I've already made myself perfectly clear. I don't have time to attend your family's graduation banquet. I have something important to do today. Don't force me to lose my temper with you in public." Mrs. Lin's face immediately fell. Being humiliated like this, in front of so many people, was enough to anger even the most patient person. "Mrs. Moore, what exactly do you mean? I came over here to welcome you politely, and you're insulting me instead?" Mrs. Lin wanted to throw a few insults back, but then remembered that her family still relied heavily on the Moore family, and Claire remained extremely useful to them, so she swallowed her anger. "I'm hosting a graduation banquet too. I thought you were here for ours. If you're not, then I misunderstood." Mrs. Moore gave her a few contemptuous looks. "Your family isn't the only one holding a graduation banquet here today. The banquet I'm attending belongs to the CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals. Your family really picked an unfortunate day. Same day, same place, even the same time as his banquet. I don't know whether to call that incredible timing, or say you brought this humiliation on yourselves." "Aunt Moore, don't say that." Logan frowned, deliberately steadying his voice as he defended his mother. "It's true that the Lin family can't compare to the Moore family right now, but that was in the past. Now, we're slowly improving too." Logan smiled faintly. "We already have around 200 tables filled at today's graduation banquet. Even Mr. Hua and President Lewis came." Mrs. Moore's expression changed. "There's no way President Lewis came to your family's graduation banquet. It's true. If you don't believe me, go up to the 2nd floor and look." Mrs. Moore knew that Sterling Pharmaceuticals' banquet was on the 7th floor. Curiosity rose inside her, but she still went over to greet me first. Mr. Allen, the Moore family specially prepared a generous gift for you today. I hope you'll like it. I gave a slight nod, remaining rather distant toward Mrs. Moore, but just receiving that tiny acknowledgement from me was already enough to make her beam with delight. My daughter behaved recklessly and offended you last time. I hope you won't hold it against us. The Moore family would be honored to have more dealings with Sterling Pharmaceuticals. We all have tremendous respect for your company. Becoming CEO at such a young age is truly remarkable. I had no interest in listening to meaningless flattery. We'll talk about future matters when the time comes. Mrs. Moore immediately agreed, then walked inside with a cheerful smile. Mrs. Lynn was surprised by how respectfully Mrs. Moore treated me, but after thinking about it, she found it reasonable. After all, this was Sterling Pharmaceuticals, a Fortune 500 public company that could stand toe-to-toe with the biggest corporations around. Thinking back on her own attitude toward me, Mrs. Lynn suddenly smiled. Mr. Allen, there isn't anyone on the 7th floor anyway. Why don't you come sit with us on the 2nd floor and have some tea? Logan didn't particularly want me there. Whenever I was around, he seemed to fade into the background. He was supposed to be the star of today's graduation banquet, but he also understood that his mother wanted to build a relationship with Sterling Pharmaceuticals. So Logan reluctantly added, "That's right. Mr. Allen, come sit with us for a while." I smiled faintly. Sure, I already had a suspicion about what was happening. Before President Lewis arrived, he had specifically contacted my assistant and said he'd prepared a major gift. He had clearly intended to attend my graduation banquet, so why had he gone to the 2nd floor instead? That was worth investigating. I can go. I'm just afraid you won't be able to handle the embarrassment later. Logan sneered inwardly. This guy really knew how to brag. Did he honestly think he could completely overshadow him? Why would I be embarrassed? Every flower needs leaves to make it stand out. If I get to be the background that makes Mr. Allen shine, that would still be an honor. I gave Logan a cool glance. I hope you're still smiling that happily later. The people from the other cars also went inside. Evelyn stepped out of her car. Someone beside her held an umbrella over her. Her entire body remained shaded beneath it as she walked with light, graceful steps. Her Chinese-style outfit made her look almost otherworldly, as though she didn't belong in this world. The moment Logan saw her, he froze. What a beautiful woman. She was almost mesmerizing. While he was still stunned by her beauty, Evelyn had already walked over. Logan pressed his lips together. His throat suddenly felt dry. He wanted to speak, but no words came out. Just as he was about to greet her, Evelyn stepped out from beneath the umbrella and casually draped one long arm over my shoulder. The sunlight seemed a little too bright for her, so she raised one hand to shield her eyes. Her icy pale skin almost seemed to reflect the light. Evelyn, I looked up at her. These two invited us upstairs for some tea. Want to come? Evelyn's gentle gaze shifted toward Logan. For one brief instant, the light in her eyes changed, sinking into something dark and unsettling. Logan grew nervous under her stare. Hello, I'm Logan Lynn. Your brother and I attend the same university. It's very lively on the 2nd floor. You two are welcome to come up and sit with us. Logan's palms were slightly sweaty. He had never seen a woman like her before. Beautiful without looking overly delicate, with an aloof elegance in her very bones. He was convinced she had to be a highly educated and refined woman, and he recognized the car she just stepped out of. It was worth tens of millions. If my little brother wants to go, then naturally I'll go with him. Evelyn gently patted my shoulder. Inside the elevator, Logan stood off to one side, watching how close Evelyn and I were. He wanted to speak, but then heard Evelyn lean toward me. Ryan, you smell nice today. Are you wearing cologne? It's probably the scent from my clothes. This suit already smelled like this when it arrived. Maybe they treated the fabric with something. Evelyn's hand slid from my shoulder, slowly down to my waist. This suit really is nice. It makes your waist look lean and strong. Very handsome. Evelyn laughed softly. Her narrow eyes lowered, and the tenderness and affection inside them were almost overwhelming. Logan's entire body tensed. The elevator walls were mirrored, so, unfortunately for him, he could see every interaction between us clearly. A sour feeling of jealousy slowly rose inside him. Such a beautiful woman. Why was she so intimate with her little brother? Ding. The elevator doors opened. It had only been a few seconds, but countless thoughts had already flashed through Logan's mind. The banquet hall on the second floor was already packed with people. It was extremely lively. Crystal chandeliers glittered overhead, while servers moved between the tables. Wine glasses clinked continuously. Warm amber lighting gave the entire banquet a luxurious, extravagant atmosphere. Everyone was dressed formally, and nearly all of them were familiar faces from the business association. Logan put on a bright smile, then turned toward me beside Evelyn. "Mr. Allen, welcome to my graduation banquet. Would you prefer tea or red wine? I'll have someone prepare it." He was already acting like the host. His eyes shone with excitement, and his smile was full of confidence. When Logan noticed everyone looking over, his smile grew wider. "Just find anywhere you'd like to sit. There are so many guests today. So if our hospitality isn't perfect, please don't hold it against us." David's expression darkened slightly when he saw me appear, but he still came over to greet me. "Thank you for putting aside what happened before and coming to my son's graduation banquet. Sterling Pharmaceuticals really does have extraordinary class." "I admire that." I raised an eyebrow. "I'm just here because I happened to be downstairs. I came up to see what all the excitement was about." David looked awkward. Right, that's fine too. Please have a seat." "No need. We'll only stay for a moment. I still have to go to the 7th floor. Claire was here too." What exactly was going on? How could there be 200 or 300 tables filled here? Today was the graduation banquet of Sterling Pharmaceuticals CEO, W7. Couldn't possibly ignore Mr. Allen's banquet, and instead attend the graduation banquet of the Lin family's fake heir, offend Sterling Pharmaceuticals and Miss Shaw, just to flatter the Lin family? No matter how she thought about it, it made no sense. Claire glanced toward me and saw another exceptionally beautiful woman standing beside me. Pain flashed through her eyes, and she forced herself to look away. This man wasn't Ryan. By then, it was already 3 o'clock. Everyone who saw me wanted to come over and greet me. "Welcome, distinguished guests, to today's graduation banquet. We're delighted to have everyone gathered here." The MC stood on stage holding a microphone, his voice carrying throughout the hall. Everyone paused and returned to their seats. It would be more appropriate to offer toasts after the ceremony. The MC delivered several polite opening remarks. "Now, let's begin by announcing the gift list." He smiled. "And these gifts are extremely generous. Even I have to admit, they've gone far beyond what I expected." Everyone turned toward the MC, worried that their own gift might look embarrassing by comparison. "Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching." My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding, as a threat, to force me to give my college admission spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, the MC finished delivering a few polite remarks. "Now, let's announce the gift list." The MC smiled. "These gifts are incredibly generous. Even I have to admit, they've gone far beyond what I imagined." Everyone turned to look at the MC, worried that their own gifts might look embarrassing by comparison. The MC stood on stage, holding a red gift registry. Logan looked slightly surprised when he heard that, then quickly brightened with delight. It seemed everyone had prepared extremely valuable graduation gifts for him. Otherwise, the MC wouldn't have reacted like this. David patted Logan's shoulder. "Logan, all these uncles and aunts think highly of you, so study hard and don't disappoint their expectations." Logan nodded seriously. "I understand, Dad." Mrs. Lin and the others had also come upstairs. Another Lin sister crossed her arms and leaned slightly against the elevator as she watched the stage. Her face was filled with satisfaction. Sophia walked over to Logan and quietly encouraged him with a few words. Logan smiled even more brightly. Grace still hadn't appeared. Madison looked somewhat worried. Olivia sat in a secluded corner, staring fixedly at me. I stood beneath the lights, looking impossibly dazzling. The moment Olivia saw me, she was certain I was her brother, but she didn't dare come any closer. The MC began reading the gift list. Mr. Lee of Jiahahe Beauty has presented a set of premium deep-sea pearl jewelry Mr. Song of Shenkong Group has presented a blood jade dragon ornament. Mr. Zhao of Haitian Hotel has presented a rare provincial treasure and a bolt of premium silk fabric. Secretary Sun of the municipal government has presented a Qing dynasty painting from a renowned antique collection. Mr. Hua of Zhenhua Pharmaceuticals has presented premium ginseng with complete certification. It was one of Zhenhua Pharmaceuticals' prized items from last quarter, valued at over 10 million. President Lewis of the Business Association has presented a parcel of land in the Southern Development Zone. The one plot, measuring 500 square meters. By the end, the MC could barely get the words out. What kind of people were these? How could every one of them be this generous? It was terrifying. He took a deep breath, finished his closing remarks, and hurried off stage. He could brag about hosting this event for the next year or two. Even conservatively, the gifts were worth over 100 million. Logan was completely stunned. His eyes went wide. He wanted to clap, but his hands had gone weak. He felt as though he were floating above the clouds. It was like walking down the street and suddenly having $100 million fall into his lap. Logan's heart pounded wildly. He muttered, "Am I dreaming? They actually gave me this many gifts?" After all, the Lin family only made around 10 million a year. Another Lin sister was equally shocked. This is way too generous. Sophia couldn't understand it. Normally, these people barely had any relationship with the Lin family. Why would they spend this much on a graduation banquet? Madison sighed. I knew something felt wrong. She turned toward David. Gifts worth over 100 million can't be normal. Hearing Madison's words, David looked around. Could they really have delivered the gifts to the wrong banquet? But that possibility seemed unlikely. Unless the Lin family in the capital asked them to take care of us. If the capital's Lin family was involved, they did have enough influence to command this level of respect. Mrs. Lin waved dismissively. Oh, please. If people give you gifts, just accept them. Are you afraid they'll burn your hands? She took the gift list and smiled so widely she could barely close her mouth. She could use the silk to make herself clothes and wear the jewelry whenever she wanted. The 500 square meter parcel of land was incredibly valuable too. They could turn it into a private garden estate and fill it with flowers. Mrs. Lin was already imagining what she would do with every single gift. Logan really struck gold today. Mrs. Lin was so excited. She wanted to take all the gifts home immediately and open them one by one. Logan also tried hard to suppress his smile so he wouldn't look too visibly excited. Mom, this is all because you have such amazing connections. Mrs. Lin smiled proudly. Of course, ding. The elevator doors opened again. Everyone was too busy celebrating to notice that the temperature in the hall seemed to drop instantly. Victoria stepped out. Her expression was pitch black, and her steps were steady. An icy, overwhelming aura radiated from her entire body. Beneath her dark brows, her deep eyes carried barely restrained fury, like an ancient cursed sword, ready to be drawn from its sheath. She was terrifying. Miss Shaw, you're here. Mr. Lewis immediately stood up and rushed over like an eager subordinate. He shoved David aside without hesitation, thinking David had absolutely no sense. Why wasn't he getting out of the way? He was nothing more than the person greeting guests, yet he dared stand in Miss Shaw's path. How clueless could he be? Later, in private, Mr. Lewis intended to give David a serious warning. Mr. Lewis smiled ingratiatingly. Ms. Shaw, you changed the venue without telling us first. Luckily, we all managed to find the right place. I was the first one here. I wonder whether your little brother likes the gift I prepared. The entire Lin family instantly froze. What did that mean? Mr. Lewis, David was speechless. Oh, Mr. Lin, why aren't you welcoming Miss Shaw inside? You really don't know how to handle these things. Mr. Lewis frowned. If I were you, Gover and Ball would have arranged everything perfectly for Miss Shaw. As he spoke, Mr. Lewis waved his hand impatiently. Pluvis sighed. The Lin family stepped aside in unison. While enormous waves of shock crashed through their hearts, Mrs. Lin still couldn't understand what was happening. What is going on? I curled my lips. What's going on? All the guests from my banquet on the 7th floor were brought here to your 2nd floor. My eyes narrowed slightly, turning cold. And you still have the nerve to ask? Victoria gave a cold laugh. and ran her fingers over the prayer beads around her wrist. Lifting her chin, I invited all of you here in good faith to attend my little brother's graduation banquet. Yet, you acted with this little awareness. Do you look down on me, Victoria Shaw? Mr. Lewis went completely pale. A chill swept across his back. Everyone else was stunned too. They had simply followed the people greeting guests and ended up at the wrong place. They had mistaken one banquet for another. Victoria stood motionless, then raised one hand and made a simple gesture. Trash it. A group of men in black immediately began smashing the banquet hall without hesitation. The businessmen screamed and scattered far away. But the terrifying part wasn't the tables being destroyed. It was the fact that they had offended Victoria Shaw. Crash after crash echoed as plates and dishes shattered across the floor. One moment, this had been an extravagant banquet. The next, it had become a horrifying wreck. Mr. Lewis's legs trembled. Miss Shaw, the Lynn family is the one who misled us. Victoria had never been a patient person, and she had no interest in listening to excuses. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Think carefully about how you're going to take responsibility for this mistake. Mr. Lewis felt cold all over. He nearly collapsed. This was unbelievably unfair. He had rushed back from overseas just to attend this graduation banquet. Yet before he'd even managed to build a relationship with Sterling Pharmaceuticals or Ms. Shaw, he had somehow stepped straight into a disaster and offended them instead. It was unbelievable, completely absurd, and impossible to understand. Right. This entire mess was because of the Lynn family. If the Lynns hadn't caused trouble, how could things have ended up like this? Mr. Lewis spun around and glared at David. Borse. David quickly stepped backward. Mr. Lewis, please calm down. But Mr. Lewis had already lost all reason. He grabbed David violently by the collar. This is all your fault, David Lynn. You've completely screwed me over. I was minding my own business, and you tricked me into coming here. How shameless can you be? How dare you? Mr. Lewis's spit sprayed across David's face. David looked utterly miserable. I didn't know either. How could this have happened? There has to be some misunderstanding. No misunderstanding, David hurriedly said. This is the hotel's mistake. The other guests went from confused to shocked and finally understood what had happened. One by one, they stared at the ridiculous scene, their faces darker than ever. Every one of them glared furiously at the Lynn family. The graduation banquet was supposed to be on the 7th floor. I knew I remembered the 7th floor. Click-a-ding. It's all the Lynn family's fault for deliberately bringing us here. The Lynns caused this whole mess. What terrible luck. We somehow managed to offend Miss Shaw for absolutely no reason. The Lynn family really deserves. Whatever happens to them after pulling something this shameless, they've got some nerve-causing trouble like this. Do they seriously have no idea who they are? How dare they provoke Sterling Pharmaceuticals? Mr. Hua's expression was relatively calm. His gift had been delivered directly to the 7th floor. Good thing I came in person today. Or I would have ended up making the same mistake as all of them. He looked toward Claire and said, See? The Lynn family's character really is questionable. Just to save face and make their banquet look impressive, they actually stooped to something this underhanded. Small-minded people really can't rise above themselves. Claire's dad, Michael Moore, watched the chaos and felt a lingering sense of fear. He looked at Claire with a dark expression. Claire, I stopped interfering with how you handled things before, because Ryan once saved your life. So even after Logan embarrassed himself at the last banquet, I still didn't forbid you from associating with him. But today, the Lynn family has caused a massive disaster. If you don't want to be thrown out of this family, cut ties with that man immediately. Mrs. Moore waved her hand sharply. I don't want to see you having anything to do with the Lynn family again. Claire felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She was embarrassed and miserable too, so naturally she didn't dare argue. Her parents were already tempted to leave immediately. The Lynn family stood frozen in place. All 300 banquet tables had been reduced to wreckage. They stared painfully at the destruction, heartbroken, shocked, and completely at a loss. The happier they had been moments ago, the harder it was to believe what was happening now. They had felt as though they were standing above the clouds, only to have a bucket of freezing water dumped over their heads. The chill sank straight into their bones. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Mrs. Lynn finally understood that saying today. She looked utterly miserable. Her face drained of all pride. She didn't even dare lift her head. She knew that right now. There were probably countless people who wanted to tear the Lynn family apart. It was over. Everything was over. Everything was over as Mr. Lewis continued screaming insults at her husband. Mrs. Lynn didn't dare say a single word. David was completely dazed, too. His face was filled with embarrassment and regret. Great. After today, their family would become a complete joke. And they had offended so many powerful people. His heart pounded with fear. The hall suddenly felt too crowded and suffocating. He struggled to breathe and clutched his chest. His vision began to blur. He desperately wanted to call an ambulance and be taken anywhere, as long as he didn't have to stay here and keep humiliating himself. Logan hid behind his mother, wishing he could dig a hole and disappear into it. Mom, how did this happen? They weren't here for us. They just went to the wrong banquet. Logan's eyes turned red. He bit his lip, unable to accept it. He had thought he'd finally become a true wealthy heir. Tears began falling from Logan's eyes, and his heart trembled. He was utterly crushed. So all of this had only been his own fantasy. Those people had simply gone to the wrong banquet. It was humiliating. Absolutely humiliating. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number. I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Logan's eyes were red. He bit his lip, unable to accept it. He had thought he'd finally become a true wealthy heir. Tears began falling from Logan's eyes, and his heart trembled. He was utterly crushed. So all of this had only been his own fantasy. Those people had simply gone to the wrong banquet. It was humiliating. Absolutely humiliating. One of the Lynn sisters hurried over and grabbed Logan's arm, pulling him protectively to her side. Sophia also comforted him softly. Logan, this was our mistake. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. The other guests crowded around and began berating the Lynn family. Mr. Hua felt disgusted by the whole thing. He folded his arms across his chest. At least he was composed enough not to completely lose control. But his opinion of the Lynn family had fallen to rock bottom. Mrs. Lynn, you really did something impressive today. My life had been going far too smoothly, and somehow I managed to stumble because of you. You really are something. But if you want to make an enemy of Zhenhua Pharmaceuticals, you'd better prepare yourselves. Mr. Hua smiled coldly. He was normally a fairly generous man, but no one could stay happy after stepping in something disgusting. So no one could blame him for holding a grudge against the Lynn family. President Lewis shot them an irritated look, without saying anything. Another executive shouted angrily, "What a Lynn family! Just wait," with everyone condemning them. David began to feel genuinely afraid. Mrs. Lynn was even worse. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably, and she almost burst into tears in public. She had no idea what to do anymore. "I'm sorry, everyone," she said through tears. "This is all my fault. Please don't blame the rest of the Lynn family." Mrs. Moore walked over and glanced at her. "I warned you before. People who act without loyalty eventually destroy themselves. You deserve this," she smiled smugly. Then followed Michael Moore into the elevator. Claire stopped walking and looked back at Logan. "Logan, how about I take you home?" Evelyn hadn't spoken the entire time. To her, this was nothing more than a petty farce among aunts. Watching for amusement was enough. She slowly raised one hand. A faint, contemptuous smile appeared in her narrow eyes. "Who said anyone could leave? Whoever wants to leave this place needs my permission first." Claire turned and looked at Evelyn. She was stunningly beautiful. Yet something about this woman made Claire instinctively frown and become more cautious and guarded. Do animals unconsciously shifted toward me standing beside Evelyn. A wave of inexplicable negativity surged through her heart. Why did this man have to be so dazzling? He had a face identical to that of her dead fiancé. Exactly the same. Yet he acted so intimately with another woman. Claire's expression darkened. I'm sorry. Please give the Moore family some respect. I'll apologize to you on his behalf. But no one responded to Claire. Logan hid behind her, his entire body trembling with cold fear. Did this woman really not even care about the Moore family? Who exactly was she? Logan nervously grabbed Claire's sleeve, trying desperately to make himself as invisible as possible. He could already feel the overwhelming pressure and danger. Second after second passed. The banquet hall was deathly silent. Everyone stared toward them, apparently waiting to see whether Claire could actually settle the matter. Neither Mr. Hua nor President Lewis said a word, yet Claire dared to plead for mercy. She really had no idea what she was dealing with. Someone whispered that the Moore family did have considerable influence. Claire's grandfather was extremely powerful in the capital, and that was the foundation the Moore family had built over many years. They were important people even here. Maybe Evelyn really would give them some respect. That's true. Even Mr. Hua usually gives the Moore family some consideration. The silence felt like being slowly cut apart with a knife. Claire was beginning to lose her original composure. She stared steadily at Evelyn, but Evelyn's expression never changed. She remained calm and faintly sickly looking, as though nothing in this world was worthy of her attention. After a long moment, "You want to talk about respect in front of me?" Evelyn's lips curved slightly. She raised her eyes. A cold, ruthless light filled them. "Who do you think you are?" Claire froze in place. Her entire body going rigid. Everyone watching sucked in a sharp breath. Someone hurriedly whispered, "Who is she?" "Someone who can stand beside Mr. Allen." Could she be on the same level as Miss Shaw? A lot of people were afraid they didn't understand the situation, and might end up provoking the wrong person, just like Claire had. This woman looked frail, but her presence was anything but weak. Could that be the ghost-faced miracle doctor? Evelyn Shaw, the moment that name was spoken. The entire hall fell into complete silence. Evelyn Shaw? You've got to be kidding. Victoria Shaw wasn't enough. And now Evelyn Shaw is here too? They knew nothing about the 12 Shura of the Shadow Organization, but they did know Evelyn's public identity. She was the head of the Miaoshan medical sect, and one of the capital's most famous miracle doctors. Mysterious, unpredictable, and extremely temperamental. She acted entirely according to her own likes and dislikes. She rarely saved people, but was rumored to kill far more often, making her terrifyingly dangerous. That was why people called her the ghost-faced miracle doctor. And every expert under the Miaoshan medical sect was powerful enough to intimidate an entire region. You didn't have to befriend someone like her, but you absolutely could not afford to offend her. As everyone whispered among themselves, they silently cursed the Lin family all over again. Damn those Lins. A thin figure, wearing a mask and cloak, approached while holding a small bottle. Evelyn raised her arm and half embraced me. Then with one cold hand, she gently covered my eyes. "Good boy." "Don't look." I tilted my head toward her. "Evelyn." Evelyn raised her other hand and pressed her index finger lightly against my lips. "I'm only giving her a tiny, insignificant punishment. I'm already being very kind." Evelyn spoke as though it meant nothing. "If you plead for her again, I might get angry. You know what happens when I lose control." She lowered her voice beside my ear, so only the two of us could hear. "If I truly wanted to kill someone, not a single person here would leave alive. I'm only holding back because of you." My back tightened, and I pressed my lips together. I wasn't planning to beg for her. I just wanted to watch. I'm already grown up. Something like this doesn't scare me. Evelyn smiled faintly. "Good." Claire's face had gone deathly pale, but she still forced herself to remain calm. "What are you gonna do?" The cloaked person completely ignored Claire, and no one dared step forward to speak for her. The bodyguards Victoria had brought pinned Claire down as she struggled. One of them kicked the back of her knee. She let out a muffled cry and dropped to one knee. Still, she stubbornly kept her back straight. But facing so many people alone felt like being trapped in a dead end straight out of hell. She gritted her teeth and stared at the person holding the medicine bottle. "I'm the daughter of the Moore family, and my uncle by marriage belongs to one of the capital's most powerful families. If you lay a hand on me, you're declaring war on one of the capital's great families." Evelyn gave a mocking laugh. Logan, arging and asked, first tour, looked conflicted and deeply distressed, but he didn't dare move a single step closer. At that moment, even though he knew Claire had gotten involved because of him, his weakness and selfishness told him very clearly that he couldn't let himself get dragged into this. Claire was still the daughter of the Moore family. Even if something happened to her, her family could handle it. But he was different. If he went against these people, his entire life and future would be ruined. Logan watched helplessly as Claire was forced to swallow the medicine, covering his mouth as tears streamed down his face. Medicine dripped from the corners of Claire's lips. When they finally released her, she collapsed onto the floor, gasping desperately for air. She looked as though her spine had been broken, utterly miserable and vulnerable. Reality finally sank in. These people truly wouldn't show mercy just because she was a Moore. Claire was terrified beyond words. What did you give me? Evelyn walked several steps closer. The Lynn family members around Claire immediately backed away in fear, leaving an empty circle around her. Claire was bitterly disappointed, but right now she had no attention to spare for them. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared furiously at Evelyn approaching her. Evelyn crouched down, "Ebol," and extended one pale, ice-cold hand, lifting Claire's chin, DS, and forcing her to meet her eyes. Evelyn leaned closer, with a cruel and dangerous smile. "You are rather pretty. No wonder you're so good at attracting attention." Claire didn't understand what she meant. A chill spread through her entire body. "What do you mean?" Evelyn's narrow eyes shifted, and she spoke softly, almost as if telling a joke. "Don't you enjoy showing off your charm? In front of other people? Don't you enjoy moving between men and being admired by all of them?" Her voice grew softer. Yet every word became clearer. "I almost feel sorry for you, because from now on, you won't be able to live as a woman anymore." Every word rang through Claire's ears like a massive bell. Impossible. Claire began trembling uncontrollably. It felt like something inside her mind had snapped. The woman in front of her looked far too terrifying to be human. She seemed more like a monster that devoured people without leaving even the bones. Claire couldn't accept it. "Oh, no, that's impossible." "Then live with the pain of your stupidity. Keep this secret buried in your heart." Evelyn released her and let Claire collapse back onto the floor. Then she took out a clean white handkerchief and slowly wiped her fingers, and cleaning even every flawless nail, until not a trace remained. Claire lay on the floor like a miserable stray dog, her entire body disheveled. Her face was twisted with pain and disbelief, as if she had fallen into hell and desperately needed someone to save her. She actually began to cry, sobbing uncontrollably. Evelyn rose to her feet. Her clothes remained spotless, making her look almost divine. A chandelier hung directly above her. Its light surrounded her, making her seem untouched by the filth around her. Even strands of her hair seemed to glow. She stood high above everyone else, with her eyes lowered, almost carrying a trace of compassion. A saint's face with a serpent's heart. Claire fell into complete despair. She finally realized that the world was far bigger than she had believed, and the Moore family could never protect her from everyone. The others had no idea what had happened. No one else knew what Evelyn had done to Claire, or what she had whispered to her. But seeing Claire completely break down made everyone feel a chill of fear for themselves. It was terrifying. Victoria stood nearby with a cigarette between her fingers. The glowing red ember burned at its tip, while faint smoke and the scent of tobacco curled around her. She crushed the cigarette out, lowering her sharp, dangerous eyes. Then she waved away the smoke before walking toward me. Her throat moved slightly. She looked impatiently at the Lynn family. "Start apologizing." The Lynn family all stiffened. I withdrew my gaze and stopped looking at Claire lying miserably on the floor. Seeing her any longer would only make me sick. I couldn't understand how I'd ever fallen for someone so useless. Career-wise, she had always lived under her family's protection, with no ambition of her own. She relied comfortably on her family for everything, and emotionally, she had never even been capable of loyalty. She liked someone else while still keeping me hanging. And in the end, she betrayed me and stabbed me in the back. Crash. I smiled faintly and looked at the Lynn family with interest. They had been hiding silently like terrified quails. I raised a finger and pointed at Logan. "This is your graduation banquet, right? Guys, If you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner. And tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. Without the slightest hesitation, that same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, I raised a finger and pointed at Logan. This is your graduation banquet, right? Logan's lips trembled. No, I just happened to schedule mine on the same day as yours. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please, I'm begging you, spare me this once. We'll be attending the same university from now on. Maybe we could even become friends. Logan had finally realized how terrifying the situation was, and was already babbling nonsense. I laughed mockingly. No way. I'm just someone who paid his way into school. How could I possibly deserve to be classmates with someone who earned his place honestly like you? The moment those words left my mouth, Logan's face turned deathly pale. Mrs. Lynn's expression became equally terrible. They bitterly regretted what they had said earlier. Now, they had driven themselves straight into a dead end. Every passing second felt like being roasted over an open flame. No, that's not what I meant. Shut up! David swung his hand and slapped Logan across the face, sending him crashing to the floor. This is all because of you, you useless bastard. Why did you have to hold some ridiculous graduation banquet? You're completely disgraceful. Logan let out a short cry as he fell hard onto the floor. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. His dad had put everything into that slap. Logan pitifully covered his face. His eyes were filled with shock. As tears streamed down his face, Dad, David looked away, unwilling to spare him another glance. Even his dad had abandoned him. But this clearly wasn't all his fault. Logan wasn't stupid. He knew David wanted him to take all the blame alone. Logan sat helplessly on the floor and looked at me pleadingly, as if I were his last chance at survival. Mr. Allen, I really know I was wrong. I was wrong. You're someone important. His voice was humble to the extreme. Please, show me some mercy. Another Lynn sister's heart ached terribly for him. Sophia was also desperately holding herself back. Madison looked exhausted and couldn't bear to watch. But all of them shared the same thought. Why did facing someone with this space always bring them nothing but disaster? First, there had been Ryan, who haunted them like a curse. And now this arrogant, domineering man. Their poor Logan had suffered too much. Mrs. Lynn's face turned livid. Honey, the graduation banquet wasn't even Logan's idea. Shut up. You're still defending him? David roared. Hasn't he caused enough trouble already? Do you understand how much disaster this useless boy has brought our family? This is already the second time. We sacrificed our biological son just to raise an adopted son like this. No one is protecting him today. He can pay for this with his life if he has to. Even as David said it, his heart felt as though it were bleeding from a knife wound. After all, Logan was the son. He had spent 18 years raising with everything he had, but David was still rational. Now that things had reached this point, this was their only choice. He was filled with regret. If only he'd known. If only he'd treated Ryan better. In appearance, Ryan had always been more handsome than Logan. In personality, Ryan might not have been as good at pleasing people, but at least he had been honest and well-behaved, hard-working and modest. He never went around causing trouble. And inability, despite growing up in the countryside, Ryan had studied relentlessly and wasn't inferior to any city kid. He had ranked first and earned his university admission. What exactly was so special about Logan? All Logan had was 18 years of emotional attachment and a softer personality. That knew how to make people happy. But once real trouble appeared, those strengths were completely worthless. David regretted everything so deeply that if he could return to 8 months ago, he would treat me properly and give me far more love while still treating both sons equally. Mrs. Lynn lowered her head timidly after being scolded by her husband. Her shoulders drooped and her heart ached terribly. She knew there was probably no easy way out of this today. Victoria looked down at Logan on the floor, as though she were looking at a disgusting insect. Her expression carried open disgust. Sweetheart, how do you want to deal with him? I don't know. You decide. I pressed my lips together, unwilling to waste any more thought on these people. Victoria gave a cold hum. If I decide, then he'll be carried out of here. And 7 days from now, his family can hold his memorial. My brow twitched. Madison could no longer stay silent and stepped forward. Miss Shaw, you seem to be a Buddhist. Wouldn't staining your hands with blood go against that? Victoria touched the prayer beads around her wrist. I kill only to achieve enlightenment. Buddha understands reason. He'll forgive me. Madison's heart sank violently. Someone like this was far too terrifying. There was no reasoning with her. If Madison said too much, he might end up being carried out alongside Logan. Another Lynn sister frowned and stepped forward. I'll take his punishment. What happened today has nothing to do with my brother. I'll suffer in his place. Logan tried to stop her, but it was already too late. He frowned anxiously. Victoria's fingers brushed her prayer beads, irritation flickering in her eyes. Then, break his arms and legs. Logan stared at her in disbelief. No! If that happened, how was he supposed to attend college? How was he supposed to live? What if there were permanent complications? And he became disabled? What would happen to his entire future? No, Mom, Dad, Sister, save me. Logan cried out desperately for help. He tried to run, but almost immediately, 2 bodyguards grabbed both of his arms. Pinned in place, he looked desperately at everyone around him. The guests could barely stand to watch. But whenever they met his gaze, they silently took a step backward. Some were so afraid of being dragged into the situation that they slipped away through another emergency exit. Everyone knew how to protect themselves, especially when they were still furious at the Lynn family for causing this disaster. There was no way anyone would step forward for Logan. We didn't mean for the graduation banquet to turn out like this. You can't do this to me. Logan struggled against the bodyguards and stared fearfully at Victoria. Please spare me this once. I swear I'll never do it again. I'll always remember how merciful you were. I'll change, I promise. He lowered his head, and tears fell one after another onto the floor. Only when he was completely alone and helpless did he finally understand what despair felt like. Why wouldn't anyone speak up for him? Why was the world so cold? Victoria's sharp eyes carried an icy edge. This is what happens when you bring disaster on yourself. I tugged slightly at the corner of my lips and smiled. Looks like you didn't get to enjoy yourself for very long. I had originally planned to let Logan enjoy his triumph a little longer. Too bad he was so useless. Someone brought over the red gift registry and respectfully presented it to me with both hands. Young master, this is the gift list. I casually took it, without even looking at the contents. Logan stared at the gift list, with tears still filling his eyes. I stood before him surrounded by admiration, high above everyone else. While he looked like a drenched stray dog being mocked from every direction, he had genuinely believed those gifts belonged to him. His disappointment had reached its limit, and intense jealousy surged through him. Why did Ryan get to have such incredible luck? Why couldn't it have been his? Logan gritted his teeth. I didn't actually cause you any real harm. You've already humiliated me this badly. Do you really have to use your power to bully me and drive me into a dead end? What you're doing is illegal. I held the gift registry with an indifferent expression. If you touch something that doesn't belong to you, you pay the price. And as for using power to bully people, I looked as though I'd heard a joke. If you're weaker, then endure it. I smiled without warmth. Don't tell me you've never used your own power to bully someone before. Logan's entire body froze. He stared at me in disbelief. What did that mean? Then realization struck him. You're Ryan. Logan was terrified. He had used his family's power to bully someone before. He had used the family's influence to steal my university admission spot. I narrowed my eyes slightly. Looks like the lesson last time wasn't enough. Logan trembled. No, you can't be Ryan. He was on the verge of crying. His heart was being tortured twice over. How had he been driven into a situation like this? Even though he suspected this man really was me, he didn't dare say it aloud. The moment he did, he knew the punishment would become even worse, and even more terrifying if I truly was Ryan. Then I would definitely take brutal revenge on him. Against Sterling Pharmaceuticals, Victoria, and Evelyn, Logan had absolutely no ability to protect himself. He was nothing more than a tiny ant, being toyed with in the palm of their hands. In an instant, Every trace of Logan's fighting spirit vanished. His legs went weak. If the bodyguards hadn't been holding his arms, he probably would have collapsed straight to the floor. I understand. I gave a cold laugh. Since you understand, then take the consequences. After saying that, I turned and stepped into the elevator. Evelyn and Victoria followed behind me. The two terrifying women stood on either side. I pressed the button for the 7th floor, and the elevator doors slowly closed. Just before they shut completely, I heard a scream. Then the horrifying scene on the 2nd floor disappeared behind the doors, and I couldn't see another thing as the floor numbers climbed. The 7th floor was lavishly decorated. Some of the 300 tables in the enormous banquet hall were already occupied. Floor-to-ceiling windows surrounded the entire space, letting in brilliant natural light. From here, you could overlook the gardens and lake below, with the entire landscape spread out before you. Some guests sat there trembling nervously, reading messages sent from people on the 2nd floor. The moment they saw us arrive, they hurriedly put their phones away. However terrifying and chaotic the 2nd floor was, the 7th floor was just as calm and peaceful. Victoria sneered. I hadn't even gone after the Lin family yet, and they came knocking on death's door themselves. We let them off far too easily. Evelyn spoke slowly. A trace of amusement flickered in her narrow eyes. Taking our time with them isn't bad either. I looked at my sisters, and thought to myself that the Lin family probably wouldn't know a peaceful day again, but I certainly wasn't going to pity them. By the way, there's an opening ceremony at school the day after tomorrow. The principal sent me a message. Family members can attend. Evelyn and Victoria exchanged a look. I immediately sensed the tension between them. I hurriedly added, I can bring 2 people. Only then did both of my sisters look satisfied. Several executives, including Andrew Lewis, came over to speak with us, and the banquet continued as normal. Back on the 2nd floor, David looked as though he'd aged several years. One of the Lin sisters carried the bloodied Logan on her back and hurriedly called an ambulance. Sophia and Madison stayed close beside him. Logan lay weakly against his 4th sister's shoulder. His voice was barely audible. That man is Ryan. He managed to say only that. Before the pain left him unable to speak. Logan, are you saying? Sophia frowned. The CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals is Ryan? Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and watch the continuation. You can tap it to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart, without the slightest hesitation. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Logan lay weakly against his sister's shoulder. His voice was barely audible. That man is Ryan. He managed to say only that, before the pain left him unable to speak. Logan, are you saying? Sophia frowned. The CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals is Ryan? Madison didn't really believe it. Probably not. If he really were Ryan, he never would have handed over his A university admission spot, and Ryan couldn't possibly have this kind of power or background. Sophia suddenly remembered that this man was also attending a university. I'm a professor at a university. I'll find out once school starts. If he really is Ryan, there's no way he can hide every clue. They rushed outside while talking. Mrs. Lin sat on a chair covering her face. Most of the people had already left. She wiped away her tears as she cried. Looking utterly exhausted, Michael and Mrs. Moore hurried over and found their daughter pale and completely out of it. Claire sat on the floor without saying a word. Mrs. Moore became both anxious and angry. Claire, what's wrong with you? I heard you offended those powerful people again because of the Lin family. How could you be this foolish? Don't blame her right now. Michael frowned and spoke sternly. Claire, tell us honestly, how are you feeling physically? Claire's eyes moved slightly. She stared blankly at her parents. But Evelyn's words kept echoing in her ears. Fool, you'll live with the pain forever. Keep this secret buried in your heart. Claire's face grew even paler. Her lips moved, and it felt as though a giant hand had clenched around her heart. The air inside her chest seemed to vanish all at once. Mrs. Moore was already losing patience. Say something. Claire lowered her head guiltily. My leg is hurt. Everything else is fine. It's just embarrassing. He showed them the injury on her foot. See? It's nothing serious. Even though Claire said that, her condition looked terrible. She seemed as though a dark cloud hung over her, and her voice was unusually quiet, completely different from her normal self. Her expression was miserable, and she deliberately changed the subject. Mom, I understand now. I know you were right. Michael sighed. Honey, our daughter has always cared a lot about her pride. This time she probably just can't get over the humiliation. But at least she's this calm, so she should be fine. Pride doesn't put food on the table. Mrs. Moore finally relaxed. It's okay. Don't worry, sweetheart. I was afraid you'd been seriously hurt too. But this kind of minor injury is nothing. He reached down and helped Claire stand. Let's go to the hospital. No. Claire suddenly pulled away from her mother. I'm not going to the hospital. She couldn't let anyone know that she had already been ruined. If anyone found out that she could no longer even live normally as a woman, how could she possibly face the world? Claire met her mother's worried and surprised gaze and desperately fought back the urge to cry. Her voice turned pleading. Mom, I'm exhausted. I just want to go home and bandage it myself. All right, we'll go home. Michael patted Mrs. Moore lightly and whispered, She's probably just badly frightened. Mrs. Moore nodded. Maybe getting scared like this is good for her. At least she won't keep trying to play hero. Then she warned Claire again. From now on, don't get involved with the Lynn family. Ever again. They're completely finished after today. Mrs. Lynn raised her head, and hearing those words only made her feel worse. After the Moore family left, only David and Mrs. Lynn remained, along with Olivia standing silently in the shadows. When Mrs. Lynn noticed Olivia, she complained, Where were you when all of that happened? Do you have any idea what happened to your brother? I was here the whole time. I saw everything that happened. Olivia stopped walking and looked at Mrs. Lynn. Are you really surprised this happened? Mrs. Lynn frowned. Olivia, what do you mean? Olivia understood in her heart that the mysterious young man was Ryan. He simply would never admit that he was Ryan again. For 8 months, the Lynn family hadn't given Ryan even the slightest support. Olivia's voice turned bitter. You even took away his admission spot. Did none of you ever think this day might come, that someone might use the exact same method against you and crush you simply because they're stronger? Why do you keep mixing Ryan up with that man? Mrs. Lynn trembled with anger. Stop talking nonsense. That man isn't Ryan. Ryan is already dead. Even the rescue team said there was no hope. What? Do you think he came back as a ghost? Their identities are worlds apart. It's impossible. If Ryan really had such a powerful background, why would he ever have let this family control him? If you think it's impossible, then fine, call it impossible, Olivia sneered. But everything that happened today was your own doing. Ever since Olivia learned that Ryan had saved her once before, she had started looking at everything involving him more fairly. Every single time, it had been the Lynn family pressuring Ryan, while Ryan endured it again and again. And in the end, he had still risked himself to save them. What would Olivia have done if she were him? During countless quiet nights, Olivia had imagined herself in Ryan's place and asked what she would have done. She definitely would never have saved people who treated her like enemies. Olivia exhaled and walked toward the elevator. She stepped inside without looking back. At least she knew he was alive. As long as he was alive, she still had a chance to make amends. Mrs. Lynn gritted her teeth. Honey, look at Olivia. She's completely lost her mind. She's being totally unreasonable. David didn't want to argue. Instead of blaming Olivia, you should pay more attention to that son of yours. Go to the hospital and check on him. I'm going back to the company. I have this enormous mess to clean up now. Neither of them wanted to stay there any longer. But the hotel manager stepped in front of them. I'm sorry, you two. Today's banquet turned out rather unpleasant, and I regret that. But as you can see, the damage is extremely serious. The damages still need to be compensated first. He rubbed his hands together, completely different from how enthusiastic he'd been earlier. We're just running a hotel. Hey, we can't afford to absorb losses this huge. As he spoke, the accountant beside him brought over the bill with a cold expression. Here's the itemized statement. Take a look. Will you be paying by card or bank transfer? Mrs. Lynn's heart ached. She took the bill and looked at it. Her vision nearly went black. Honey, David's teeth hurt just looking at the number. This is way too expensive. And we weren't even the ones who smashed everything. Your security failed. Mrs. Lin immediately agreed. Exactly! Anyone can just come in and attack your guests. And you still expect us to pay? You should be refunding us and compensating us for emotional distress. The manager gave a cold laugh. This was a private grudge. Your enemies caused the damage, so our hotel isn't responsible. He had no choice but to bring up the powerful people backing the hotel. And in the end, the Lin couple had no choice but to pay a massive amount in compensation. Mrs. Lin looked like she wanted to cry as she weakly left Woohoo Hotel. Even when she stepped back into the sunlight, her skin still felt cold, without the slightest warmth. David got into the car without even looking at her, then floored the accelerator and drove away. Honey, Mrs. Lin stared in shock, but she knew David was truly furious this time. She stood there miserably for a long time, without even managing to get a ride. Upstairs, I watched from the floor-to-ceiling window for a while, and couldn't help finding it amusing. I gently swirled the champagne in my hand, and took a small sip. I'd once been just as miserable as she was now. So Mrs. Lin would have to slowly get used to it. Once she truly lost everything, she wouldn't even have the luxury she enjoyed now. Sooner or later, she'd have to learn how ordinary people lived. Victoria answered a phone call, and her brows drew together. She walked over behind me, her voice serious. Ryan, Natalie Moore transferred into the chemistry department at your university. You'll run into her the day after tomorrow. I turned around. My third sister? The 12 Shura weren't ranked by age, but by the order they joined. Number 3, Natalie Moore, was only about half a year older than me, but she was a genius with an IQ of 160. She had played with all kinds of dangerous chemicals since childhood. She already knew enough to teach at a university herself. Did she really still need to go to school? I looked confused. I didn't even know Natalie had started studying at a university. Victoria did know. She frowned slightly. She has published many papers in major academic journals, so she can enroll without taking the entrance exam. All of us have public identities, and hers happens to be that of a highly sought-after genius scholar. I couldn't help laughing. Now I was even more excited for the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. A day later, at the hospital, Logan lay in bed, with metal braces supporting his entire body. Only his head could move. Mrs. Lin and Sophia were beside him, along with Madison and another Lin sister. Tears filled Logan's eyes. His face was pale. Mom? That man really is Ryan. He won't let me go that easily. He's definitely going to come after me again. Logan regretted everything. Ryan had suddenly become the CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals. What am I supposed to do? If he'd known Ryan would turn out like this, he never would have dared provoke him. His arms and legs had been badly injured yesterday, and countless pins had been inserted into his bones. It hurt so badly that every second felt worse than death. The pain kept Logan from sleeping, and whenever he finally managed to fall asleep, nightmares followed. He dreamed that Ryan carved him apart piece by piece, and no matter how desperately he begged, it didn't stop. Logan woke up crying every time, but he knew that even after everything he'd already suffered, he probably still wouldn't escape revenge that easily. Stop thinking nonsense. That man isn't Ryan. Even Mrs. Lin felt terrified whenever she remembered him now. Someone like that was genuinely frightening. We should stay as far away from him as possible from now on. She refused to believe that man and Ryan were the same person. Because Ryan had always been a pushover, anyone could bully. While this man was a powerful figure no one dared provoke. Mrs. Lin sighed again. And now there's another problem. The Lin family company has had every partnership terminated. Your dad is completely overwhelmed. Luckily, your sisters all have their own careers. Otherwise, this family really wouldn't be able to hold on. The family comforted Logan for a while, until his emotions finally settled down. Then, he suddenly remembered something important. Registration is tomorrow. Has my student record been updated online? Mrs. Lin picked up a tablet. It has. Look, you're already listed as an A university student. Logan, don't be afraid. See? Here's your enrollment information. Your file has already been transferred to A university, and I've already paid your tuition too. Mrs. Lin sighed. The tuition is actually pretty expensive. Maybe it's because you're in the best program, so it costs more. Logan's eyes were still filled with tears, making the screen hard to see. As long as I can attend college, that's enough. The best program would naturally have the best professors and facilities. So of course the tuition would be higher. Still, guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding as a threat to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart without the slightest hesitation. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Logan's eyes were filled with tears, and he could barely see the screen clearly. As long as I can attend college, that's enough. The best program would naturally have the best professors and facilities. So of course the tuition would be higher. Logan only glanced at the information. Mrs. Lin didn't look closely either, and simply closed the web page on the tablet. Neither of them noticed that the admission code belonged to the art department of a junior college, which was part of a university's affiliated vocational college. As the best university in the provincial capital, a university had several affiliated junior college campuses. The art department could even study near the main campus. At least, the difference wasn't quite as extreme as between Peking University and a vocational training school. Unfortunately, neither mother nor son looked carefully enough, and they still believed Logan was enrolled in a prestigious undergraduate program. Mom, I have to keep studying. I have to get an A university degree. Logan knew his reputation was already ruined. He couldn't afford to lose his education too. As long as he had that prestigious bachelor's degree, he could eventually leave this rising first-tier city and move somewhere larger and more prosperous. Then he could start over, and no one there would know that he'd once had his arms and legs broken. Logan silently made up his mind. He would become known as a brilliant young scholar and build himself a respectable image. Then he would carve out a new future in the capital. Fortunes changed with time. One day, he'd come back and settle the score with all of them. He would never forget the humiliation of these past 2 days. Mrs. Lin patted the back of his hand. Tomorrow, we'll push you there in a wheelchair and take you to register at the university's best school. Go introduce yourself to your academic advisor. It'll help cheer you up. Logan nodded. Okay, I'll need to request leave too. I obviously can't participate in military training. Right. Meanwhile, Claire, who had always been the pride of the elite, was inside a hotel room, crouching on the floor with both hands gripping her head in frustration. Inside the luxurious suite, a handsome man lay on the soft bed. Jason pulled the blanket higher, covering his muscular body. He didn't say much. As someone in his line of work, he was considerate enough. Miss Moore, do you want to try anything else? No. Claire's face looked terrible. I've just been under too much stress lately. I heard your fiancé died saving you. Jason looked sympathetic. Don't worry. Once you get past the psychological trauma, things should return to normal. You can call me anytime. Jason certainly didn't mind providing his services to such a beautiful and young client, especially when she paid generously. But your fiancé only died a few days ago. I was honestly surprised you called me for this. As for that, Claire didn't feel particularly guilty about it. After all, even when her fiancé was still alive, she had been able to spend the night with his older brother. So this time, she at least had a reason. She could only use her dead fiancé as an excuse. Otherwise, how could she let a male escort? Find out that she was no longer capable of intimacy? I loved him deeply. His death left me emotionally traumatized. Claire's voice was cold. You can go now. I'll contact you if I need anything. After the man left, Claire could no longer hold herself together. She let out a broken cry. It's over. Everything is over. She couldn't understand how a single dose of medicine could take away her ability to have children. There has to be a cure. There has to be. Her eyes were bloodshot. If there truly was no cure, she would lose all desire to keep living. She hated Evelyn with every fiber of her being for reducing her to this. But what could she do? There was no way she could take revenge. Claire gritted her teeth. She felt utterly powerless and miserable. The next 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. With Victoria accompanying me, I bought plenty of clothes that suited me. School was about to start, after all, and I was genuinely looking forward to college life. Victoria even gave me an unlimited black card with no spending limit, so naturally, I didn't hold back. By the day before school started, I had everything prepared. Evelyn also prepared a car for me. Early on the morning school began, I got into it. With both of my sisters sitting in the back, my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up, and a sweet, cheerful voice came through. "Ryan, I'm already waiting for you at school." "Why isn't my little Ryan here yet?" Her voice was bright and cheerful. The corner of my mouth twitched. "Natalie, add me on WeChat first. We can video call." Then the call ended. Dago Allwave frowned, big, and crossed her arms, her presence intimidating. Natalie has antisocial tendencies buried in her bones. She's always had a dangerous streak. Be careful around her. Earlier this year, she went overseas and built some chemical laboratory. She nearly became an internationally wanted criminal. Even talking about it gave Victoria a headache. Anyway, don't let her teach you anything bad. I waved my hand while thinking to myself, every single one of you is like this, okay? How do you even have the nerve to criticize each other? I quickly nodded. All right, Victoria, I'll remember. My phone chimed. A new WeChat friend request appeared. Sunshine Girl has requested to add you as a friend. My hand trembled and I fell silent. I pretended I hadn't seen it. We were going to meet at school soon anyway. My third sister had always been something of a chatterbox. A university was incredibly lively today. The car stopped in the parking lot outside campus. I got out. Countless people stood near the main gate holding banners and signs. Upperclassmen from every department had come to welcome the freshmen. Among the crowd stood a tall young woman around 5'11". Her long legs were paired with a light-colored cropped t-shirt and a sunset-toned overshirt draped casually over it. Several guys were standing in front of her chatting and laughing. She responded to them casually. The corners of her lips lifted whenever she smiled, making her look cheerful and outgoing, but there was an unruly confidence in her eyes. The outer corners tilted slightly upward, while her long lashes lowered lazily. Whenever she looked at someone, there was an effortless hint of affection in her gaze, enough to make hearts race. Those captivating eyes were dangerously charming. She was the definition of a campus goddess. Freshman, you're definitely going to cause a sensation in our chemistry department. A senior named Daniel laughed. Look how many guys are staring at you. With your looks, you're easily campus beauty level. Really? What about you, senior? Natalie clicked her tongue. Her eyes were filled with a wild, playful smile. Daniel's heart skipped. His face reddened. Come on, I wouldn't go after someone younger like that. Daniel was one of the most handsome guys in the chemistry department. Yet even he couldn't help being attracted to Natalie. Your username really shouldn't be Sunshine Girl. Natalie raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. It should be Heart Thief. Natalie looked slightly enlightened. That actually makes sense. But I'm pretty innocent. Heart Thief doesn't really fit my personality. Nathan smiled faintly. Stop teasing us seniors with a face like yours. It's the line of people chasing you could probably stretch across campus. I refuse to believe you don't have a boyfriend. Who knows? Maybe I'm actually a heartbreaker. You got that right, senior. Natalie narrowed her eyes. I really am a heartbreaker. She ran the tip of her tongue lightly against her lower lip. So you'd better be careful around me. Nathan's face turned red too. Just standing there, this freshman was already impossible to ignore. And she was playful on top of that. If not for the occasional trace of detachment in her expression, Nathan might genuinely have fallen for her. He could tell Natalie was only playing around with them. She probably wasn't interested in a single one. Just then, 3 people walked toward the chemistry department. Nathan looked up, and his breathing stopped for a moment. 2 stunning women. The one on the left was cold and alluring, with shadows beneath the corners of her eyes. She looked dangerous. The one on the right wore simple, elegant clothing, and carried herself like a solitary bamboo stalk. Her beauty was breathtaking, mysterious, and captivating. Unbelievable. Nathan's face turned red. Was the chemistry department blessed with beautiful women today? First there was Natalie, who looked like a campus goddess. And now, 2 more stunning women had arrived. For a moment, he completely forgot how to speak. And he wasn't the only one. This had instantly become the most eye-catching scene at the school entrance. Daniel was equally stunned. Then his gaze moved past the 2 women. The young man standing between them, around 18 years old. His hair was slightly wavy, and he wore casual clothes. Standing between the 2 women, he looked tall, handsome, and striking. His face was exceptionally attractive. Wow. Are you a freshman in our chemistry department? Daniel's eyes lit up. The girls in our department are definitely going to love you. Actually, that wasn't necessary. Quite a few female upperclassmen had already noticed me. But with a goddess standing on either side of me, no one dared approach. I'm not in the chemistry department. I'm in the School of Management. Daniel froze slightly. A university's School of Management was one of its most prestigious programs. Unless you ranked near the top on the college entrance exam, there was practically no chance of getting in. Handsome and brilliant, too. He gave me a thumbs up. That's impressive. I smiled faintly. You're too kind. From the moment I appeared, Natalie had stopped talking. Her deep eyes remained fixed directly on me. Her sharply defined face carried a cool edge, while her charming eyes held a smile, both arrogant and strangely affectionate. She clicked her tongue, then held out her hand. Ryan, come here. I walked over, and Natalie immediately took my hand. Natalie, long time no see. My little Ryan has gotten so big. Natalie naturally reached up and rubbed my hair. I missed you so much. Now we'll finally get to see each other every day. A smile danced in her eyes, mixed with a trace of possessiveness. Perfect. No one would be closer to her little brother than she was. I pressed my lips together and smiled. Natalie, you're barely older than me yourself. You're talking like you're several times my age. Besides, you're in the chemistry department, and I'm in the School of Management. We won't even have classes together. As long as we're together in the mornings and evenings, that's enough. Natalie's tone carried the authority of an older sister. I bought a small apartment right outside campus. There's more than enough room for me and my little Ryan to live together. Victoria frowned. Natalie provocatively stretched out an arm and hooked it around my shoulders. Your sister will take care of you. Natalie, don't corrupt Ryan. How could I? Natalie spoke lazily. I love my little Ryan more than anyone. Besides, I'm a good person. She leaned close to my ear and whispered, Little Ryan, I'm exactly the same as before. I haven't changed at all. I glanced at her. If she really hadn't changed, that was the terrifying part. She truly lived up to the name Sunshine Girl. Of course, Natalie lifted her chin proudly. You can leave little Ryan with me and go now. Victoria and Evelyn couldn't even be bothered responding to Natalie. Just then, Daniel said, There's a freshman welcome event today. Family members are allowed to attend. They can also stay with the students and help them get familiar with the campus. Daniel glanced around. We also have school buses that can take you to the station, but I don't think you'll need them. Judging by the way you're dressed, you obviously came by car. Victoria wore her usual cold, domineering expression and looked down at Natalie. Her thin lips parted slightly, and her voice was low and icy. I'm attending. Evelyn's gaze was deep. A faint smile hid in her narrow eyes. I'm attending too, Natalie scoffed. Childish. I pressed my lips together and looked at Daniel. Senior, can this many family members attend together? Daniel laughed. Of course. But your family members are seriously impressive. Natalie, we'll leave your brother with you. Of course, Natalie crooked a finger at me. Little Ryan, you have to spend today with me. Even if we're taking turns, it's finally my turn. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Daniel laughed. Of course, but your family members are seriously impressive. Natalie, we'll leave your brother with you. Of course, Natalie crooked a finger at me. Little Ryan, you have to spend today with me. Even if we're taking turns, it's finally my turn. She pinched my cheek. Look at you. You're so skinny. It breaks my heart. I'm definitely going to fatten up. My little Ryan, until you're nice and chubby. I choked. Chubby? You want to turn me into a piglet? That wouldn't be bad either. Natalie lowered her long lashes, hiding the glimmer in her eyes. Even if you became a little piglet, I'd still love you. She bent down slightly and used her index finger to tap the tip of my nose. I'd even build you a golden pig pen and keep you hidden away like treasure. I wrinkled my nose. I don't want to be raised like a pig. I turned my face away. Rejected. Your rejection doesn't count. Natalie narrowed her eyes. Seeing you like this really hurts me. There was a faint heaviness in Natalie's voice, and bitterness stirred in her heart. How had her precious little Ryan become this thin? The corner of her lips lifted. She really wanted to deal with that useless family personally, but there was plenty of time. She would never let me suffer again. I looked up, back when we were at the orphanage. Natalie and I were around the same age, and both of us were still children. We received slightly more food than the older kids, but it was always taken from us. Natalie was different. She had been fierce since childhood. No one dared steal from her. If she had one steamed bun, she would always give more than half of it to me. I tugged lightly at her clothes. All right, don't worry. Studying before was exhausting. College won't be as intense, so I'll naturally gain some weight. Don't think I can't tell you're malnourished. Natalie gave a soft scoff. Malnourished. Interesting. She had always been someone who believed in paying people back in kind. If anyone dared bully me even once, she would make sure they paid for it herself. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lin had become unusually aggressive for her son's sake. She tightened her grip on her designer handbag. A woman might normally be gentle, but a mother became strong for her child. She didn't care if she embarrassed herself. Everything she did was for her son's future. She was willing to do anything, with that fierce sense of maternal determination. Mrs. Lin really did manage to make everyone around her hesitate to approach. No one wanted to get dragged into trouble. The lobby outside the elevators on each floor was extremely spacious, and right now it was packed with people. Everyone was talking over one another about what had happened. Some were even secretly recording videos and taking photos. Mrs. Lin shouted angrily, "Everyone, come look. What kind of teacher is this? Someone secretly changed my son's academic status and refuses to give us an explanation. How can someone with no ethics act as a teacher? What right does someone like this have to teach students?" Sophia realized the situation was getting out of hand, but it was already too late to stop Mrs. Lin. Some things could be discussed privately behind closed doors, but once they were exposed publicly, there was no guarantee they wouldn't run into Logan's former classmates. Logan's admission had originally been stolen from Ryan and could never withstand public scrutiny. There were so many people outside, and now all of them are watching. Sophia wanted to intervene, but when she looked at Logan, she still pushed his wheelchair out with her. Logan looked nervous. "Sophia, am I going to lose my chance to study here?" Sophia had handled the enrollment matter together with Mrs. Lin, so she answered confidently, "No, don't worry." Only then did Logan relax. "That's good. I have to get a degree. Sophia, you have to help me. You know what our family is like now. I have to study hard on my own. Otherwise, my life will be ruined." Sophia's heart ached. "I'll make sure you get to study here." The situation was becoming more and more chaotic. When I saw how furious Mrs. Lin was, the corner of my mouth lifted. She really was quite a devoted mother, but I never remembered Logan caring this much about studying before. I tilted my head. A trace of contempt entered my voice. Natalie sneered. What a clown. She had thought some random person was causing trouble, but it turned out to be Ryan's biological mother and that adopted brother they'd picked up. So Logan was studying here too. Things were going to get interesting. The surrounding discussion grew louder. Sophia pushed Logan forward. "Everyone, please don't take photos or post this online. This concerns the university's reputation. Please be careful about what you say and do." Logan didn't dare speak. He knew Sophia was trying to protect him from public embarrassment, but uneasiness still filled his heart. Then he suddenly spotted Ryan standing out from the crowd, and his body trembled twice. It's him. Logan instinctively tried to grip the wheelchair armrest, but he couldn't move at all. His eyes widened, and he wanted to speak. His mouth opened, but his throat was so dry that barely any sound came out. Professor Lin is really impressive. Look how calm she is. No wonder she's my belle. Exactly. That academic advisor must have done something wrong, right? Listen to Professor Lin. Don't take pictures. Mr. Shui wasn't deaf. He had already been bullied long enough, and now Sophia was still trying to act morally superior. He gritted his teeth and stopped worrying about saving the Lin family's face. Since everyone has already seen this, then I'll explain exactly what happened. Mr. Shua glared at Mrs. Lin. Didn't you want an explanation? Fine, I'll give you one. I originally wanted to discuss this calmly with you. But with that attitude, with this many people watching, if he didn't explain himself properly, his entire career might be ruined. Then explain. My son was originally admitted as an undergraduate. Why isn't his student record in the system? Mrs. Lin gave a cold snort. I personally saw online that my son was admitted to a university. If his place isn't in the system, how is that possible? You must have tampered with it. Mrs. Lin waited for Mr. Shui to apologize. He'd better resolve the problem sincerely, or she wasn't going to let this go. After suffering such enormous humiliation here today, she refused to tolerate any more. Everyone turned toward Mr. Shui, waiting for him to speak. He was admitted, but his enrollment spot disappeared. Anyone would be furious if that happened to them. I think so too. You can't really blame the family for causing a scene. Let's hear what Mr. Shui has to say first. Besides, that woman has Professor Lin supporting her. Professor Lin wouldn't twist right and wrong, would she? Everyone nodded. Exactly. Professor Lin isn't unreasonable. Compared with Mr. Shui, Sophia looked far more trustworthy and had much more authority and reputation. Seeing public opinion turning completely against him, Mr. Shui pulled a crumpled sheet of paper from his pocket. Jen, his anger rose. I just printed this out. These are Mr. Lin's exam results. Logan scored 235 points on the college entrance exam. The ID number and photo on this page are yours, correct? Mr. Shui held it up for everyone to see. This was pulled directly from the official education system. There's absolutely no way it could be fake. If you don't believe me, I'll read out the exam registration number. You can look it up yourselves. Mrs. Lin's heart skipped a beat. How was that possible? They had clearly swapped the two sons' exam results. Ryan was supposed to be the one with 235 points. No, that's wrong, she became agitated, and felt both embarrassed and furious. You're lying. Logan's face had already turned deathly pale, body swayed, and all the color drained from his face. 235 points really was the score he had earned. Logan's vision went dark. His entire body burned, as though someone had poured boiling oil over him, tormenting him inside and out. No, this can't be happening. He saw everyone's expressions change. As they pointed at him, their mocking and sarcastic remarks ring clearly in his ears. I'm dying laughing. He got 235 points and still had the nerve to come register at a university? I thought Mr. Shui was the one at fault. Professor Lin, too. Why is she helping these two act crazy? I heard Professor Lin call that woman Mom. Looks like they tried to use connections and got exposed. Haha. 235 points, and he wants to attend a university, then accuses the school of cheating him. Is he dreaming in broad daylight? This is so embarrassing. If I were him, I'd want to disappear on the spot. Logan felt waves of dizziness. His admission spot was truly gone. Once his real score was exposed, it felt like being stripped naked in front of everyone. It was unbearably humiliating. Sophia's entire body stiffened too. She had been absolutely certain everything had already been settled. So why had this happened? She suddenly looked toward me. She didn't believe in ghosts. So there was only one possibility. Ryan had never died at all. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding as a threat to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart, without the slightest hesitation. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Sophia's entire body had gone stiff. She had been absolutely certain everything was already settled. So why had this happened? She suddenly looked toward me. She didn't believe in ghosts. So there was only one possibility. Ryan had never died at all. Ryan was him. That possibility sent a chill through Sophia's entire body. It was the only explanation. Otherwise, who could possibly reverse a result that had already been finalized? I met Sophia's shocked gaze and smiled faintly. After the crowd dispersed a little, I walked towards Sophia and Logan. Mrs. Lin had already chased after Mr. Shui to argue with him. Mr. Shui was completely fed up and was speaking with campus security nearby, in the middle of the enormous lobby. Only the shaken Sophia remained, along with Logan sitting blankly in his wheelchair. Ryan, it's you. Why do you keep haunting us? Sophia's face turned cold and expressionless. Now you've pushed the Lin family to the edge. You've damaged my career, and you've taken away Logan's chance to study too. Logan screamed in panic. Yes, you're Ryan. You really are Ryan. You came back for revenge. You're not going to let me go. No, I bent down. My eyes were calm and cold. Yet, I was smiling. I waved my ID card in front of Logan. Idiot, why should I give you something that belongs to me? Do you deserve it? My dark eyes stared directly into Logan's. Seriously, besides pretending to be pitiful, what else can you do? The moment Logan saw the name Ryan Lynn on my ID card, his expression became priceless. His breathing grew rapid, as though he'd forgotten how to breathe. It really is you. It really is you. Every fantasy he'd been clinging to shattered. His dream of attending university was completely gone. I had returned. He knew I would reclaim everything that belonged to me. My education, my family background, my sisters and brother, and even my parents. Everything he'd never imagined losing. I would eventually take back from him piece by piece. No, you can't do this. Logan's eyes widened, and his eyes reddened. I'd never seen him look this fragile before. Logan hurriedly turned to Sophia for help. He was completely devastated. How was he supposed to build a future in the capital now? What wealthy family would ever accept someone who scored barely over 200 on the entrance exam? And his own family wasn't even powerful anymore. Logan wasn't the only one who saw the name on my ID. Sophia saw it clearly too. Her breath caught, and her brows drew tightly together. She suddenly grabbed my arm and demanded, "So back at the reservoir, you weren't really risking your life to save us?" I sneered inwardly. That wasn't even the half of it. I'd even drugged the water they drank beforehand. Otherwise, how would every one of them have ended up drowning? That whole thing had been nothing more than a performance. Yet some of them had actually believed it. How stupid. No wonder Logan had manipulated these so-called geniuses so easily. Ryan, answer me. Was all of that just for revenge? I frowned slightly. A red mark instantly appeared on my arm. Victoria's expression darkened. She stretched out one long arm and grabbed Sophia by the collar. Victoria was tall, and her presence was overwhelming. Do you have a death wish? Her brows drew together sharply. Her gaze turned dark, with a destructive fury that seemed capable of crushing everything. Sophia stumbled as Victoria yanked her forward. Looking completely disheveled, Victoria's eyes were filled with ruthless coldness, without giving her any chance to react. She slammed Sophia hard against the elevator doors. Bang! Sophia's back crashed heavily into the metal doors. All of her elegance and composure vanished instantly. Her face twisted in pain. She clutched her chest and started to crouch down. But Victoria gave her no time to recover. She grabbed Sophia directly by the throat. The tendons stood out on the back of her hand. Sophia let out a painful, muffled sound as she struggled to breathe. You could almost hear the faint grinding of bone. She frantically clawed at the iron-like hand around her throat, but it didn't move at all. Logan burst into tears. Sophia! The surrounding students were terrified by the scene. I hurried forward. Victoria, we're at school, I reminded her. There were students and teachers everywhere, along with surveillance cameras in every direction. If she broke the law here, the situation would definitely become a huge scandal. Victoria pressed her lips together tightly, then released Sophia and grabbed my wrist instead. Sophia collapsed onto the floor, like a broken rag doll. I felt a little nervous, and told Victoria, "You need to control yourself a little better." Victoria responded quietly, although she was impulsive. She listened closely to me, her little brother. Ryan, I got carried away. Next time I'll find somewhere without cameras. I wrinkled my nose. At least that's some improvement. Victoria carefully touched the red mark on my arm. Rage burned in her chest. She wanted nothing more than to reduce Sophia to ashes. How dare Sophia hurt her little brother right in front of her? Did she really think Victoria Shaw was easy to provoke? Victoria couldn't hold herself back, and suddenly kicked Sophia hard in the chest, knocking her unconscious on the spot. I grabbed Victoria. We still have to register for school. Stop being angry. Evelyn's gaze slowly settled on the mark on my arm. A faint, cold smile curved her lips. She took a small bottle from her pocket. Ryan, it's okay. Let me rub some medicine on it. I obediently stood still. Evelyn was much taller than me, so she had to bend down to apply the medicine. I only felt a cool sensation spread across my arm. Honestly, such a tiny injury was nothing, but Evelyn looked so upset about it, so I just let her do it. Evelyn placed her pale, slender hand against my arm and gently rubbed it. Her hand was cool and surprisingly comfortable. After rubbing it for a while, the red mark really did disappear. Logan was still crying nearby. His sister had already fainted, and he thought we were all cold and heartless for not caring whether she lived or died. Sophia, Mom, stop arguing with people. Come check on Sophia. Logan felt completely helpless. Mrs. Lynn hurried over and saw what had happened. She let out a cry of shock and nearly fainted herself. She rushed over and shook Sophia, then quickly called an ambulance. The four of us didn't stay and went straight to complete my enrollment. Mr. Schwe was tidying up his desk. His forehead was covered in sweat as he wiped it with a tissue. The other teachers looked at him sympathetically. Mr. Schwe, you've had a rough day. Mr. Schwe sighed. It's not hard work. I'm just unlucky. Knock, knock. I tapped on the door. Sir, can I still complete my enrollment? The moment Mr. Schwe saw me, his face brightened. It's you! Ryan, come in, come in. You're one of the students in my class. Aren't you the top scorer? Yes, number 1. You ranked in the top 3 in the entire provincial capital. And if we only count raw exam scores, you were the undisputed number 1. What surprised everyone was that I'd chosen to stay and study at a university instead of going to the capital. That really was unexpected. You look even more handsome in person than in your photo. A handsome top student. Mr. Schwe was only 27. He had become an academic advisor after finishing graduate school, so there wasn't much of a generation gap between us. He quickly helped me finish all the registration procedures. Then he smiled. Welcome. Are you interested in running for class president? I smiled and shook my head. I'm pretty busy. Mr. Schwe wasn't offended. He assumed I was simply busy with my studies. Then I'll head out, sir. I'll walk you out. Mr. Schwe enthusiastically followed us and personally escorted us to the elevator. He even rode downstairs with us and walked us all the way to the entrance of the administration building. After we left, he sighed. That student is polite, smart, and handsome too. When he went back upstairs and saw Logan and the others still waiting for the ambulance, his expression immediately turned cold. He didn't give them a pleasant look. Mrs. Lynn gritted her teeth and said, Someone like him deserves to be a teacher. Look how fake and flattering he acts around rich people. He even personally walked them out. What a shameless suck-up. Mr. Schwe stopped walking and replied without holding back. That young man ranked first in the entire city. Oh, right. Didn't you people just claim you were number 1 too? Then take a good look. This is the real number 1. No, Mr. Schwe sneered. Next time you pretend, don't do it in front of the real person. I'm embarrassed for you. Mrs. Lynn's entire body stiffened. Yes. Wasn't that man supposed to be an international student who paid his way in? The number 1 scorer was actually Ryan? Could he really be Ryan? Mr. Schwe said coldly. You even tried to steal his admission spot. Aren't you embarrassed? Mrs. Lynn stopped speaking. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger. This had to be a joke. If that man really was Ryan, then the Lynn family was in enormous trouble. The ambulance arrived. Mrs. Lynn still stood there in a daze. A nurse reminded her, family members, please come with us to the hospital. Mrs. Lynn absent-mindedly started to follow. Logan spoke quietly. Mom, what about me? Mrs. Lynn looked back at Logan, as though her soul had suddenly returned to her body. Her eyes flickered, and she forced out a smile uglier than crying. Logan, don't be afraid. Mom's here. Torn between them, she asked the doctor, Doctor, which hospital are you taking her to? I'll have my other son sent over there right away. She also left her phone number. After the doctors took Sophia away, the huge lobby became empty. Mrs. Lynn looked completely drained and slowly crouched down. She murmured, Ryan isn't dead. He's completely different now. He's become someone far beyond our reach. Logan grew anxious. Mom, it's okay. If we confirm that man really is Ryan, then that's actually a good thing. You're connected by blood. What grudge between a mother and son can last forever? Don't you remember? Ryan's birthday is coming soon. We can hold a huge birthday banquet for him and personally celebrate it with him. He'll definitely be moved. Logan had already changed his strategy. He knew I wouldn't let him go. After all, he'd been far too arrogant in front of me before, and had undoubtedly offended me beyond repair. But the Lin family was different. We shared the same blood. As long as they could move me emotionally, I might return to the Lin family. Then even if Logan had to cling to me like a parasite, getting a few benefits from me would already be enough. After all, I now controlled the enormous Sterling Pharmaceuticals. Calculation flashed through Logan's eyes. Mom, I remember there's a freshman welcome ceremony tonight, and there's a flower presentation segment. Hurry and order a bouquet online. Then give it to Ryan in person. Just soften your attitude a little, and he'll definitely forgive you. Mrs. Lin looked up at Logan. Logan, do you really think so? Why do I feel like he won't even acknowledge me anymore? And if he really is Ryan, how could he let that woman beat you this badly? And humiliate our family again and again? He's completely ungrateful. Logan spoke softly. Mom, Dad is carrying the entire Lin family company by himself right now. I can't bear watching him struggle like this. Let's just do everything we can, okay? If Ryan changes his mind, I'd even kneel down and apologize to him. As Logan spoke, he forced out a few tears, looking like someone willing to endure anything for the family. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Logan spoke quietly. Mom, Dad is carrying the entire Lin family company by himself right now. I can't bear watching him struggle like this. Let's just do everything we can, okay? If Ryan changes his mind, I'd even kneel down and apologize to him. As Logan spoke, he forced out a few tears, looking like someone willing to endure anything for the family. Mrs. Lin's heart ached terribly. She still thought her eldest son was the sensible one. He had suffered so much, yet still cared about the family, unlike me, who had somehow become a powerful CEO, and immediately grown so arrogant I no longer knew my place. Sooner or later, society would teach me a lesson. Logan, don't worry. Mom won't play favorites. I'm only going to pretend to coax Ryan. My sisters and I went to a restaurant on the street behind the university. The 4 of us walking together attracted an incredible number of stares. We practically became a beautiful sight of our own. I scanned the menu and pointed at several dishes. Anything you don't eat? Natalie rested her chin on her hand and smiled at me. No, whatever my little skinny boy orders, I'll eat. I glanced at her. Then how about stir-fried green peppers with red peppers? Natalie's smile immediately froze. I don't like peppers. I tilted my head. Oh, really? All right. That's my fault. Natalie leaned closer. Let me look at the menu. Just then, my phone rang. I answered it. One of my subordinates told me about some rumors circulating online. I listened with growing interest. My fingers unconsciously tapped twice against the menu. Fine. If nothing else, I can certainly afford to sponsor a trending topic. After saying that, I hung up. Victoria looked at me. What happened? I smiled. Sophia has gone viral. A respected professor and one of a university's recruitment figureheads. Her carefully built image is basically ruined now. I poured myself a glass of water and took a sip. I'll generously sponsor a trending topic for her. Victoria raised an eyebrow. Her eyes carried a cold amusement. Then let's make sure her reputation is completely destroyed. She slowly turned the cup in her hand, then quietly picked up her phone and sent a message. My other 2 sisters also exchanged knowing looks and quietly took action. I happily went back to ordering food, without noticing what they were doing. Meanwhile, the university was desperately trying to suppress the trending topic and frantically deleting posts on Weibo, but it was like they'd kicked open a hornet's nest. Every time they deleted 20 posts, another 1,000 appeared, and the rate of growth was terrifying. According to trending topic rules, the real identity of a private individual couldn't be revealed. So, the words, Professor Lin, shot onto the trending list and stayed near the very top. Countless curious users clicked in and immediately started criticizing her. She's just a professor who gets by on her looks. What an amazing professor. I guess ordinary people don't even need to work hard anymore. This is hilarious. A university owes everyone an explanation. Why are they still keeping someone like this around? Maybe a university wants to protect their precious professor. After all, so embarrassing that my university is trending for something like this. Sophia had just arrived back at a university when she received a call from the department head. Director, give me some time. I can resolve this. You can't resolve it anymore. Sophia, you know how highly I've always valued you. Better than anyone. There was no anger in the director's voice. Only deep disappointment. You earned your doctorate from a prestigious university and stayed on as faculty after graduating. You're young and have a bright future. I've always focused on developing your career, but this time, you've disappointed me too much. Teaching isn't about looks or fame. It's about character. This time, you crossed a line you never should have crossed. At first, I thought we could suppress the matter. At worst, you'd be suspended for a month and then return. But now it's trending. And the university's reputation is involved. We have no choice but to dismiss you. Sophia's entire body stiffened. She stared at a university's inspirational stone monument, standing completely alone in the enormous plaza. Director, this is a misunderstanding. There's no concrete evidence proving I actually did anything. The director didn't want to argue anymore. Your reputation is already ruined. Who would still want you teaching their students? Don't panic too much. After some time, you can apply to a smaller university in a lower-tier city. With your ability, you should still be able to find a position. Sophia couldn't hear anything after that. Her expression went completely blank. Meanwhile, I was backstage preparing for the freshman orientation group photo. The faculty had asked me to give the freshman speech for the School of Management. Fortunately, I'd performed on stage before, so giving a speech wasn't difficult for me. I stood backstage in the auditorium, quietly rehearsing my speech under my breath, and stretched my arms and legs to ease my nerves. Suddenly, someone rushed inside. The person was tall and wore a mask. Before I could react, I was dragged into the storage room behind the stage. I stumbled a few steps, then steadied myself. Who are you? Sophia pulled off her mask. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked completely desperate. She planted both hands beside me and lowered her head. A few strands of hair fell across her forehead. You did this, didn't you? I looked at her calmly. This once respected professor's sister of mine had always been admired everywhere she went, practically treated like an idol. Seeing her this miserable now was actually rather interesting. Sophia saw my faint smile and gritted her teeth. I knew it. He must have been pushing things behind the scenes. Stop it now. Don't let public opinion keep spreading. She took several deep breaths and paced back and forth a few times. The normally brilliant and elegant professor looked completely panicked now. She stopped walking and looked at me, swallowing hard. I know everything now. We wronged you. Ryan, I've thought carefully about it. When you were weak, we took away the results of your hard work and even tried to steal your education. That was my fault. We owe you an apology. Tell me how you want me to make it up to you. I'll do anything, as long as you stop what you're doing online. I pressed my lips together. My gaze remained clear and calm, even with my sister standing before me in complete desperation. I wasn't afraid in the slightest. After all, I'd already died once. Why would I be afraid of Sophia now? Make it up to me? What could you possibly use to make it up to me? When you destroyed my life and forced me into a dead end, why didn't you think about being kinder then? I raised my hand and waved her aside. Move. If my sisters realize I've disappeared, you'll die very miserably. Sophia's breathing stopped for a moment. She stared into my eyes, unable to understand why I hated her so much. After all, the attempt to switch the academic records hadn't even succeeded, and everyone in the Lin family was still my blood relative. The veins on the back of Sophia's hand bulged. Can we really never go back? Not even if we start over? Why do you hate us this much? From the moment you mistook a piece of rotten wood for a pearl, there was no going back. There was no going back. I narrowed my eyes slightly. My gaze was filled with cold indifference. You want to start over? Dream on. I walked out of the storage room and heard Sophia call after me, they'll destroy you. We're the ones who are truly your family. I curled my lips mockingly. The family that got me killed? What cheap family love. Sophia, everything happening to you now is exactly what you deserve. After saying that, I walked away without hesitation. without the slightest attachment. So what if her reputation was ruined? Back then, I'd been at the height of my fame and was still dragged down. I was merely giving her back exactly what she'd once done to me. I confidently stepped onto the stage, without noticing that at the back of the auditorium, a woman was carrying an enormous bouquet and looking around everywhere. Mrs. Lynn was getting anxious. Why haven't I seen Ryan yet? There were far too many people in the auditorium, so she had no choice but to carry that huge, heavy bouquet around while searching. Her frustration kept rising. As she wandered around, she even began questioning whether doing this had any meaning. Fortunately, she wasn't the only parent carrying flowers, so she didn't stand out too much, just as she was wandering around like a headless fly. I began speaking. Hello, everyone. I'm Ryan Lynn from Class 1 of the School of Management. My clear voice rang through the auditorium. Mrs. Lynn immediately stopped walking and heard excited discussions erupting around her. Wow, that guy is so handsome. He's from the School of Management too, guys. My heart just skipped a beat. Holy crap, he's ridiculously handsome. You people only care about looks. Unlike me, I appreciate his talent. Even as a guy, I have to admit he's seriously handsome. He has to be the new campus heartthrob. Countless male and female students stared at me on stage. I stood beneath the spotlight, tall and straight, with calm, confident posture, without the slightest trace of nervousness. While everyone was amazed by my appearance, they couldn't help marveling at how different people could be. Mrs. Lynn looked up at me on stage and listened to all the praise, with nothing but disdain in her heart. If that admission spot belonged to Logan, then he would have been a handsome top student too. It was all because Ryan was selfish. He could have simply studied another year. But instead, he insisted on destroying Logan's future. They were brothers. Couldn't he have just helped his older brother? Wouldn't it have been better for the brothers to stay united? Thinking this, she headed toward the backstage area. Someone stopped her. Who are you? I'm Ryan's mother. I'm here to give him flowers. Mrs. Lynn smiled as she spoke. The staff member saw how expensively she was dressed and thought the claim looked believable. All right, wait until he finishes his speech, then you can go up. Thank you. Mrs. Lynn immediately headed toward the stage. The staff member muttered, Ryan isn't just outstanding himself. His family really values him too. But why does that woman look kind of familiar? He didn't connect her with the posts on the university forum, so he didn't think anything was wrong. I finished my speech, and thunderous applause erupted from below. A guy shouted jokingly, Ryan, do you have a girlfriend? I swept my gaze across the audience, and noticed several of my sisters sitting below. Their expressions didn't look particularly pleased. I smiled. Sorry, I'm not planning to date. The moment I said that, quite a few people looked disappointed. Someone that handsome and smart doesn't even want to date? Well, maybe he thinks relationships are a waste of time. Then, a woman walked onto the stage. Ryan, congratulations on becoming a university student. Mom is truly happy for you. A pair presenting flowers wasn't unusual. Parents these days were fairly modern. Another round of applause sounded from the audience. But unlike the other freshmen who had happily accepted flowers, there wasn't the slightest trace of joy on my face below the stage. And there are, Natalie stood up. This woman really has some nerve. I haven't even gone looking for trouble with her yet. And she actually dares show up in front of us. She clenched her fist, and her knuckles cracked loudly. Some people refuse to walk the road to heaven and insist on barging through the gates of hell. Victoria gave a cold snort. I wonder how many lives she thinks she has to spare. Don't worry. Evelyn rested the knuckles of her right hand against her cheek. Her gaze was deep. Ryan can handle this himself. That woman owes Ryan far too much. She's only asking for trouble. There was a photographer on stage who thoughtfully came over to take a photo of the two of us. With so many people watching, Mrs. Lynn's urge to perform kicked in too. She held out the bouquet to me, looking heartbroken. Ryan, Mom was wrong before. I ignored your feelings. It wasn't until I thought I'd lost you that I realized how important you are to me. Ryan, Mom regrets it so much. Please give me one more chance. Let me make it up to you, okay? Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir open, calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, with so many people watching, Mrs. Lynn's urge to perform kicked in too. She held out the bouquet to me, looking heartbroken. "Ryan, Mom was wrong before. I ignored your feelings. It wasn't until I thought I'd lost you that I realized how important you are to me. Ryan, Mom regrets it so much. Give Mom one more chance. Let me make it up to you, okay?" Mrs. Lynn delivered every word with perfect emotion. She almost managed to move even herself. Her voice sounded so sincere and desperate that it almost seemed real. Her eyes even turned red. Tears glimmered beneath the lights. It really did look touching, but both she and I knew perfectly well that this was nothing but an act. In my previous life, I'd been too stupid and naive, and still held hope for this kind of family love. I accepted the bouquet and immediately saw it had been bought carelessly. It wasn't even pretty. Mrs. Lynn instantly brightened. "Ryan, you've forgiven Mom. That's wonderful. Come home with Mom. Your sisters miss you so much. Your dad may not say it, but he regrets everything too." Mrs. Lynn could barely hide the calculation in her eyes. If she could bring me home, it would be an enormous achievement for the Lynn family. As long as I remained with them, the Lynn family wouldn't collapse. All those powerful businessmen who had surrounded me would become clients of the Lynn family, and the family could rise rapidly. Even her husband's recent dissatisfaction with her would disappear. I looked at Mrs. Lynn. "What makes you think I'd forgive you? Have you forgotten everything you did to me?" I casually tore off one flower petal, then mercilessly threw the entire huge bouquet onto the floor, as though I were throwing away garbage. Then I dropped the petal from my hand too. "Mrs. Lynn, stop pretending in front of me. You never fulfilled your responsibility as a mother for even one day. It's far too late to say these things now, and it's ridiculous." Mrs. Lynn's eyes widened. "Ryan, what are you doing?" She watched helplessly as the bouquet crashed onto the floor. She had carried that thing all the way here, even if I resented her. I shouldn't trample on her sincerity. In front of so many people, the crowd watching couldn't help gasping. No one understood what was happening. Mrs. Lynn stared at the bouquet, completely at a loss. Her heart trembled. "Ryan, don't push your luck." She had already offered me a way out, and I still refused to take it. Then I couldn't blame her for losing patience. The reason Mrs. Lynn reacted so strongly was that she couldn't believe someone as weak and submissive as I used to be now treated her like she meant nothing. How had this happened? "Stop embarrassing yourself." I looked coldly at Mrs. Lynn, speaking with the casual indifference I'd used toward a stranger. Then I turned and walked off the stage, leaving Mrs. Lynn standing there alone like a joke. Mrs. Lynn was so humiliated that she wanted to leave too. But someone stopped her. "Ma'am, please take your belongings with you." The person pointed toward the bouquet in the middle of the despange. Mrs. Lynn heard countless whispers throughout the auditorium, washing over her like waves. She awkwardly bent down to pick up the flowers. The water pouch beneath the bouquet had already burst, and soaked her clothes the moment she picked it up. That made her even angrier. This was all Ryan's fault. Every bit of humiliation she'd suffered today was because of Ryan. Mrs. Lynn hurried off the stage in embarrassment, just as she was about to catch up to me. 3 women blocked her path. Evelyn still wore a faint smile, but it never reached her eyes. Toria stared at her with an icy, sinister gaze. Natalie smiled without warmth, with her arms crossed. One hand rested casually on my shoulder, as though she didn't have a bone in her body. I looked back. "Anything else?" No, nothing. Mrs. Lynn took 2 steps backward. A bitter feeling rose inside her. All 3 women clearly looked dangerous. The overwhelming pressure and sense of danger spread through the air. Before Mrs. Lynn's mind could even react, her body instinctively backed away several steps. I was just passing by. Nothing else. Natalie raised an eyebrow and curled her lips. Some people still refuse to admit defeat until the exact moment they're bankrupt. Victoria gave a cold snort. They won't cry until they see the coffin. Mrs. Lynn practically fled. She never imagined she would end up this humiliated in front of me. It was all because of those 3 women. They were the ones supporting Ryan. Ryan had simply gotten lucky and attached himself to them. Once he lost those backers, he would be nothing. Mrs. Lynn thought viciously to herself. One day, she'd see me crying. Logan had already registered at the junior college and was sitting in his classroom waiting for the freshman orientation meeting with the academic advisor. Being surrounded by a group of students with poor grades made him uncomfortable all over. The classmates around him came from all kinds of backgrounds, and their conversations bored him. Logan wasn't used to interacting with people like this at all. His old friends had all been children of wealthy and influential families, not people at this level. He sat in the last row. 4 or 5 decent-looking guys sat in front of him. He had wanted to start a conversation with them, but they were busy looking at their phones and talking, and didn't pay attention to him at all. Even when they occasionally looked his way, they were holding back laughter. Logan felt furious. If he hadn't been injured, he would have been the handsome guy everyone noticed wherever he went. The guys laughed. I heard over at the undergraduate campus, there's a ridiculously handsome freshman in the School of Management. Look at this photo. Wow, he's really handsome. He's literally my ideal type. That handsome? And he's a top student too? Someone like that would never be interested in us. I heard his name is Ryan Lynn. Let's go over to the undergraduate campus tomorrow and try our luck. Seriously? You really think you can reach that far above your league? Take a look at yourself first. Logan heard their conversation. Ryan, the guy these students were worshiping like some campus idol, was actually me. Logan's eyes flickered. His expression became strange. His gaze filled with jealousy. He gritted his teeth as memories of high school came back. Back then, I was just a miserable kid whose parents didn't care about me, always looking worn down and insignificant. Even Claire had only treated me like a substitute. Logan had been the handsome school celebrity everyone admired, but now I was shining brilliantly over there and attracting countless admirers. We had both come to school to register. I entered the undergraduate program in glory, while he sat here miserably among these people as their classmate. What was the point of attending junior college? Was that diploma even worth showing anyone? Tears gathered in Logan's eyes, filled with resentment and humiliation. He decided he would tell his eldest sister about this tonight and ask his eldest sister to arrange a transfer into a bachelor's program. The first day of school quickly came to an end. Logan hadn't expected Mrs. Lynn and Sophia to come pick him up together. He immediately sensed that the atmosphere felt wrong. After getting into the car, Logan deliberately spoke with concern. It's your first day back at school. You must be exhausted. You went to the hospital, so why did you come back again? What did the doctor say? Are you okay? Sophia drove in silence. Mom, did you go see Ryan today? How did the talk go? His birthday is coming up soon. We really need to celebrate it properly this year. Yeah? The car suddenly slammed to a stop. Everyone inside lurched forward. Mrs. Lynn hurriedly asked, Sophia, what's wrong? Sophia, who was usually gentle and composed, looked terrible right now. She practically roared. Can you stop going after Ryan? Why do you insist on opposing him? Now look what happened. The Lynn family is ruined, and my career is ruined too. Logan, what were you doing throughout high school? Why couldn't you get into college through your own ability? Mrs. Lynn couldn't listen anymore. How can you say that about Logan? The reason he couldn't get into college was because Ryan kept intimidating him every day. Can you shut up? Sophia was furious. In the past, she'd loved Logan, even when it meant sacrificing my interests. Because she had no emotional attachment to me, she had selfishly believed sacrificing me for Logan was perfectly fine. After all, I was nothing more than an outsider to her. But now that her own interests had been harmed, Sophia sneered, this is all because you spoiled him. He's just an adopted son, yet you insist on letting him tear this entire family apart. Will you only be satisfied once everything is destroyed? Sophia's eyes were bloodshot as she opened the car door and walked away without looking back. She casually hailed a taxi and left them behind. Logan was frightened into tears. Mom, why would Sophia say that about me? Logan cried bitterly, but Mrs. Lynn had no energy to comfort him. This adopted son wasn't helping the family at all, and had instead brought them enormous trouble. Mrs. Lynn felt completely exhausted, although she still loved Logan. All the Endrike copulators had planted a strange feeling in her heart. I left the university with Natalie. The other 2 sisters had already gone back. Natalie's steps were light and carefree along the way. The streetlight stretched her tall shadow far behind her. I glanced at Natalie. Natalie, you really are the kind of person who becomes the center of attention at school. Confident wherever you go. And impossible to ignore. I came here yesterday. I've already figured out the whole area around campus. Natalie walked all the way to the back street and stopped at a milk tea shop to buy a drink. In a dark corner nearby, a couple was tugging at each other. Above them, at the entrance to a small staircase, hung a sign advertising rooms for couples. The neon lights flickered, giving off an unmistakably suggestive atmosphere. I looked over curiously, then quickly realized what it was and looked away. Feeling a little embarrassed, Natalie draped an arm over my shoulder and whispered, "Little Ryan, want to go experience it? Your sister can sacrifice herself to accompany you." She lowered her gaze slightly beneath the streetlight. Right there in the crowded night market behind campus, while saying something so shamelessly bold, her captivating eyes looked deep, as though every glance she gave someone carried affection. "I'd be your first." Embarrassed and annoyed, I stepped hard on Natalie's foot. Then I saw her grimace in pain and snorted. I was genuinely annoyed. "Keep talking nonsense, and I won't go easy on you." How heartless. The young woman complained with an aggrieved expression. But after a moment, she laughed freely again. "All right, don't be mad." She rubbed my hair. "I was only teasing you." Several days of school passed. Because the temperature was too high, military training was postponed. I took my classes seriously every day. Natalie stayed almost constantly by my side at school. We ate together and went to the library together. If I had evening classes, she would come with me too. Ethan was a classmate I'd just met, fair-skinned and quite handsome. The sky outside had already grown dark. Several classes were seated together in the lecture hall. Ethan nudged me with his elbow. "Look, at the last row." I turned around and saw Natalie sitting casually, in the very back row near the rear door. At some point, a gentle-looking, handsome guy had taken the seat beside her. "Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner." And tapped to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards, while my wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming, fake heir. I calmly dialed the number. I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, the sky outside had already grown dark. Several classes were seated together in the lecture hall. Ethan nudged me with his elbow. "Look at the last row." I turned around and saw Natalie sitting casually in the very back row, near the rear door. At some point, a gentle-looking handsome guy had taken the seat beside her. He kept talking with a bright smile, but Natalie rested her chin on one hand. Seemingly lost in thought, I responded casually, "Campus goddess Natalie follows you around every day. So this guy?" Ethan said confidently, "Definitely an unwanted admirer. Aren't you going to go claim your territory?" "Claim what territory?" "She's my sister." I didn't care much, and focused on class. Not long after, during the break, I looked back and noticed Natalie and that guy were both gone. I felt a little curious. Could Natalie really be planning to date someone? It wasn't impossible. I picked up my notebook and reviewed my notes. "Excuse me, can I buy you a milk tea?" a girl asked. I didn't even look up. "No, thanks." Ethan was apparently the biggest shipper of Natalie and me. He hurriedly waved her away. "You'd better go. Aren't you afraid Natalie will come beat you up?" Even though Natalie was only a freshman and unbelievably beautiful, her temper was genuinely bad, and she was an extreme jealousy monster. The area quickly became quiet again. I glanced at Ethan. Ethan grinned. "Come on, I'm only speaking up for the goddess." "Did you know? Your sister is already famous in the chemistry department." I heard. The professors in the research institute are fighting to recruit her into a combined bachelor's and master's program. Other students practically have to beg professors to take them. But your sister has several major journal papers and makes professors compete over her. I didn't really understand any of this. After all, I'd never attended university before. Can journal papers really measure someone's ability? What do you think? Ethan gave me a knowing look. With your sister's ability, she could probably take an ordinary graduate, advisor, and push them all the way into becoming a dean. I was genuinely surprised. Ethan narrowed his eyes and whispered, have your own sister write a few papers for you. And you could probably get direct postgraduate admission too. My ears turned red. Stop saying your own sister. That sounds so weird. Everyone, the professor is back. The room quickly fell silent. For the next part of class, I'll have my assistant give you the presentation. She's your beautiful senior, and she's always been single, the professor on stage said with a smile. That immediately made many students look up. Ethan stared curiously at the stage. It's her. She's one of the most talented and beautiful seniors at our university. A lot of guys' dream girl. Ryan, look. At Ethan's urging, I raised my head. The moment I saw the person on stage, I froze. It was Claire. Claire had lost the sharpness she'd shown before, and now seemed more restrained and gentle. She wore a neat, appropriate outfit, and stood straight behind the lectern, with a warm, composed smile. Just looking at someone like her made me feel disgusted. I raised my cup and threw the water straight into the adopted daughter's face. Then I calmly set down the empty cup and stood up. You seem to know a lot. Looks like you've done this kind of thing plenty of times before. Stop right there. Yang Yu's hair was already soaked. Don't think you're suddenly special just because you got to appear in front of the CEO a few times. Once he gets tired of playing with you and throws you away, I'll be waiting to laugh at you. I sneered. If you're sick, go get treated. Don't start acting crazy in public. It's embarrassing. After saying that, I walked away. Lu Qi struggled to hold back his laughter. Young Master Yang had always relied on his wealthy family and looked down on everyone. Yet today, someone had finally put him in his place. It felt incredibly satisfying. He coughed lightly. I had casually printed it at a copy shop. There were words on the cover, but the inside was completely blank. He lowered his voice and snorted. Your taste in friends needs some work. I frowned slightly. I know you think we're being presumptuous. He was only saying it casually. You don't have to take it seriously. We both know things aren't actually like that. Don't worry. I won't think about anything I shouldn't. This time, Nightingale turned to look at me. What do you mean things aren't like that? After a long silence, Nightingale stopped paying attention to me. I lowered my head and continued reading. I could ignore the person sitting beside me, but even the slightest accidental touch of his foot still affected me more than it should have. Sorry, I'll change seats. I picked up my book and prepared to move beside Ethan. I was still gathering my things when a hand suddenly pressed down on mine. I turned toward Nightingale in confusion. What? If you keep moving around, people will notice. I don't want anyone discovering my identity. Nightingale pressed his lips tightly together. His expression was serious. That would cause unnecessary trouble for me. Besides, sitting beside someone else would only make people misunderstand. But you won't misunderstand. I finally understood. So I was basically his cover. I lifted my chin slightly. I can cover for you, but let me see your script. My old professional instincts were kicking in. Nightingale's back stiffened slightly. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the script. There aren't any roles in here for you to choose from. I found that strange. At my current level in the industry, I shouldn't exactly have the right to pick roles anyway. Nightingale opened his mouth. His refined Adam's apple moved. Then he awkwardly turned his head away. At least you know that. I knew that the things I'd done to Sakura before had been cruel, but even though I understood that logically, seeing him act so sharp and prickly toward me still made me feel inexplicably wronged. Nightingale didn't hear me say anything for a long time. He turned and saw me lying on the desk with reddened eyes, like a little bear that had just been beaten up. A trace of regret rose in his heart. If you really want to choose, you can. It's just that taking a male lead role too early wouldn't necessarily be good for you. I shook my head dejectedly. No need. Thanks. This time, Nightingale was the one who regretted it. His fingers curled slightly, until his knuckles turned faintly red. The script in his hands had originally been nothing more than a pile of useless paper. How could he possibly let me see it? Actually, this script hasn't been finalized. My studio's current plan for me is to shoot a youth drama soon, so I'm just casually looking through some options. Nightingale lifted the script in his hand. A melodramatic story like this. Who would even like it? Then, he crumpled it up and threw it into the trash, destroying the evidence completely. I turned and looked at him, waiting for him to say something else. I have a lot of scripts in my email. Do you want to see them? Can I? I lowered my gaze. You hate me so much, you don't have to force yourself. Nightingale absolutely refused to admit what he was really like in private, backed us, and stubbornly replied, "I wouldn't say I hate you. We're just not familiar." I nodded and fell silent again. After all, we hadn't seen each other in years. Both of us had changed a lot. Nightingale forced himself to regain control. He took out his phone and opened his work email, then handed it to me. "Take a look." My agent sent me more than 10 scripts. These are the ones they already shortlisted. They're all S-tier projects. And there are all kinds of genres. I took the phone. The most recent emails were packed with scripts. Clearly, his team really was planning a new project soon. I scrolled through them until one title caught my eye, False Confession. This drama had become extremely popular. It had originally been adapted from a novel about a 4-time championship esports coach and a young actress falling in love when they were 18. The leads broke up because of the male lead's career and the distance between them. Over the next few years, the esports coach grew from an ordinary college student into the hottest figure in the esports world and the first 4-time champion. And he was ridiculously handsome. The two eventually met again at the peak of their careers, and sparks flew between them once more. A reunion after years apart, and a broken relationship restored. I hadn't expected this drama, which shouldn't have been filmed until 3 years later, to already be in development now. I vaguely remembered that the project had struggled early on. It could be considered a seriously underrated script. Which one are you planning to take? My expression became serious. My eyes shone brightly, almost dazzlingly. For a brief moment, Nightingale couldn't even look away. Even after all these years, and many of these years, I was still this radiant. Enough to pull him in completely. "I'll listen to you." "What?" I tilted my head, with a trace of confusion in my eyes. "You sound like you have some real insight into this, don't you?" Nightingale pressed his lips together and straightened his posture, pretending to become serious. He remembered what Ash had once said about him. "You look so desperate that you're losing fans." He took the phone back and looked through it, then pointed to beloved Dr. Luo. "My studio unanimously thinks this one suits me best. It's a modern youth drama. The male lead is a doctor, and the production team is strong in every aspect." I knew this drama because of issues with the subject matter and the screenwriter. The show eventually ran into certain sensitive problems and was banned outright. It was never released, which basically meant all the filming had gone to waste. The project had originally been highly anticipated, but the screenwriter dragged the entire production down. That writer later became notorious and quietly disappeared from the industry. This one won't work. Why not? Our rivals are still competing for it. If I choose it, it'll basically become mine, and it's still considered a strong project. I pressed my lips together and stubbornly said, "False Confession suits you better. You're this good-looking, and your image fits the male lead really well." Nightingale froze. A faint emotion flashed through his eyes. "You really think so?" He couldn't believe I actually thought he was beautiful. "Of course. I've read the novel. The character really suits you." I opened the script. A youth drama doesn't automatically become better just because it feels more sophisticated. There still aren't many esports dramas on the market. Hardly any have become major hits, and truly serious productions in this genre are even rarer. I folded my hands beneath my chin, my eyelashes lowered, as my gaze remained on his phone. A faint shadow rested against my pale neck. Sunlight spilled over me, making my entire figure glow warmly. My lashes were long and curved, and my eyes seemed to hold tiny stars. From both the writing and market perspectives, this is actually a very strong choice. And the production team really isn't bad. I raised my eyes and looked sincerely at Nightingale. "What do you think?" Nightingale lightly clenched his back teeth, then nodded. He didn't hear a single word I said. He let out a quiet breath. Just sitting beside me was already enough to make it impossible for him to concentrate. There was no way he could maintain his usual icy, aloof image. He lifted his chin slightly, trying to look a little more indifferent. "This matter isn't something you can decide with just a few words. But your suggestion, I'll discuss it with my agent when I have time." A trace of disappointment flashed through my eyes. "So you really weren't listening to me?" Nightingale turned his face away mercilessly. For an actor, Every project is extremely important. I don't have time to waste. I gave a frustrated snort. Then why did you ask me if I was serious? I talked for so long for nothing. Do you think I'm trying to sabotage you? Nightingale tapped his fingers twice against the desk. What he'd really wanted to ask was whether I truly thought he was beautiful, not whether the script truly suited him. Class is about to start. Pay attention. I clenched my hand, grabbed my things, and moved over to sit beside Ethan. I really didn't want to embarrass myself any further. Just then, a message popped up on Nightingale's phone. It was from his agent, Simon. Nightingale, have you decided on a script yet? Which one do you like? The Dr. Luo project has a lot of competition. Several more actors expressed interest today. They can't keep waiting for you forever. You need to decide soon. Now, Nightingale replied without hesitation. False confession. On the other end, Simon frowned. He had already told Nightingale before. That false confession had a small budget and couldn't even really be considered an S-tier production. Nightingale was acting strangely. Why had he suddenly decided to film this one? Almost no one was interested in the project. There were so many stronger scripts available right now. Choosing this one meant starting at a disadvantage. There was no need for that. Simon was about to persuade him to reconsider, when another message arrived from Nightingale. I'll invest 10 million. Simon frowned even harder. What exactly had managed to move the, usually, cold-hearted Nightingale? He clearly remembered that just a few days ago, when he tried to get Nightingale to visit the set of another actor from the same company, he had practically talked himself hoarse and nearly gotten down on his knees to beg this impossible ancestor. His phone buzzed. Another message arrived from Nightingale. Pick the best supporting male role in the script and leave it open. I have someone in mind. That was when Simon finally realized something was wrong. As a hugely popular celebrity, if Nightingale started dating some guy and the public found out, it could be devastating to his acting career. Nightingale hadn't been in the industry for very long, but he was already extremely popular. And his background was mysterious, which probably meant he had powerful support behind him. Simon immediately called him, but the call was rejected. 45 minutes later, Nightingale finally called back. I was in class. If you have something to say, say it. Nightingale, don't do something stupid. You're not dating someone, are you? Simon sounded incredibly anxious. Even if you are dating, at least keep it secret and low-key. Don't let everyone find out. Openly and seriously. Why are you trying to bring that guy into the same production? If anyone notices something suspicious, your career could be finished. Nightingale simply replied with a calm, oh. Simon nearly choked to death from frustration. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart, without the slightest hesitation. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Nightingale, don't do something stupid. You're not dating someone, are you? Simon sounded incredibly anxious. Even if you are dating, at least keep it secret and low-key. Don't let everyone find out. And seriously, why are you trying to bring that guy into the same production? If anyone notices something suspicious, your career could be finished. Nightingale simply replied with a calm, oh. Simon nearly choked to death from frustration. The entertainment industry is just something I do for fun. Nightingale's voice was icy. Just do what I said. I've told you before. My agent and studio follow my decisions. They were picked from the vegetable garden outside your house. They're very fresh. I froze slightly and tightened my grip on my chopsticks. A wave of sadness suddenly rose inside me. I hadn't even gone home to spend the holiday with Grandpa and Grandma this year. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Evelyn placed a piece of loofah into my bowl. Ryan, your grandparents sent this loofah. It was picked from the vegetable garden outside your house. It's very fresh. I froze slightly and tightened my grip on my chopsticks. A wave of sadness suddenly rose inside me. I hadn't even gone home to spend the holiday with Grandpa and Grandma this year. Evelyn smiled faintly. It's okay. I specially brought them here this morning. I knew Ryan would miss his grandparents. Her eyes were gentle, and her expression was full of understanding. I was surprised. Then, once I processed what she'd said, joy flashed through my eyes. I immediately stood up from my chair. Really? Where are they now? If this loofah came from home, then where are they? You've already picked them up, right? I suddenly became much more talkative, with a huge smile on my face. I had always been extremely close to my grandparents. Evelyn nodded. Before this, Grandpa was sick and had surgery, remember? Since he's here this time, I arranged for him to go to the best hospital in the province. The specialists are giving him a follow-up examination today to see how well he's recovering, Grandma said. His chemotherapy sessions after surgery have been going smoothly, but follow-up examinations are still essential. Evelyn sighed helplessly. You should have come to me back then. I would have arranged for Grandpa to be treated at the best hospital in the capital and had the country's best specialists perform his surgery. Pressed my lips together, looking slightly guilty, and stared at Evelyn pitifully. Evelyn, I felt terrible about leaving all of you back then. How could I possibly have asked you for help? Evelyn shook her head, her expression serious yet understanding. Ryan, remember this. No matter what happens, I'll always be the person standing behind you. No matter what you do, I'll never blame you. Warmth filled my heart. Evelyn checked the time on her phone. Grandpa and Grandma should be here soon. They probably miss you very much too, but they don't know what happened with the Lynn family. I didn't tell them. I nodded. Evelyn, don't tell them about the Lynn family yet. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. I don't want them to be upset. I know our Ryan is the most filial child. Sure enough, only a little over 10 minutes later, a car pulled up outside. I immediately looked toward the entrance and saw my grandparents arrive. Grandpa stood nervously at the doorway. Every flower and plant in the courtyard had been arranged beautifully, and there were so many people working here. His eyes kept wandering around, but he remained hesitant and didn't dare speak carelessly. Even though he had countless questions, he kept them to himself. Grandma stood beside him timidly. Old man, this isn't the Lynn family's house. This place looks much bigger than their villa. He looked somewhat intimidated. Just seeing such an enormous house made her nervous. The contempt and mockery she'd received from the Lynn family were still vivid in her memory. She was overjoyed just to be able to see her grandson, and steeled herself. Even if they mocked her, it wasn't like she'd lose a piece of flesh. She just wanted to take a good look at her grandson. Even if she only got to see him once before leaving, she would still feel the trip had been worthwhile. I heard the driver say, this place is called some kind of manor. It's got land and a huge house, and even a forest behind it. Grandpa was equally confused. Why is Ryan living here? Grandma didn't know either. She frowned. I'm not sure, but that girl who said she was Ryan's second sister arranged everything perfectly for us. How come Ryan never told us? His second sister was such a nice person. Grandma only knew the Lynn family had 5 daughters, but she'd never actually met them. The Lynn family had never paid them any attention either. It was really strange. Grandma almost felt overwhelmed by the treatment and wondered if she was dreaming. Grandpa reminded his wife, the Lynn family was kind enough to invite us here for the holiday. We should thank them properly. The servants guided them into the living room and toward the dining area. The moment Grandma saw me, she was overjoyed. Ryan. She was just about to say more when she noticed the other 3 exceptionally beautiful and elegant women and immediately lowered her head again. Rich families had lots of rules. It wasn't like back in the countryside. Grandma felt she couldn't embarrass me with her lack of refinement or put me in an awkward position and make them look down on me. Seeing that made my heart ache. Grandpa and Grandma had suffered far too much humiliation because of me at the Lynn family. I had truly failed them. Evelyn stood up. Her voice was warm and gentle. Grandma, come sit down. Dake, sit beside Ryan. You must have missed him terribly. Grandpa, you still haven't fully recovered. Don't keep standing. Come sit beside me, Evelyn politely, and warmly arranged seats for both of them. Their nervousness eased considerably. I gave Evelyn a grateful look. deeply thankful that she had considered everything so carefully for me, compared with receiving gifts for the Mid-Autumn Festival, or eating some extravagant feast. I wanted far more to spend the holiday with family. Grandma sat beside me and held my hand, before quietly asking, "Ryan, why are only these 3 sisters here? What about your other 2 sisters? And your mom, dad, and that older brother? Aren't they celebrating the holiday here?" My smile stiffened slightly. "Grandma, these sisters here are the sisters I knew from the orphanage. I'm celebrating with them. The Lin family has their own plans." Grandma frowned, and a trace of heartache appeared in her eyes. Could the Lin family really exclude her Ryan? Even during an important holiday like the Mid-Autumn Festival? That was far too cruel. They were just as heartless as ever. They hadn't changed at all. Grandma was sensitive and thoughtful, so she immediately stopped mentioning the Lin family and hurriedly changed the subject, although her tone sounded unnatural. "Ryan, your second sister is really kind. Early this morning, while we were still at home, she personally drove over to pick us up. She said she'd bring us into the city to spend the holiday with you, and also take your grandpa for a medical checkup. Then she said we could stay in the provincial capital for a while." Grandma quickly added, "But we don't need to stay and have fun. You still have school. You don't need to worry about us. Just getting to see you already makes Grandpa and Grandma very happy. She didn't want to make things difficult for me." The helpless compromise in the elderly woman's eyes made my heart ache terribly. Evelyn sighed. "Grandma, don't worry. Ryan and we are closer than blood siblings. We're nothing like the Lin family. It's rare for both of you to come all this way. Treat this place like your own home. Don't be polite with us. I'd actually love for you to stay here. Ryan needs his family around him." Grandpa quickly nodded. Yes. You're a wonderful young lady. You're thinking of everything for us. Grandpa is truly grateful to you." I let out a breath. "Grandpa, Grandma, just stay here without worrying. We have a few days off for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I'll take you around the provincial capital. You've never really explored the city before, right? Don't you want to see the university where I study?" Grandma said. "We only ever come to the provincial capital when we're visiting you. We're simple people from a small village. How would we get chances to come here for fun? Even the round-trip transportation costs more than $300, almost $400. And that's before lodging. Besides, we raise plenty of chickens and ducks at home. Someone has to take care of them, and the farm work can't be delayed either. Once we go back this time, it'll be time to harvest the rice." A bitter feeling rose in my chest. "Grandma, I'll take good care of both of you from now on." Grandpa shook his head. "Your parents in the Lin family won't be happy if they find out. The people in that family don't want us interacting with you too much. We understand. I'm still telling you the same thing. Don't worry about us. As long as you're doing well, Grandpa and Grandma are happy." I pressed my lips together. "Don't worry about them. They're not important. You two are what matters." Mia and Ava had already brought the food over and prepared another steaming bowl of soup for the elderly couple. Victoria glanced toward Evelyn. She hadn't expected Evelyn to leave at 5 or 6 in the morning just to pick up my grandparents. Seeing how happy I was, Victoria felt a faint warmth enter her normally icy heart. As long as I was happy, everything else was fine. Natalie hurried to make her presence known and placed a chicken leg into Grandma's bowl. Her smiling eyes curved sweetly, making her look completely harmless. "Grandma, eat more meat. I'm Ryan's third sister. My name is Natalie." Grandma looked at Natalie. "Young lady, you're very pretty. You look around the same age as Ryan. Grandma, your eyes are sharp. I'm only 1 year older than Ryan. We're studying together. We're even university classmates. And Ryan and I aren't related by blood. So, technically speaking, we're not really siblings either." "So," Grandma froze. "Do you mean you're dating Ryan?" Natalie smiled without answering, then put on a slightly shy expression. "Grandma, you understand. If Grandma hadn't been sitting between us, I would have reached over and pinched Natalie. Grandma, don't believe her. She just loves talking nonsense. I'm not dating her." Natalie hurriedly said, "Grandma, you misunderstood. He's shy. Ryan and I are already living together." Grandma looked even more shocked. "Why are you living together when you're only dating? College. That's not appropriate." I slammed my chopsticks down and lost my patience. I put my hands on my hips angrily. "Natalie, keep talking nonsense and I'm ignoring you. Our entire table was filled with warm laughter. While the atmosphere at the Lin family's home was completely different, Mrs. Lin sat at the dining table. The seat beside her was empty. Her husband still hadn't come home. Even on the Mid-Autumn Festival, he was busy at the company. The family's business had been collapsing lately, with massive losses. Her husband had barely had time to rest, and spent every day at the company looking exhausted and miserable. This was the worst Mid-Autumn Festival they'd had in years. Mrs. Lin was anxious and worried, but there was nothing she could do to help. She had vaguely heard that the company might be heading toward bankruptcy, and the thought made her miserable. She had barely slept at night recently. Even with a full table of food in front of her, she had no appetite. At least her son and daughters were all home. Logan was still covered in bandages, and needed a caregiver to feed him while he sat in a wheelchair. Broken bones took months to heal. There was no way he could recover in just 10 days. Logan had become unusually quiet lately. His arms and legs were still difficult to move, and he'd only gotten into the junior college through special connections. Though, he didn't get along with his classmates either. For someone who used to be the center of attention wherever he went, that was an enormous humiliation, especially when he saw that the country bumpkin I had been back in high school had completely transformed, and was even voted one of a university's hottest freshmen, with countless people fawning over me. It made him feel even worse. Back then, I had clearly been inferior to him in every way, only worthy of being a background character that made him look better. If you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner, and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding, and used it as a threat to force me to give my college spot to that scheming, fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Logan had become unusually quiet lately. His arms and legs were still difficult to move, and he'd only gotten into the junior college through special connections. So he didn't get along with his classmates either. For someone like him, who had always been the center of attention wherever he went, that was an enormous humiliation, especially when he saw that the country bumpkin I had been back in high school had completely transformed, and was even voted one of the university's hottest freshmen, with countless people fawning over me. It made him feel even worse. Back then, I had clearly been inferior to him in every way, only worthy of standing in his shadow. You shouldn't stay home all the time either. You still need to go out and socialize. Mrs. Lin looked at Sophia, speaking with concern but also caution. We have 3 days off for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Aren't you going to tomorrow's class reunion? She spoke very carefully, afraid her words might hurt Sophia. I'm not going. Sophia's face was pale, and her expression gloomy. She only lowered her head and ate, without saying a word, as though she couldn't hear anyone around her. The once respected university professor now stayed home every day, with her phone turned off, completely disconnected from the outside world. She couldn't accept the blows she'd suffered. She truly couldn't. She didn't even dare look at anything online. Mrs. Lin put some food into Sophia's bowl. What happened before is already over. Eat a little more. Look how much weight you've lost lately. Sophia raised her eyes coldly. Enough! Stop putting food in my bowl. I know what I want to eat. Mrs. Lin's smile stiffened. All right. You can serve yourself. I just saw you only eating rice. The food today is really good. You should try some. Her heart ached endlessly for her daughter. Several days had already passed since the incident. She kept comforting her. Things will get better. Don't rush yourself. Taking care of your health is the most important thing. Sophia gave a cold laugh. Her expression was full of despair. Things won't get better. They'll never get better. My reputation is completely ruined. I used to be a respected university professor. Everyone admired me. Now I'm treated like a parasite on society. Wherever I go, people hate me like I'm some filthy rat. Sophia's voice was full of bitterness. It wasn't that she hadn't tried asking people for help recently, but no one was willing to help her. So many people had once offered her opportunities, but now they avoided her, like she carried the plague. Do you really think someone like me still has a future? Stop lying to yourself. Mrs. Lin's heart ached. and guilt nearly destroyed what little appetite she had left. Sophia, don't say that. Logan hurriedly comforted her. It's okay. Everything will get better. His smile was warm. Look at me. I'm already in this condition, and I'm still staying strong. Logan thought his smile could comfort Sophia. But you're you, and I'm me. Sophia's voice was cold. She had once loved Logan deeply, because he'd only been choosing between Logan and me. But now, her own career had been destroyed because of this idiot Logan. Even if she genuinely loved him before. What? Just seeing Logan's face made irritation rise inside her. She couldn't stop herself from blaming him for her own misfortune. I'll go to tomorrow's reunion and try to build connections with some people. If no university is still willing to take me, then I'm truly finished. A bitter, self-destructive smile appeared on her lips. Logan's smile became awkward. He stared at his suddenly unfamiliar eldest sister and felt an inexplicable fear. His eyes filled with hurt, and instinctively, he wrapped himself in the role of the victim again. Mrs. Lynn sighed and looked toward her second daughter, Olivia. Olivia, you know what the family situation is like lately. Your auto shop has been doing pretty well, right? And you shouldn't always be going off to race cars. It's dangerous. Your life is at stake. Olivia took a sip of water without answering. Don't pretend you didn't hear me, if you ask me. If your shop is making decent profits, you should take some money out and help your third sister. She used to help your dad manage the company. Now the company is about to go bankrupt. Your father is running around everywhere trying to maintain connections. He's having a hard time too. Madison, who had been dragged into the conversation, frowned slightly. She had a strong sense of pride and didn't want her second sister helping her. Besides, Olivia had already changed. She had neglected Logan because of Ryan, and there was now distance between the sisters. Mom, Dad and I will handle the company ourselves. You don't need to say this to Olivia. If she wanted to help, she would have helped already, and she has no obligation to help us. Logan frowned. Madison, don't argue with Olivia. We're all siblings. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. The family should be enjoying themselves together. Madison only listened to Logan and felt sorry that he'd been wronged. Logan, stop worrying about us. You're already injured like this. Recovering should be your priority. Olivia completely lost her appetite and looked at them coldly. If you treated Ryan even a little better back then and hadn't forced him into a dead end, would any of this be happening? Olivia, I've had enough of you. Another Lynn sister slammed the table and stood up. Her eyes were filled with anger. Listen to yourself. You've been fighting with this family over Ryan. For how long now? Is all this really necessary? Besides, Ryan is the one who ruined our entire family. He deserves to go to hell and die. It's honestly a shame he didn't die at the reservoir. Her tone was vicious. She blamed every misfortune entirely on me. Olivia became like an enraged lion, grabbed her sister by the clothes. Say that again. We're the ones who were monsters. We're the ones who wronged Ryan. Do you have any idea how much he secretly did for this family? How can you act like you have a clear conscience? The two sisters started fighting. Grace hurriedly pulled them apart and stood on Olivia's side. That's enough. You've gone too far. We all know exactly what happened. Ryan is your biological brother. Can you really say you feel no guilt at all? The other sister turned her eyes away, with blood already at the corner of her mouth. Olivia gave a cold snort, grabbed her coat, and headed outside. Grace immediately followed her out. What should have been a peaceful mid-autumn festival had turned into complete chaos. Mrs. Lynn's head felt like it was splitting, and she lost her appetite completely. All she could do was wait. Wait until the old madam's birthday banquet at the end of the month. At that time, the older generation would return to the family's ancestral home for the birthday celebration. That would be their final chance. Meanwhile, I'd had a little too much to drink during the Mid-Autumn Festival and felt pleasantly tipsy. My grandparents had already been taken away to rest. I checked the time, yawned, and sprawled across the dining table. My cheeks were flushed red. I picked up my phone, wanting to check the time, but the screen seemed to keep swaying back and forth. What is going on? Stop moving. I pressed down on my phone. My eyes were hazy as I pouted awkwardly. Why is this phone still shaking? Just then, the phone rang, and I accidentally answered it. The person on the other end seemed surprised. It was a guy. Ryan, it's Wang Yufeng. Do you remember me? Can I invite you to help host a school reunion tomorrow? It's at my family's hotel. If you're willing to come, I can pay you. How about $300 for the dinner? Wang Yufeng knew I was poor, so he offered what he thought was an enormous $300. He figured I definitely wouldn't refuse. I hiccuped. $300? $300? That's so much. Okay, I'll do it. Wang Yufeng laughed mockingly. You're still as simple as ever. Looks like even after getting into a good university, you're still just as plain and honest. Then take the bus over tomorrow to Wenfan Grand Hotel. You know where it is? Natalie rested her chin on her hand and watched the little drunkard. Then she reached over and pinched my cheek. It was warm and soft. Evelyn's gaze was equally gentle and indulgent. She took my phone and ended the call. $300 a day isn't even enough for one of our outfits. She rubbed my hair. Are you sleepy? Want me to take you back to your room? I reached up and pushed Evelyn's hand away. Then I looked toward the cold-looking Victoria beside us. I pointed at her. No, I want her to go pick persimmons with me. Natalie nearly died of fright and quickly covered my mouth. That's enough from you. The smile at the corner of Evelyn's lips deepened. She looked at Victoria. Go pick persimmons with Ryan. He probably remembered something from when we were kids. The wine glass in Victoria's hand trembled slightly. The crimson wine swirled inside the stemmed glass, reflecting the brilliant lights. Yet, none of that light could illuminate the depth and silence in her eyes. Memories from childhood. Her gaze lowered. There used to be a persimmon tree in a corner of the orphanage. Ryan had been too, young back then, and always came last. He never had enough to eat, so he eagerly waited for the persimmons to ripen. But I picked them first. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I never expected him to cry for several hours. Victoria raised her eyes and looked at my flushed cheeks. Her gaze was filled with memories. I promised him back then that every autumn, all the persimmons would belong to him. Natalie hadn't known they shared a memory like that. She watched curiously as Victoria actually raised her hand and used the hand-wearing prayer beads to take mine. She didn't even mind that I was drunk. The incredibly powerful woman held my hand and slowly led me toward the backyard. Natalie watched our backs and felt extremely worried. They're really going to pick persimmons? If Ryan likes it, just let him. Even Evelyn's sleeves carried the fragrance of osmanthus. I didn't normally like overly sweet scents, but the osmanthus fragrance on me, mixed with the faint scent of alcohol, was strangely intoxicating to her. She smiled faintly. He still has a child's heart. It's just that life has been too hard on him. The moment Natalie heard that, her heart nearly broke, and she silently cursed the Lin family again. They were the reason her little Ryan had suffered so much. Behind the manor was a small grove. Unlike most wealthy estates, this place was surprisingly down to earth. There were grapevines, chestnut trees, peach trees, pear trees, and in one corner stood a tall persimmon tree. My body felt warm, and even my breathing was hot, but my eyes were brighter than ever. I held tightly onto my sister's hand and followed her toward the persimmon tree. A light breeze blew past, lifting the hem of my blue clothes, like ripples across the surface of a lake, spreading layer after layer. I started feeling a little cold. A servant brought over a large wool shawl. Victoria took it, shook it open, and wrapped it around me. Are you cold? If you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner. And tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming, fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, a light breeze blew past, lifting the hem of my blue clothes, like ripples across the surface of a lake, spreading layer after layer. I started feeling a little cold. A servant brought over a large wool shawl. Victoria took it, shook it open, and wrapped it around me. Are you cold? Cold. I grabbed Victoria's wrist. My hand instinctively played with the prayer beads around her wrist. You promised all the persimmons would be mine. You can't break your promise. Victoria raised her head and glanced at the persimmon tree. Fortunately, the tree wasn't too tall, but reaching the fruit still meant a height of over 6 feet. She reached out toward a golden red persimmon. I hurriedly jumped up. I want to pick it myself. You can't steal mine again. My voice sounded slightly aggrieved. It felt as though I were dreaming and had returned to childhood. I could once again speak freely to Victoria without any restraint. Victoria looked helpless, and compromise appeared on her face. Don't tell anyone, and you'd better forget all of this once you're sober. Within her deep, icy gaze was a rare trace of embarrassment. I suddenly lunged forward and wrapped my arms around Victoria's neck. Hee. The refreshing scent from her body filled my nose. Victoria lowered her head, looking as though she'd accepted her fate. If I wanted something, she truly couldn't refuse me. Meanwhile, on the second floor not far away, Natalie was holding a glass of water and leaning over the railing to watch us. What the hell? Natalie looked like she'd seen a ghost. As she watched the woman carrying me on her shoulders, carefully moved toward the top branches, where the persimmons were hanging, she hurriedly shouted, Evelyn! Evelyn, come look! Evelyn walked over. Her expression froze slightly before she laughed helplessly. Natalie took out her phone and zoomed in for a photo. She had originally planned to capture Victoria's embarrassing moment. But after taking the picture, no matter how she looked at it, they seemed like childhood sweethearts, perfectly matched by fate. Natalie was so annoyed, her teeth itched. She almost deleted the photo in anger, but realizing how precious the picture was, she kept it anyway. The persimmon tree covered part of the sky. I looked at the fruit hanging high above and smiled happily. Closer, closer. Got it. Ava hurried over carrying a basket. The moment she saw this scene, she swallowed hard and wondered if her boss might kill her to silence her. He trembled nervously. Boss, the basket. Victoria gave a quiet, A nearly invisible smile touched her lips. Her voice was gentle. Ryan, there's another one over here. I handed the persimmon to Ava. Hold it carefully. Don't damage it. Ava absolutely didn't dare. If she damaged one of my persimmons, she suspected Victoria might actually kill her. Yes, young master, don't worry. I'll definitely hold them carefully. I rode on Victoria's shoulders beneath the tree and picked persimmons everywhere. She was incredibly patient and completely indulged me, while my cheerful laughter grew lighter and brighter. Soon, the basket was filled with persimmons. I climbed down from Victoria's shoulders, then sat on the grass beneath the tree, hugging the basket, as though I were holding some priceless treasure. I smiled happily. Victoria, do you want a persimmon? Victoria looked at me gently. Light and shadow fell across my cheeks, making me look especially beautiful. I promised Ryan that all the persimmons would belong to him. I picked one up and handed it to her. I'll share one with you. Victoria looked at my pale hand. She reached out, but instead of taking the persimmon, she held my hand. Then she crouched down, until her eyes were level with mine. Yes. There was a rare stillness in her deep gaze. Her eyes were impossibly profound, like a bottomless abyss, capable of pulling someone into an endless vortex of darkness. Ryan, thank you for coming back to me. I promise you'll never have to worry about anything again. I looked at her hesitantly. Really? Victoria nodded. If I fail to keep that promise, may I spend eternity in the volcanic hell burned by endless flames. According to Buddhist scripture, the 16th level of hell was the volcanic hell. Victoria treated protecting me as one of her sacred commandments. If she ever broke that vow, she would condemn herself to eternal unrest, lifetime after lifetime. When I woke up, it was already the day after the Mid-Autumn Festival. I rubbed my head and sat up, opening my eyes beneath the soft blankets. I'd only had a little alcohol with dinner yesterday. How had I gotten that drunk? I had no idea how long I'd slept. I grabbed my phone and checked. It was only a little after 10 in the morning. I breathed a sigh of relief, but then frowned, as I realized something wasn't right. Wait, 10 o'clock? It was 10 in the morning the next day. I pressed my lips together. I'd clearly been able to handle alcohol pretty well before. Could it be that after starting over, my body still wasn't used to drinking? What kind of logic was that? I took a shower and changed clothes, then slowly made my way downstairs. I couldn't remember what had happened yesterday at all. Natalie was sitting on the couch and saw me coming downstairs. She waved at me. Come here. I walked over in confusion and sat beside her. What's wrong? Natalie naturally wrapped an arm around my shoulders and whispered mischievously in my ear, You accepted a job today. You woke up this late. Can you still make it? Go. Little Ryan. Want me to drive you there in a supercar? Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't earn that $300. What? I frowned slightly. What job? I have no idea what you're talking about. One look at me, and Natalie knew I'd completely forgotten, so she reminded me again. I bit my lip. Apparently, I'd promised Wang Yufeng that I'd host a school reunion at his family's hotel. I couldn't understand how this had happened. Back in senior year, Wang Yufeng and I had been classmates, but his family owned a hotel and was very wealthy. Naturally, someone like him and a poor student like me had never belonged to the same social circle. Why would he ask me to work part-time for him? Ring, ring, ring. My phone suddenly rang urgently. I answered. Wang Yufeng immediately said, "Ryan, where are you? I sent you the time and location on WeChat. Don't tell me you're backing out now. This reunion is for some of our former high school seniors, and none of them are short on money. That's why I gave you such a good opportunity. Don't waste my kindness. Where else could you host for a few hours? Keep the atmosphere lively and make 300. Hurry over. You've got 10 minutes. No, I was drinking yesterday, I tried to explain. But he'd already hung up. I stared at the phone speechlessly. Then I heard someone trying to suppress her laughter. I turned toward Natalie. Her captivating eyes had already curved with amusement. It's fine. Little Ryan, we don't need that money. Be good. Whoever dares look down on our little Ryan, I'll teach them a lesson. I promise no one will bully you, okay? Stop looking so miserable. As she spoke, she pinched my cheek. Come on, cheer up. I let out a breath and checked the time and location on my phone. There really were only 10 minutes left. Cloping, the worst part was, Wang Yufeng had already transferred the 300 yesterday, and while drunk, I'd actually accepted his money. I could only blame my disobedient hand. Without even bothering to dress up, I grabbed my phone and hurried outside to call a cab. Natalie followed behind me. Ryan, if you really insist on going, I can drive you. Stop following me. I turned and pointed at Natalie. You didn't stop me yesterday, so you're not allowed to say anything now. Natalie raised both hands in surrender. Fine. Call me when you're done. I'll come get you. Okay. Keep Grandpa and Grandma company for me. Natalie immediately agreed. Sure. Don't worry. Wenfang Grand Hotel. By the time I arrived, it was already 11 o'clock. Wang Yufeng was waiting outside the private dining room with a dark expression. Manager's son stood beside him. He snorted. Ryan really takes his time. Is he still at home getting ready? There was something malicious in his expression. The only reason he'd invited me today was because Senior Jessica wanted to meet me. Otherwise, he never would have been kind enough to let me earn 300. That poor country bumpkin really hadn't changed at all. He couldn't understand what Senior Jessica saw in me. Manager's son smiled knowingly. You understand, don't you? She's always been the type to flutter from one flower to another, now that she's back from overseas. She probably wants to pluck the flower she's been thinking about. It's not like anything serious is going to happen. We're just doing her a favor. Maybe afterward, Senior Jessica will take better care of our hotel. Wang Yufeng nodded. Of course. The Li family is seriously wealthy. Even a few scraps from their table would be enough to make us rich. While they were talking, rapid footsteps suddenly approached. I appeared not far away. Wang Yufeng looked up at me and frowned. Ryan, you came dressed like that? Couldn't you at least make yourself presentable? Despite what he said, when he looked at my face, he was secretly stunned. Back then, I had worn heavy bangs, black framed glasses, and always acted timid. Yet now, I had become incredibly handsome. No wonder Senior Jessica had become interested. After seeing my photo, go change first. You can't go in front of everyone looking like this. Follow me. Wang Yufeng crooked a finger, ordering me around as though I were a servant. Manager's son gave me a sympathetic look. He really was handsome, though. Inside the private room, Jessica Li sat in the seat of honor. A huge dining table was completely filled, with people around 25 or 26 years old, both men and women. Among them was someone I knew very well, Sophia. But Sophia, once an outstanding graduate, and the brilliant top student who had gotten into university, was now sitting in an inconspicuous corner, with barely anyone willing to talk to her. Kevin raised his wine glass and smiled flatteringly. Jessica, you came back from overseas without even telling us. We're only able to have this reunion because of you. After all these years, you're still just as impressive. I heard the Li family's company even went public. Everyone immediately exclaimed, wow, that's incredible. As expected of Jessica, of course. Jessica was always the most outstanding person in our class. Exactly. Jessica is amazing. Don't forget about us old classmates after you become even more successful. Jessica waved her hand, sitting calmly in the seat of honor. Everyone, stop being so polite. I just wanted to get together with all of you. Don't make everything so materialistic. I'm really nothing special. Back then, our class president's family owned a company, and she was brilliant academically too. Compared with her, someone like me who basically paid for an overseas education is still far behind. Once the conversation shifted in that direction, everyone looked toward Sophia. Some looked disappointed, while others were simply curious. Many of them already knew what had happened to Sophia. They'd heard she'd even lost her position as a professor, and now had a terrible reputation. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner, and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding, and used it as a threat to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, back then our class president's family owned a company, and she was brilliant academically too. Compared with her, someone like me who basically paid for an overseas education was still far behind. Once the conversation shifted in that direction, everyone looked towards Sophia. Some looked disappointed, while others were simply curious. Many of them already knew what had happened to Sophia. They'd heard she'd even lost her position as a professor, and now had a terrible reputation. Kevin tapped the table. Aren't you being too modest? Professor Lin, she'll never be able to compare with you again. Her scandal already blew up, and even made the trending list. Jessica pretended not to understand. Oh? Doesn't that make her a celebrity now? Sophia heard their mocking laughter, and clenched her fists tightly. Her face turned livid. She had become nothing more than a tool for everyone to mock. Anyone could step on her now. I saw Professor Lin's younger brother Ryan last time. He's seriously as handsome as a celebrity. Jessica's expression showed obvious interest, even though the handsome guys from their old class had all tried to flatter her today. They were older now, and nowhere near as attractive as me. She exaggerated. Professor Lin's brother is only 18, and he's a top student at a university. I specially invited him here today to pour drinks for us. You guys are in for a treat. Her tone was deliberately mocking. Obviously, she wanted to use me to humiliate Sophia in front of everyone. And on the other hand, she wanted to have some fun with me. She had always been inferior to Sophia in the past, but now she finally had the chance to crush her under her feet. Naturally, she wasn't going to let Sophia off easily. Ryan, Wang Yufeng brought over a black suit and tossed it at me. Here, wear this. The tie is new. Change into a pair of dress shoes too. Wang Yufeng crossed his arms and looked down at me arrogantly. Once you're inside, remember, you're mainly there because of Jessica. If Jessica tells you to pour wine, you pour it. Understand? If you do a good job. I'll give you another 100 as a tip today. I held the clothes. The black suit didn't fit very well, and the style was outdated. I'm not wearing this. I tossed it aside in disgust. If you've got this many demands, I'm leaving. Ryan, who do you think you're talking to? Wang Yufeng narrowed his eyes. His gaze turned sharp and mocking. Don't think getting into a prestigious university suddenly changed your life. Don't you still have to come out and earn money with your family situation? Can those rural relatives of yours even afford your tuition? You're really going to turn down an easy 300? Who told you my family can't support me? Wang Yifeng snorted. Come on. When you transferred here, everyone knew. Your parents were already gone, and only your grandparents in the countryside were farming to support your education. Wang Yufeng's tone became even ruder. Logan told all of us back then that you're basically an orphan, and even your grandparents aren't related to you by blood. If I didn't feel sorry for you, I wouldn't have given you this chance to make money. He lost his patience. Stop pretending you're above all this. Put the clothes on, and go pour drinks in the private room. I gave a cold laugh. If you like them so much, wear them yourself. I glanced at my phone. I'm leaving. Wait. Wang Yufeng immediately became anxious. He couldn't understand why I was acting so arrogant toward him. I didn't have the life of a rich young master, yet I had all the attitude of one. He gritted his teeth. If Jessica hadn't specifically asked for me, he wouldn't have bothered dealing with me at all. He was the young master of Wen Fan Grand Hotel, and his family was worth tens of millions. Dealing with poor people only made him feel contaminated by poverty. Even talking to me this much felt like a waste of his precious life. He finally compromised helplessly. Fine, if you don't want to wear it, don't. Just hurry into the private room and make sure you keep Jessica happy. She's the heir to a publicly listed company. Building a good relationship with her can only benefit you. Consider this friendly advice. After all, for a man, attending some prestigious university doesn't mean much. This society still comes down to money and power. I glanced at him and found his way of thinking rather pathetic. I didn't say anything and headed toward the private room. There was a sign hanging outside. Class 6, Senior Year, 7-year graduation reunion. I knocked on the door and entered. The male server saw me arrive and quietly left. I scanned the room beneath the dim yellow lights. The private room reeked of alcohol and cigarette smoke, making me frown slightly. Before I even moved, the woman in the seat of honor already laughed. Jessica smiled. "Oh, little Ryan is finally here. Come pour your big sister a drink." Everyone looked toward me at the doorway. I was tall and straight, with no effort made to dress myself up. My skin had a healthy tan, and my short hair was neat and clean. Standing there, I looked almost like a male celebrity. My handsome face carried a cold sharpness. I was genuinely striking. The former class heartthrob showed a trace of hostility. No wonder Jessica had barely paid attention to him. She'd invited such a young, handsome guy instead. Sophia's expression changed dramatically when she saw me, as though she'd seen something impossible. She hadn't expected me to actually come. She'd thought Jessica was only joking. After all, with my current identity, even Jessica's father would have to lower his head and flatter me. Then worry filled her eyes. She suddenly became concerned for these reckless classmates, and what might happen to them. I frowned and looked coldly at Jessica. "You know me?" Jessica took a sip of wine and replied lazily, "Of course. I was the one who told Wang Yufeng to invite you. I've taken a liking to you. So tell me, what do I have to do to make you mine?" "In your dreams." I curled my lips mockingly. I'd originally thought this was just some misunderstanding, and that I'd accidentally accepted a hosting job today, but now it seemed this had been planned from the start. I just didn't know why Jessica had decided to target me. I couldn't even remember knowing this woman before. "I'm good friends with your sister. If you become my man, then the two of us will practically become family. You're already 18. Surely you know how to please someone by now." Sophia felt deeply humiliated and struggled to suppress the emotion surging in her eyes. Kevin laughed twice. "Jessica, there are plenty of guys here too. We're all adults now. Why pretend we're still innocent teenagers?" Jessica enjoyed watching Sophia's expression and grew even more smug. Her words became increasingly vicious. How the tables had turned. Back then, she had been inferior to Sophia in everything. Now, she could humiliate Sophia's younger brother in public, and Sophia didn't even dare say a word. "Little Ryan," Wang Yufeng said, "you're desperately short on money." As she spoke, Jessica pulled out her wallet and took out a thick stack of red bills. "Stay here and entertain me today, and all this money is yours." If that isn't enough, I've got several million more in my account. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. They were all ordinary working people. Who among them could be like Jessica and casually pull out several million just to play around with an 18-year-old guy? She really was insanely rich. One of the unhappily married men even looked jealous. It'd take me a lifetime to earn several million. This junior really hit the jackpot. Jessica is willing to spend millions just to have fun with you. That's enough to pay for the rest of your life. His tone was sour with jealousy. What a shame. None of us have the junior's good luck. Sophia couldn't listen anymore. She stood up and stepped in front of me. "Enough." She stared directly at Jessica. "I know you resent me. If you're angry, take it out on me. There's no need to humiliate Ryan in public. He's only 18 and just started university. He doesn't understand any of this." Sophia wasn't putting on an act. She was genuinely embarrassed and furious because she'd dragged me into this mess. Her cheeks burned with humiliation while I was being publicly insulted. But in reality, the one being humiliated was still Sophia herself. Jessica immediately wiped the smile from her face. Her gaze turned icy cold, and she stopped pretending. That's right. I just can't stand the way you act all noble and superior. Who do you think you are? Do you still think you're that brilliant top student from before, with a family company that made everyone suck up to you? Now you're no different from a rat in a sewer. If I want to play with your brother, what can you do about it? Sophia's face turned completely dark. Her fists clenched tightly. Don't go too far. I'll go as far as I want. I have money, so I can afford to play. Jessica smiled and openly looked me up and down. While I stood behind Sophia, I wonder if he's still a virgin. Or if not, the market price is only a few thousand. He's definitely not worth me spending millions on. Sophia rushed forward and slapped Jessica across the face. The private room instantly descended into chaos. Cries of shock sounded non-stop. Song Bing exclaimed dramatically, "Sophia, are you crazy? You actually dared hit Jessica? Did you forget your family is nearly bankrupt and you don't even have a job anymore? Offending Jessica will leave you with nowhere to go." By the time the two women were pulled apart, Sophia was already covered in injuries. Plenty of people claimed they were breaking up the fight, but in reality, they had secretly hit Sophia several times. She clutched her chest, with blood at the corner of her mouth. Jessica, on the other hand, looked much better. Everyone stood on Jessica's side. Their gazes were cold as they looked at the miserable Sophia, even though Sophia had deliberately dressed up and worn decent clothes to attend the reunion. Once a wall fell, everyone pushed it down. No matter how polished she looked on the outside, it couldn't change the fact that she now had nothing. People were realistic. They looked at Sophia and at me standing behind her in simple clothes, with mocking amusement in their eyes. Not a single person spoke up for Sophia, even though back in August, they had all praised and envied her and wanted to flatter her in hopes of getting help. "Sophia, you're really being unreasonable." Kevin frowned. "Jessica is giving you an opportunity, and you actually hit her? You really can't take a joke. Besides, with your family's current situation, Jessica taking an interest in your brother is actually giving you face. Otherwise, with the mess your family is in, who would even want to date your brother?" Bitter chills spread through Sophia's heart. Half a month ago, Sophia had personally helped Kevin's child get into a public kindergarten without taking a single penny. Yet now he had changed his attitude completely. Song Bing also criticized her. "Exactly. Jessica is someone who's going to attend major business association events. If she shows up with a face like that, what are people going to say? You still haven't recognized the difference in status between the two of you. If Jessica really decides to go after you, your family won't even be able to stay in a city. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner. And tap to keep watching." My 5 sisters froze all my cards, while my wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding and used it as a threat to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart, without the slightest hesitation. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, a bitter chill spread through Sophia's heart. Half a month ago, Sophia had personally helped Kevin's child get into a public kindergarten without taking a single penny. Yet now he had changed his attitude completely. Song Bing also criticized her. "Exactly. Jessica is someone who's going to attend major business association events. If she shows up with a face like that, what are people going to say? You still haven't recognized the difference in status between the two of you. If Jessica really decides to go after you, your family won't even be able to stay in the city." Sophia's breathing tightened. She looked at Song Bing. This man had been left penniless after a divorce lawsuit and had borrowed $30,000 from her, yet he still hadn't paid back a single cent. Song Bing felt guilty under her stare. "What I said isn't wrong." Sophia lowered her head. A self-mocking smile appeared on her elegant face. So, status really was that important? She had only fallen into a temporary low point, yet all these people were already trampling over her. Back then, she never should have tried to be a good person and helped everyone around her. "You invited me to this reunion, not because you wanted to help me, but because you wanted to laugh at me and humiliate me, right? You finally figured it out. Jessica looked down at the miserable Sophia arrogantly. Heh, what can you do about it? I'm humiliating you. So what? Sophia stood completely isolated. Her breathing became rapid as she tried to attack again. But a hand grabbed her arm. She turned around, and saw me. I wasn't angry. This kind of scene wasn't anything unusual. After all, I'd once been treated like a hated outcast too. Sophia was simply experiencing what I'd once gone through. Enough. I released her arm in disgust, then looked away as though I'd touched something filthy. I didn't even want to look at Sophia any longer. If you can't win, stop humiliating yourself. You really should learn to recognize your situation. Being weak is the greatest sin. Sophia's face turned deathly pale. Jessica had thought I was going to help Sophia, but hadn't expected me to say that. Haha, even your own brother looks down on you. You're really useless. Jessica looked at my handsome face. Little brother, if you ask me, you should just come with me. At least I have money. I've always been very generous with the men I'm with. Song Bing chuckled. You're only 18. Even if you stay with Jessica for 2 years, you'd make enough money to set yourself up nicely, but with your family background. Don't even think about marrying into her family. If you're gonna be a kept man, you need to know your place. The men all burst into laughter, even though they were secretly jealous that I could suddenly get several million. They still pretended to look down on me. This money really is easy to earn. Exactly. All of you, shut up. Sophia's eyes reddened, her teeth clenched tightly. Until she tasted blood in her mouth, I stepped in front of Sophia and smiled directly at Jessica. The coldness on my face faded with that smile, like a spring breeze sweeping past. So, you're very rich? Someone outside heard the sound of the table crashing, and quickly sent staff inside to clean up the broken plates and glasses. Naturally, they also heard the conversation. Once they finished cleaning, they hurried back out and closed the door again. Wang Yufeng frowned outside. What's happening in there? Did they start fighting? Don't tell me, Ryan. Caused trouble again. He only wanted to flatter Jessica, and definitely didn't want to offend her. The server quietly explained what had happened inside. Wang Yufeng sneered without saying anything. Ryan really is lucky. Jessica is actually willing to spend several million to keep him, and just now he was acting all pure and untouchable in front of me. Turns out he's still cheap underneath. Manager's son agreed. Exactly. Several million is probably more money than a country bumpkin like him could earn in a lifetime. It's normal for him to be tempted. Of course, being someone's kept man isn't easy either. Once she gets tired of him, he's done. Wang Yufeng's eyes were filled with superiority. That's how poor guys are. What chance do they have to change their lives besides selling themselves to rich women? He insulted me without the slightest restraint. Then, he had been one of the wealthy young masters in our class, and had often joined Logan in excluding me. Who would have expected that during the final exam, he couldn't even beat a poor country bumpkin like me? Now he could only repeat a year and drift through his days. Seeing that I'd become such a handsome top student made him desperately want to prove that he was still far better than me. Young master, a supercar just pulled up outside. It's a model we've never seen before. I secretly took a photo just now. Take a look. A front desk employee came over and showed Wang Yufeng the photo. Wang Yufeng glanced at it, and all his attention was immediately captured. This car was only recently released worldwide. There shouldn't even be one in the country yet. The receptionist asked curiously, how much is it worth? Tens of millions. Wang Yufeng stared at the beautiful young woman stepping out of the car in the photo. Do I look okay? Manager's son immediately replied, you look great. Just straighten your tie, and you'll look even better. He ordered the receptionist, that VIP is here. Why aren't you going out to welcome her? Judging by her appearance, she was probably a wealthy young lady from a major city. Anyone who could afford such an expensive car, with a repeating number license plate, had to be terrifyingly wealthy if she were a famous heiress from a city. Wang Yufeng would have recognized her immediately. But this was a completely unfamiliar face, which made it the perfect opportunity to build a connection. Wang Yufeng smiled. Come with me to welcome our VIP. The server asked in confusion, young master. What about Ryan? Who cares? Wang Yufeng rolled his eyes. He doesn't even have a powerful family background. And he's got a brother at home who'll inherit everything anyway. He's obviously desperate to find some rich second-generation heir. or wealthy woman to support him. He adjusted his hair, then he casually instructed, "If Jessica needs anything later, open a top-floor suite for her, and don't let Ryan run off or cause trouble." The server remembered how everyone in the private room had been saying disgusting things to that young man. How helpless and frightened must he feel? He couldn't help feeling a little sympathy. All right. Inside the private room, everyone waited to see how I'd respond. If Sophia's younger brother willingly degraded himself like this, then Sophia would truly never be able to hold her head up again. Everyone was also curious. Could a simply dressed, apparently poor young man like me really resist the temptation of several million? Think carefully. I may not have much else, but I definitely have money. Jessica was clearly getting excited. Even though she'd been with plenty of handsome men, they all looked ordinary compared with me. She didn't mind spending even more money on me. In her eyes, there wasn't a handsome man in the world she couldn't buy. It was only a matter of whether the price was high enough. If you miss this chance, you won't get another one. I remained unmoved. Without saying anything, Jessica became even more smug. Thinking my silence meant I'd agreed, she reached out while staring at me greedily. My lightly tanned skin looked almost bronze, healthy and attractive. She couldn't help reaching out to hug me. But the moment her hand extended, there was a sharp crack. Jessica screamed like a slaughtered pig. "Ah!" My hand. I gripped Jessica's wrist, then lifted my leg and kicked her knee. Jessica dropped to her knees with a thud. Her line of sight instantly fell lower, and she screamed in panic from the pain. Everyone else was stunned. Is this guy insane? Even Sophia hadn't dared attack Jessica that brutally. Yet I had. What gave me the nerve? Everyone silently backed away several steps, afraid of getting dragged into it. After all, Jessica had just been humiliated badly. Songbing deliberately hurried over to help her. "Jessica, are you okay? That brat really doesn't know what's good for him." "Get away from me." Jessica shoved Songbing away. Then, furious and humiliated, she supported herself against the table and stood up. Songbing fell hard and couldn't help thinking how unlucky he was. He'd somehow become the punching bag. He should never have gone over to help. "Ryan, you actually dared hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my mother is?" I looked at her coldly, completely calm, with a faint smile at the corner of my lips. "I don't need to know who your mother is." I tilted my head slightly. "You're very confident, but it's nothing more than blind confidence." Jessica's gaze instantly became terrifying, as though she wanted to tear me into pieces. Sophia looked worried and wanted to step in front of me, but one cold glance from me stopped her. Very impressive. I'd like to see whether the Lin family really has what it takes to challenge the Lee family. Jessica's wrist was already dislocated, and her knee hurt unbearably. After seeing how ruthless I was, she didn't try to fight back. After all, power and connections were the best weapons. She pulled out her phone and called her mother. "Mom, you know the Lin family, right? Yeah, someone from the Lin family just beat up your precious daughter. I'm at Wenfan Grand Hotel." Heh, my wrist is practically broken. After hanging up, Jessica pulled over a chair and sat down. Then she took out a cigarette. Someone immediately lit it for her. She smoked, with cold sweat covering her forehead. "I only just came back to the country, so I don't have much influence here yet. Otherwise, I'd already have people here to destroy you. But it doesn't matter. You're still not leaving here safely." She coughed. "Heh, before my mom gets here, you two should kneel down and kowtow to me. Then let me break both your arms. Maybe I'll consider letting you off this once." Sophia frowned deeply. "You're the one who went too far first. Looks like you still don't know when to stop." Kevin sighed when he saw the situation. "Sophia, just apologize already. It's only kneeling and kowtowing. Your brother already forced Jessica to kneel. So, kneeling back isn't a big deal." "Shut up!" Sophia shouted emotionally. Her eyes reddened as she stared at Kevin. "I never should have helped an ungrateful bastard like you. If Jessica wanted your son today, would you obediently hand him over too?" Kevin's expression turned cold. You're completely unreasonable. If you get beaten to death today, you'll deserve it." Sophia stood straight as she looked at them. There was almost no color left in her lips, and her eyes were filled with complete disappointment. "I've helped all of you plenty of times. Yet now every one of you has turned against me. and you're kicking me while I'm down. When you're alone late at night, can you really say your conscience is clear? Kevin snorted. You're really good at making yourself sound important. Whoever asked you for help? Stop making things up. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Sophia stood straight as she looked at them. There was almost no color left in her lips, and her eyes were filled with complete disappointment. I've helped all of you plenty of times. Yet now every one of you has turned against me. And you're kicking me while I'm down. When you're alone late at night, can you really say your conscience is clear? Kevin snorted. You're really good at making yourself sound important. Whoever asked you for help? Stop making things up. Exactly. What a liar. Sophia. Have you lost your mind? Someone like you helping us? Maybe in your dreams. Sophia took a step backward, unable to believe they were really this kind of people. Being treated like this felt awful. Her mouth tasted of nothing but blood and bitterness. 100 times more bitter than bitter melon. Back then, these people had excluded me in exactly the same way. The situation now was almost laughably ironic. It was as though reality had slapped her hard across the face. Not only was she being humiliated, but her own biological younger brother had been dragged into it too. A trace of guilt rose inside her. Ryan, I'm sorry. She's targeting me. She deliberately humiliated you, just to get revenge on me. Sophia raised her eyes toward Jessica. Jessica, let him leave. Whatever grudge exists between us has nothing to do with my brother. He's innocent. Using him to vent your anger will damage your reputation too if word gets out. Although Sophia knew he was protecting me pretty well, he just didn't want to drag me into this anymore. Stop pretending. I smiled faintly. The reason I'm staying here isn't because I want to suffer alongside you. I'm only here to watch the show. You didn't actually misunderstand and think otherwise, did you? I looked curiously at Sophia. Then let me remind you, you and I aren't siblings anymore. Don't forget, I've already removed myself from the family registry. Sophia looked at me and swallowed several times, as though something were stuck painfully in her throat. She stared at my face. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear or humiliation on it. I was completely different from the young man I used to be, and all of this had been caused by the Lin family. I'm sorry, Sophia finally had to admit, only when the knife cut into your own flesh. Could you truly understand how much it hurt? My expression returned to indifference. Being weak and bullied feels helpless and miserable, doesn't it? And when people you sincerely cared about join outsiders in hurting you, that must hurt even more. My voice grew increasingly cold. You're probably wondering why you treated them so well, only for them to betray you like this. Pain appeared between Sophia's brows. She didn't even dare meet my freezing gaze. Stop. I understand now. I deserve all of this. What goes around comes around. Do you see? Now it's finally your turn. Jessica had no idea what we were quietly talking about. She sneered. My mom will be here in 2 minutes, at most. You two still want to keep acting tough? I narrowed my eyes dangerously and gave her an impatient glance. Shut up. Who said you were allowed to speak? The last trace of mercy Jessica had toward me disappeared. A man like me was simply someone who didn't know what was good for him in her eyes. No matter how handsome I was, she had lost interest. There were plenty of handsome and obedient men in the world. Jessica had never lacked men around her. Besides, her mother was almost here. After hitting her, I definitely wouldn't end up well. What a waste of such a handsome face on someone with no brains. Did I really think society was that simple? Jessica sneered repeatedly, as though she could already see my miserable fate. Keep acting tough. Let's see how long you can keep it up. As she spoke, she took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. Kid, don't think you can say whatever you want just because you have a mouth. Kevin couldn't help clicking his tongue and looked at me like I was an idiot. Jessica and your sister aren't even in the same league. Your sister can't compare with her in status at all. You offended Jessica today, and your sister can't protect you, even when your sister was at the height of her success. she still couldn't compare to Jessica. If you think your sister can protect you, then you're completely mistaken. Exactly. Maybe in the past, Jessica would have still given your sister a little respect. Songbing joined in and kicked her while she was down. But things are different now. The Lee group is already publicly listed, while the Lin family is practically bankrupt. Talking back to Jessica is basically asking to die. He smiled while endlessly praising Jessica's power. I swept my gaze across everyone. I wasn't interested in any of them and didn't care about their personal grudges. Forget it. I pretended to be curious. The Lee family is really that powerful? That's strange. How come I've never even heard of them? Songbing frowned. That's because you're a country bumpkin, a bottom-level nobody. Of course, you've never heard of an upper-class wealthy family like this. Everyone present thought I was practically begging to die. I was repeatedly testing Jessica's bottom line, and Jessica was definitely not someone easy to provoke. I would have to pay the price. But they were all simply watching for entertainment. As long as the fire didn't burn them, they didn't care. Ryan, I know what you're trying to do. Sophia's voice was low. But this is my problem. Just like you said, we're no longer siblings, so don't interfere. She didn't want to owe anyone another favor, especially not me. I looked completely confused. Jessica had insulted me here. So obviously I was going to deal with her. What did that have to do with Sophia? She actually said I was interfering. She really knew how to flatter herself. Just then, Mrs. Lee, Helen Lee, finally arrived. She happened to be nearby, and the moment she heard her daughter had been hit, rage immediately surged through her. She dropped everything and rushed over. Jessica was her only precious daughter. She had always treasured her like something fragile and spoiled her beyond measure. The Lee family had always given Jessica whatever she wanted and had never allowed her to suffer the slightest grievance. Yet someone had actually dared lay a hand on her daughter. Wasn't that practically asking for death? Who hit my daughter? A mature woman's voice sounded from the doorway. Everyone immediately looked over. A richly dressed woman with shoulder-length hair walked in surrounded by several people. When Songbing saw the wealthy lady, his eyes filled with envy and flattery. Everyone else also whispered to themselves. This was Mrs. Lee. The Lee group was already publicly listed and extremely powerful. She was a genuine wealthy family matriarch. When Jessica saw her mother arrive, she sneered, "Mom, I just came back from overseas. And some people don't know my family background. They think I'm someone anyone can bully. Look at my hand. It's probably fractured. It hurts so much, Mom. You need to teach these blind idiots that the Lee family isn't easy to mess with." Helen carried her designer handbag. Her gaze was cold. For our Lee family to deal with, a nobody. It is effortless. Anyone who dares touch the heir of our Lee family won't get away with this easily today. Her gaze was icy, and her well-maintained face carried an arrogant chill. Our entire family has only this one precious daughter. Touching her is the same as slapping the Lee family in the face. Kevin's heart tightened. Afraid he might be dragged into it, he hurriedly pointed at Sophia. "Mrs. Lee, it was her!" She was always jealous that Jessica came from a good family, and this time she even ordered someone else to attack Jessica. Sophia Lin deserves to die for what she did. Helen looked toward Sophia. EBS! And recognized her immediately. He had seen the Lin family at business association events before, but now the Lin family had offended Sterling Pharmaceuticals and had completely fallen. Even before, they had only been a minor wealthy family, but at least they had belonged to the same business circles. Now, they were nothing. "So you're the one who dared hit my daughter? Don't you know what condition the Lin family is in now? Do you want me to remind you what kind of situation your family is facing?" Sophia swallowed hard. There were injuries on her face, and she looked far more badly hurt than Jessica. "My conscience is clear. Jessica started this. I don't believe I did anything wrong." Still talking back, Helen raised her hand high and suddenly slapped Sophia across the face. A sharp smack rang out. Sophia's face snapped to the side and quickly became red and swollen. The woman had struck brutally hard. She hated the person who had dared touch her daughter. "My daughter isn't someone trash like you is allowed to touch. Why don't you look in a mirror and see what you are?" Helen's voice was sharp and vicious, filled with arrogant contempt. Everyone around them immediately agreed. Mrs. Lee is absolutely right. Who are you compared with Jessica? How could you possibly dare? Do you really think that because you used to be class president, you can still throw your weight around? This is society, not school. I've disliked Sophia for a long time anyway. She's just a clueless loser with no sense of her place. Hurry up and kneel to apologize to Jessica and Mrs. Lee. Fury surged through Sophia. She raised her head unwillingly and stared at Helen. She felt humiliated and furious. Furious that her dignity was being trampled, and furious at her own powerlessness. What I'd said before was right. Weakness itself was the original sin. Even if everyone mocked and humiliated her now, what could she possibly do? She swallowed hard. Her eyes reddened. How do you want to settle this? Jessica sneered. Simple. You and your brother kneel down and kowtow to me. Then I'll break your arms and legs. Your brother will stay with me for a month and serve me properly. If he keeps me happy, forget forgiveness. I might even be generous enough to throw the Lin family a lifeline. Everyone burst into laughter. Their unrestrained gazes swept over me again and again. Kevin flattered Jessica. Jessica, you've never lacked men around you. Keeping him for a month might not even last that long. I'll dump him whenever I get bored. Jessica's tone was mocking. She deliberately degraded me just to humiliate Sophia. Her insult was vicious enough. Sophia's mouth was filled with the taste of blood. She wanted nothing more than to fight Jessica to the death. Unfortunately, this time Jessica had kicked an iron plate and provoked someone she never should have touched. I spoke coldly. You got some nerve. When Helen heard that, he frowned and turned toward me. With just one glance, the contempt in her eyes instantly flashed with shock, then confusion, and finally hesitation and disbelief. Her brows tightened as she stared at me. Still unable to confirm it, Mrs. Lee, this is the brat who hit Jessica. Songbing had a mocking smile on his face. Sophia had already been humiliated this badly by Mrs. Lee, yet I still dared court death. He figured I was about to get a taste of how cruel society could be. His voice was full of ridicule. This whole family really has no fear of death. Songbing eagerly complained, hoping Helen would slap me too. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number. I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Mrs. Lee, this is the brat who hit Jessica. Songbing wore a mocking smile. Sophia had already been humiliated this badly by Mrs. Lee, yet I still dared court death. He figured I was about to get a taste of how cruel society could be. His voice was full of ridicule. This whole family really has no fear of death. Songbing eagerly complained, hoping Helen would slap me too. Jessica immediately agreed. Exactly. Mom, it's this brat. He had the nerve to attack me. I want him to pay properly. Everyone waited to see me get taught a lesson. After all, the outcome seemed obvious. I was probably about to suffer badly. Such a handsome young guy. What a shame. But Helen didn't react the way everyone expected. She didn't blame me for hitting Jessica. Instead, she suddenly calmed down. Sir, have we met somewhere before? Have we? I looked at Helen and slightly curled my lips. Maybe. I don't really remember. But weren't you here to settle the score with me? I'm the one who hit your daughter and made her kneel in front of me. Jessica became even angrier when she heard my tone. This guy wasn't afraid or regretful at all. She wanted her mother to teach me a proper lesson and make me understand that out in the real world, you had to pay for your mistakes. Mom, stop wasting time with him. Call someone over. I want him taught a lesson. Shut up, Helen scolded in a low voice. She wasn't stupid. Although she knew I'd beaten her daughter and embarrassed the Lee family, the man in front of her looked exactly like the CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals. Absolutely identical. If we really were the same person, then the Lee family would be finished. The longer she looked, the more frightened she became. That presence was exactly the same as the cold, aloof CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals. There was practically no difference. Helen forced out a fake smile. Sir, we must have met at a business association event before, if I remember correctly. I even attended your graduation banquet not long ago. She definitely remembered correctly. She still remembered that massive misunderstanding when they had nearly offended Sterling Pharmaceuticals and two terrifying people they couldn't afford to provoke. You have a good memory, I replied coolly. Everyone else looked completely confused. No one understood what was happening. Kevin asked Jessica in confusion. He hit you. So why is your mom still talking politely with him? Do you know each other? Jessica replied in disgust. How could I possibly know some country bumpkin from the Lynn family? The Lynn family is just some insignificant, minor household. If I hadn't wanted to humiliate Sophia, I never would have bothered with him. What exactly was going on? Even Jessica was completely confused. A faint uneasiness rose in her heart. Her mother was famously protective of her. Yet after something like this happened, she could still smile at the person who hit her. There was only one possible explanation. This man's status was far higher than the Lee family's, but he was clearly Sophia's younger brother. Sophia had already fallen this far. How powerful could her brother possibly be? Daughter, he's still standing, and you're actually sitting? Have you forgotten basic manners? Did you forget what your father always taught you? I'm truly disappointed in you. Hurry up and admit your mistake. Apologize to him politely. Helen's tone was full of blame as she grabbed Jessica's wrist. Jessica sucked in a sharp breath. Mom, he twisted my wrist out of place. If you pull me like that, it hurts like hell. And why should I apologize to him? He's the one who attacked first. I never hit him even once. Why are you being so unreasonable? Helen didn't even have time to feel sorry for her daughter. Her heart was already in complete turmoil. She regretted everything and had no idea whether Jessica had offended me beyond repair. She hurriedly said, Do you know what kind of person he is? And what kind of person you are? You spoke disrespectfully. If he disciplined you, it was for your own good. At this rate, you're going to cause a disaster sooner or later. You should be thanking this gentleman for teaching you a lesson. What kind of twisted logic is that? Jessica was completely stunned. Kevin and Songbing were equally shocked. Wasn't he just Sophia's younger brother? The Lin family was already bankrupt. Why was Mrs. Lee flattering some Lin family kid? Had she gone insane? I raised an eyebrow. Mrs. Lee really is reasonable. To be honest, I don't have time to argue with insignificant people. If your daughter hadn't gone looking for death herself, why would I have bothered laying a hand on her? Helen's temple twitched violently. She was furious inside, but didn't dare show the slightest dissatisfaction. Yes, you're absolutely right. Of course, I'm a reasonable person. I know exactly who's right and who's wrong. Our Lee family will definitely offer you a proper apology. After all, my daughter ruined your mood. It was our failure to discipline her. We only ask that you don't hold this against us. And forgive us this once. Jessica finally came back to her senses. She looked at my completely ordinary clothes. No matter how she looked, I didn't resemble some powerful tycoon. I narrowed my eyes. Then I'll see how sincere you are. Honestly, I swept my gaze around the room, enjoying everyone's wildly different expressions. Today's little show had actually become rather entertaining. Helen didn't understand what I meant. She assumed I was mocking them. Her eyes lowered as she considered how to resolve the situation. If her husband found out their daughter had caused such enormous trouble, he might actually break Jessica's legs. Everyone else's expressions were indeed fascinating. They looked at me, then at the miserable Sophia. We were both siblings from the same family, yet our situations couldn't have been more different. One was beaten and insulted like she wasn't even human, while the other was treated with extreme caution and respect. It was truly strange. Just then, someone else arrived outside. Wang Yufeng pushed the door open with a deathly pale face. Behind him stood a tall, beautiful young woman. She had a lollipop between her lips and carried a playful, effortlessly cool expression. She glanced around at the wrecked private room, and her gaze instantly turned cold. Well, Natalie walked over and hooked an arm around my shoulders, pulling me protectively into her arms. Who bullied our little Ryan? Is somebody itching for a beating? Helen didn't recognize Natalie, so she looked toward Wang Yufeng in confusion. Yufeng, who is she? She's Victoria Shaw's third sister from the capital. The moment those words were spoken, Helen's face became even uglier. She had originally thought she could spend some money to apologize to me. and settle everything that way. But once forces from the capital became involved, the situation became much more troublesome. Her expression turned extremely serious, and she could no longer stay relaxed. Several drops of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She hurriedly apologized. Today's incident was a misunderstanding. Our Lee family sincerely hopes to cooperate with Sterling Pharmaceuticals. We absolutely never had the slightest intention of showing disrespect. The others were all stunned when they heard the name Sterling Pharmaceuticals, that top-tier corporation where you couldn't even get in without an excellent academic background. Natalie narrowed her eyes dangerously. A misunderstanding? At that moment, both Helen and Jessica felt chills run down their backs. Jessica became restless, completely unable to understand how the situation had suddenly reversed twice. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Natalie and my equally cold expressions, the instinctive excuses already at her lips were forcibly swallowed back. All those classmates who had been flattering her earlier were still standing right here. If she lowered herself and started begging before even understanding the situation, what would happen to Jessica's dignity? Where would she put her face? Helen hurriedly said, "Our Lee family absolutely didn't mean anything like that. There must have been some misunderstanding." In just this short amount of time, the other side hadn't even said much. Yet the Lee family's momentum had already completely collapsed. Seeing this scene, shockwaves through everyone present. Natalie crooked a finger. Wang Yufeng walked over with cold sweat on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and glanced guiltily at me, then fearfully at Helen and Jessica. He couldn't afford to offend either side. Wang Yufeng finally hardened his heart. Jessica specifically told me today that I had to bring Ryan here. She wanted to humiliate Sophia, so she treated Ryan very disrespectfully. She even said she wanted to use money to keep him. He paused, afraid Natalie would turn her anger on him. In short, Jessica was deliberately targeting Ryan from the beginning. Natalie nodded in satisfaction. "Ryan, look at you, making the wrong kind of friends again. If I hadn't been paying attention, you might have gotten tricked." She rubbed my hair. "As thanks, you'd better compensate your poor sister for worrying so much about you." I thought to myself that even if Natalie hadn't come today, I could have handled this myself. But since she'd already shown up, I looked at her serious expression then and smiled helplessly. "Fine, I'll spend more time with you. So, how should we deal with this now? I'm just a newly adult boy. I really don't know what to do." Jessica almost cursed out loud. "Why are you pretending to be weak now? You didn't look weak at all earlier when you twisted my wrist. You were practically a monster." Natalie gave Wang Yufeng a look. "Take my little brother to another private room and get him some food." Then she swept her gaze across everyone else. "Those who have nothing to do with this can leave." She curled her lips. "But those involved had better stay. Otherwise, even if you leave, I can still drag you back. And things won't be this simple anymore." Many people secretly felt relieved that they hadn't said anything reckless. Judging from the situation, Ryan's backing was clearly terrifying. At the very least, it was far beyond the Lee family. Otherwise, Natalie wouldn't treat the Lee family like nothing. Jessica grew even more uneasy. "Mom, who exactly are these people? They're from the capital." Even Helen couldn't fully explain it. Her heart was in complete turmoil. "Hurry and call your father." A staff member escorted Sophia out. She lowered her head and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Without looking back, she awkwardly prepared to go home. She finally understood what kind of identity I had now, and what kind of identity she herself had. Back then, she had relied on power to bully others. Yet now, I hadn't kicked her while she was down. Sophia felt as though something were stuck in her throat, painful and bitter. Someone suddenly chased after her. It was one of her former classmates. "Class president, why are you leaving so quickly?" "Wait for me." Sophia frowned. Was this person coming to mock her again? But instead, the other person smiled warmly. "Class president, don't take what happened earlier personally. We're just ordinary people. We didn't dare oppose Jessica. You're not going to blame us, right?" Sophia pressed her lips together without answering. The person continued talking on their own. "I thought your family had gone bankrupt, and that after losing your job, life would be difficult. I didn't realize the Lin family still had this much influence. As expected of you, class president, I knew you were still the most impressive person in our class. Let me treat you to dinner. Let's go have a drink together. I'll apologize to you properly too. Disgust flashed through Sophia's eyes. She knew this person had only come back to flatter her because of me. She looked away. Stop pretending to care about me. I've already seen exactly what all of you are really like. Don't treat me like an idiot. Sophia turned around and walked away coldly. Behind her came an angry curse. If your brother weren't powerful, who would bother talking to you? You really think you're somebody? Pfft, guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding and used it as a threat to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, I didn't realize the Lin family still had this much influence. As expected of you, class president. I knew you were still the most impressive person in our class. Let me treat you to dinner. Let's go have a drink together. I'll apologize to you properly too. Disgust flashed through Sophia's eyes. She knew this person had only come back to flatter her because of me. She looked away. Stop pretending to care about me. I've already seen exactly what all of you are really like. Don't treat me like an idiot. Sophia turned around and walked away coldly. Behind her came an angry curse. If your brother weren't powerful, who would bother talking to you? You really think you're somebody? I followed Wang Yufeng out of the private room and headed upstairs. Wang Yufeng walked in front, but he could feel me behind him, and cold sweat kept running down his back. He frantically rehearsed excuses in his mind, yet his thoughts were a complete mess. He suddenly stopped, then turned around with a pale smile. Ryan, I'm sorry. I thought Jessica insisted on bringing you here because she wanted to pursue you. After all, you're young, handsome, and very attractive now. It's normal for wealthy young women to like you. I looked at Wang Yufeng with a faint smile, waiting for him to keep making excuses. Wang Yufeng suddenly felt like a clown performing in front of me. My eyes were completely clear. What could possibly be hidden from me? Wang Yufeng truly regretted looking down on me before. He had thought I was just a poor country bumpkin. Who would have known I was hiding my true power? My God, that was Sterling Pharmaceuticals. If his father found out he'd excluded me back in school and had offended me again today, he might actually break his legs. Please, I'm begging you, don't hold this against me. I really didn't do it on purpose. I genuinely thought Jessica wanted to pursue you. Who knew she had bad intentions? And was such a horrible person? I waved my hand, no longer interested in listening. I actually preferred the arrogant version of you from earlier. Why lower yourself this much in front of me? I can find the private room myself. You can go handle your own business. After saying that, I continued upstairs. Wang Yufeng stood frozen in place. His legs felt as heavy as lead. He felt my words were dripping with sarcasm, but he hadn't meant to do it. If he'd known my background from the start, how could he possibly have been stupid enough to offend me? Manager's son walked over. Young master, what should we do now? Something seems wrong in that private room too. Should we call the police? Wang Yufeng clenched his fists, snapped irritably. You dare call the police? Are you trying to drag my entire family down with you? Those people came from the capital. How powerful do you think a city's influence can be against them? If you're brainless, don't drag me into it. Anger surged through Wang Yufeng as he bitterly regretted choosing the wrong side. Didn't you say Grandpa and Grandma were eating here? Make the entire meal free and make sure they're treated with extreme care. Don't make another mistake. Manager's son thought to himself, wasn't this your mistake in the first place? Why are you yelling at me now? Still, he obediently went to handle it. Sophia had originally planned to call a cab, but a car suddenly stopped in front of her. She looked up and saw Logan and the family driver. Logan was still unable to move easily and sat in the back seat. Sophia, get in. Let's go home. Sophia got into the back seat and sat beside Logan. Why did you come here? Didn't Mom tell you to stay home and recover? Logan had noticed Sophia leaving early that morning, so he had the driver bring him along and follow her. He had originally wanted to score some points with her and ease the tension between himself and his eldest sister. He still needed to win over the 5 sisters. There was already no hope with Olivia and Grace, but surely Sophia, Madison, and the 4th sister couldn't all end up standing on Ryan's side too. He had to keep at least some advantage over me. Logan thought to himself, then revealed a sweet smile. I knew you were finally willing to go outside again. I was happy for you too. So I specially came to pick you up. Calculation filled Logan's eyes. He had also heard that some conflict had broken out at the reunion. From a distance, he'd seen Natalie driving a luxury car and bringing my grandparents inside with her. I saw Ryan's third sister earlier. Did you run into her? Sophia nodded and briefly explained what had happened. Sophia had originally thought Logan would feel sorry for her after hearing the story, but unexpectedly, he said nothing. She turned toward him in confusion, only to see a very complicated expression in Logan's eyes. What's wrong? It's all my fault. Logan still wanted to win. Yes, Sophia over, so he hurriedly said, Sophia, if it weren't for my situation, you never would have ended up like this. I'll always remember everything you sacrificed for me, and I'll never become a burden on this family again. Sophia became irritated the moment she heard that. She turned toward the window and showed Logan the back of her head without saying another word. Logan felt unwilling to accept it. How could Sophia blame him for everything? Sure, she'd lost her position, but he'd also lost his education. It wasn't like one of them had suffered more than the other. They were both miserable. His heart was filled with jealousy, and a sour feeling rose in his throat, like he'd swallowed an entire jar of vinegar. He was insanely envious. Sophia was doing terribly now. She was bullied outside and had to watch other people's expressions. Almost anyone could step on the Lynn family now, but my sisters from the orphanage were all powerful and influential, and every one of them was stunning. Any one of them alone could let me walk sideways through a city without fear. If only those sisters belonged to him instead. The thought flashed through Logan's mind, then grew wildly like springweeds, until he couldn't suppress it at all. That's right. If only everything I had now belonged to him instead. Inside the private room, Grandpa and Grandma sat awkwardly in luxurious chairs. A beautifully designed menu rested on the table before them. Grandma opened it. Old man, Natalie told us to order whatever we want. What should we get? Grandpa glanced at the menu and immediately shrank back. What kind of dishes are these? A plate of stir-fried chicken costs $208.9. Maybe we should just go home and eat. It's way too expensive outside. Natalie is only a college student. Where would she get the money to treat us to something this expensive? Grandma nodded. Natalie had even told them the car was borrowed from a friend, just so she could conveniently take them around. She had already gone to so much trouble for them. How could they let her spend even more? Yes, let's just go home. The moment I entered the private room, I saw Grandpa and Grandma preparing to leave. Grandpa, Grandma, what's wrong? Is there nothing here you like? Grandma looked uneasy. The food here is too expensive. Ryan, even though you're attending a good university now, you still can't spend money like this. Grandpa nodded in agreement. Exactly. Making money isn't easy. I pressed my lips together and smiled. I knew that if Grandpa and Grandma stayed here to eat, they probably wouldn't feel comfortable. So I didn't force them. Then let's find a small restaurant by the roadside and eat some home-style dishes. The elderly couple immediately relaxed. Grandma hurriedly agreed. Yes. Let's eat at a small restaurant. The food there tastes good too. Why do we have to eat somewhere like this? With a gentle expression, I led Grandpa and Grandma out of the private room. Manager's son hurried over. What's wrong? You're leaving? Don't rush off. The food is almost ready. They're all signature dishes from our hotel, and they taste excellent. Grandpa shook his head. It's too expensive here. We'll eat somewhere else. Manager's son looked at me, standing beside the plainly dressed and somewhat poor-looking elderly couple. Yet somehow, we looked perfectly natural together. If he hadn't known my identity, he probably would have mocked us for coming here when we couldn't afford it. But precisely because he knew how powerful I really was, he instead thought the CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals was incredibly down-to-earth, completely different from those arrogant executives. He really was someone capable of accomplishing great things. You misunderstood. You don't have to pay for your meal here? Grandma looked confused. Eating here is free? You're kidding, right? I misspoke. It's like this. Mr. Lin here is a classmate of our owner's son. The young master specifically told us that his classmates eat here for free. He even specially instructed us to prepare a table full of signature. Dishes. Look, they're already coming. As he spoke, several beautiful young servers hurried over one after another, carrying exquisite dishes. They efficiently placed each dish onto the table inside the private room. Grandma looked at me seriously. Ryan, is that true? I nodded slightly. It's true, but if you want to stay and eat here, that's fine. If you'd rather eat somewhere else, that's fine too. I'll follow whatever you want. Wang Yufeng personally carried over a bottle of premium aged liquor. He smiled brightly and enthusiastically. Grandpa, Grandma, don't leave. I was planning to come personally and entertain you. Ryan and I are classmates. If you leave, I'll feel terrible. Grandma didn't understand the situation. Oh my. Ryan, your classmate is really polite. I used to worry that studying in the city would make things difficult for you. I didn't expect your classmates to be this nice. She felt embarrassed accepting such kindness. Each one of these dishes costs over 200. If you treat us for free, won't your hotel lose money? Wang Yufeng smiled even more brightly. How can friendship between classmates be measured with money? I'm not that kind of shallow person. Money is only something external. It's rare for my classmate to come eat at my hotel. Of course I have to treat him. After saying that, Wang Yufeng looked humbly at me. Ryan, you have to give me this opportunity. The corner of my lips curved slightly. I had to admire Wang Yufeng's mentality. He really knew when to bend and when to stand tall. His attitude had changed incredibly fast. These past few days had been the happiest visit Grandpa and Grandma had ever had here. Evelyn had arranged everything perfectly for them. They stayed in a comfortable, large room. Instead of some cheap motel near the station, they could even sit at the same table and eat with me, without worrying that the Lin family would discover they'd come. They didn't have to constantly act like guilty thieves or endure anyone's disgust. The atmosphere here was warm and harmonious, and everyone treated them kindly. Grandpa's recovery was going very well. The hospital results had already come back, and specialists had personally examined him when the elderly couple arrived. They had brought some vegetables grown at home. When it was time to leave, Evelyn once again arranged for people to drive them home. The car was packed full of bags and gifts. After returning to the countryside, Grandpa saw that their home looked completely different and immediately became alarmed. A delivery truck was parked outside. He hurried over and asked, "Who are you? Why are you moving things into my house?" Grandma also looked completely confused. Even the loofah vines outside had been disturbed. Something didn't look right. Could they have been robbed? Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and get a sneak peek by tapping to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding and used it as a threat to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart, without the slightest hesitation. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, after returning to the countryside, Grandpa saw that their house looked completely different and couldn't help feeling confused. A delivery truck was parked outside. He hurried over and asked, "Who are you people? Why are you moving things into my house?" Grandma looked equally confused. Even the loofah vines outside had been broken. Something didn't look right. Could they have been robbed? A man came outside after finishing moving some things. When he saw them, he pulled out a document and said, "Miss Shaw sent us here. This old house has been neglected for years. A lot of places were leaking and letting drafts in, and several windows were broken. Workers already repaired everything yesterday and the day before. They also converted the bathroom to use solar-heated water." He handed a list to Grandma. "These are the appliances we installed today. Please check everything over." Grandma was dumbfounded. She stared at the air conditioner, television, refrigerator, and other items listed. Completely confused. "Evelyn asked you to do all this?" "Our old appliances still worked. This must have cost so much." "It's different now. Modern appliances aren't like the old ones." After leaving a phone number, the supervisor drove away. Grandpa hurried toward the house and discovered that the cement steps beneath the eaves, which had broken a few days ago, had already been repaired. Oh my, Evelyn is incredibly thoughtful. She's truly a wonderful person. He pushed open the door and walked inside. The entire house looked brand new, with new furniture and appliances everywhere. A huge television sat inside the room. The tiny old refrigerator had been replaced with a large double-door fridge. The bathroom had once been dark and drafty, with old newspapers covering the broken window. But now, it had been replaced with thick, sturdy glass. Grandpa was deeply moved. He sat on a stool and said, "Back when Ryan returned to the Lynn family, the Lynns treated us like beggars, as though every time we visited we were only there to ask them for money." His voice was filled with emotion. Ryan's brothers and sisters from the orphanage are so much better than his biological family. It's not even close. With them looking after Ryan, I can finally stop worrying. Grandpa could tell. These companions would never let me suffer even the slightest grievance. Grandma's eyes reddened. That's right. Ryan is still blessed after all, and Evelyn has treated us so well. The Lynn family had never shown them any respect. Yet now, my brothers and sisters from the orphanage were all so kind. The elderly couple felt deeply touched. After the mid-autumn festival break, it wasn't long before the National Day holiday arrived. The university had originally planned to make up the postponed military training, but the temperature was still extremely high. So the school postponed it again out of safety concerns. During the 7-day break, many of my classmates already had plans. Only I stayed home. On the first day of vacation, Nightingale was already waiting downstairs at my place. I leisurely washed up and headed downstairs. As soon as I stepped out of the building, I saw a row of osmanthus trees nearby. A discreet black sedan was parked beneath them. I had no idea how long it had been there. A few tiny, golden osmanthus blossoms had fallen onto the black roof. I walked over and got into the car. Outside the window, the rich fragrance of roadside osmanthus filled the air. Nightingale leaned casually back against the seat, with both hands resting loosely on the steering wheel. She wore a white shirt, with several buttons undone, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbones. Her hair was a striking shade of pink, with several white highlights. Her beautiful profile showed little expression. Her eyes were lowered, and her long lashes cast. A faint shadow beneath them. Below her elegant, straight nose were naturally rosy lips. "Why did you call me over?" I suppressed the surprise in my eyes. "You suddenly called me. Is something urgent?" I asked casually, but couldn't help thinking. Someone who had amazed me with her looks as a child was still just as stunning when I saw her again. Nightingale took out a contract and casually handed it to me. She turned her face slightly. Her eyes were deep, with faint light flickering inside them. "For you." Her voice was cool and clear, carrying a delicate, almost Japanese idol-like quality. I pulled my gaze away. It was genuinely difficult not to be distracted by her beauty. My eyes fell onto the contract for false confession. I was a little surprised. "This is the acting contract and confidentiality agreement. The pay is $1,208 million. You're really giving me this role?" I wasn't struggling financially, but being able to act and make money at the same time was obviously even better. What surprised me even more was that I was basically an unknown amateur. How could I possibly get such a high salary? Did the director actually agree? I'm not bringing any investment into the production. Getting the opportunity alone should already be pretty good, right? At this moment, Nightingale wasn't the sister I'd once offended. She was my wonderful sister and powerful backer. I cleared my throat and deliberately reminded her, "This role has romantic scenes with you. You know that, right? Don't suddenly regret it later." Nightingale leaned closer until my lower back was pressed against the car door. A faint amusement flickered in her eyes. "Isn't this what you wanted? You specifically chose a role with romantic scenes opposite me. I know exactly what you're thinking." She was quite satisfied. At least in the drama, I would pursue her without ever winning her heart. I swallowed and pressed a finger against her chest. "Don't get so close. If someone photographs us, I don't want to get cursed to death online. And stop imagining weird things. I only think this role suits me. The character isn't annoying. He's upright and honorable. And audiences will really like him." Nightingale didn't want to argue with me about motives or evidence. She sat back, without showing the slightest embarrassment. Her expression remained cool and calm, as though nothing had happened, yet her long, slender fingers unconsciously tapped several times against the steering wheel. I breathed a sigh of relief, then took the fountain pen I always carry from my bag, and quickly signed my name. Then I handed the contract back to Nightingale. Done. You aren't even going to read it properly? Nightingale frowned. You trust something I gave you that much? You've already read it, haven't you? Besides, I said casually, I skimmed it and didn't see any problems. Now that I've signed it, I'll get going. Thanks for making the trip just to bring me the contract. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. The corner of Nightingale's lips lowered slightly. She gave me a sideways glance. Could you be any more perfunctory? Forget sometime. Make it today. I blinked, talking, completely confused. You're a huge celebrity. Aren't you busy? You actually have time to let me buy you a meal? Besides, before filming starts. Your diet must be strictly controlled. If I treat you to hot pot, can you even eat it? At least in the past. I had strictly controlled my diet before filming. Forget casually eating whatever I wanted. I didn't even dare drink random beverages because I didn't exercise enough and sometimes retained water. It was a huge hassle. Nightingale glanced at me. I looked nosy and curious, but my gaze was earnest. My curved lashes made me look slightly adorable. She reluctantly looked away, though not by much. Private dining. Nightingale took out her phone and sent a message. I'll order. You pay. I froze. So, she'd already planned everything. I sighed softly. Fine. You gave me such a great contract. Of course I should thank you. Forget just one meal today. Once filming starts, I can personally cook for you every day if you want. As I spoke, I fastened my seatbelt. I was genuinely curious how such a high salary had been negotiated. Did she hold a knife to the director's throat to get it for me? I'll think about it. I looked up. Didn't you say you'd thank me by cooking for me? Nightingale put on a mask, covering her face. I'll think about it. If I'm in a good mood, I'll send you a menu. But I'm not in a good mood every day. I looked at her cold, aloof expression. She was completely different from Natalie's arrogant, playful personality. Either way, I couldn't understand what Nightingale was thinking. I shook my head. Women really were complicated. After we finished eating, Nightingale sent me her schedule. The food was light, but delicious. And I ate 2 bowls of rice. I leaned against the window and yawned. Nightingale was sitting beside me. The cool fragrance on her body was hard to describe. It smelled a little like bamboo and a little like pine. It was pleasant. Ding! My phone chimed. I saw the spreadsheet Nightingale had sent me. I stared at it carefully. This is your schedule during the National Day holiday? You're pretty busy. But why did you send it to me? My assistant took leave. Nightingale raised her eyes. Fill in for 1 week. I'll pay you. Wait, you want me to be your assistant? I was completely confused. What part of me looked like an assistant from head to toe? Although I knew what a personal assistant was supposed to do, I'd never actually taken care of someone before. An artist's assistant had to handle all kinds of exhausting little tasks. I'm really grateful that you gave me such a good opportunity. What? But I don't think I'm suitable to be your assistant. How about I help you hire one? Nightingale cut me off coldly. Do you think just anyone is qualified to stay by my side? That's not what I meant. I still felt like there was something strange about that sentence. Then, it's settled, Nightingale said in a tone that allowed no argument. I'll reimburse your taxi fares. Don't squeeze onto buses or the subway. My phone chimed again. Nightingale had already transferred me transportation money. That amount wasn't just enough for the National Day holiday. It could probably cover a whole year of taxis. My palms started sweating. Do assistants really get paid this much now? Nightingale took a sip of water. My finger slipped. I added an extra 0. Keep it. I don't like transferring money twice. I looked at Nightingale's elegant, handsome appearance and her tycoon-like spending habits, then nodded. Being rich really is nice. I have something to do. Go back by yourself. I'm leaving first. Nightingale picked up her phone, stood, and headed outside. I drank another bowl of soup before leisurely going to pay the bill. I walked to the front desk and raised my phone to scan the payment code. Hello, I'd like to pay. Sir, Miss Yi is one of our VIPs. The bill has already been charged directly to her membership card. The receptionist took out another card and handed it to me with both hands. Miss Yi instructed us to give you this supplementary card. You can use it directly. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding. to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. Without the slightest hesitation, that same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned, picking up from the last episode. I walked to the front desk and raised my phone to scan the payment code. Hello, I'd like to pay. Sir, Miss Ye is one of our VIPs. The bill has already been charged directly to her membership card. The receptionist took out another card and handed it to me with both hands. Miss Ye instructed us to give you this supplementary card. You can use it directly. I took the card and looked at it. It was a Four Seasons restaurant membership card. Simple but elegant, and quite attractive. I didn't refuse it. She'd said I was treating her. Yet, in the end, she'd still paid herself. I casually slipped the card into my bag. Just then, a voice came from outside. I understand. Thank you for being willing to give us this temporary opportunity. I'll seriously consider the marriage between our families. It was a familiar man's voice. I looked over and realized it was my father, David Lin. He was smiling as he brought a businessman inside. David wore a suit and still carried his usual calm composure, but compared with before, the exhaustion in his expression was obvious. The moment he saw me, his expression became slightly unnatural. The son he had once disliked was now the CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals. I had transformed into someone outstanding among men. Whenever I went out, even the president of the business association gave me respect because of the power behind me. Yet David had once looked down on me and treated me with neglect and indifference. Now that the Lin family had fallen this far, without me even personally taking action, how could he possibly keep ignoring me? David took the initiative to greet me. Ryan, you're eating here too? Want to join us? I glanced at the man beside David. I didn't recognize him. No, I've already eaten. Back then, I hadn't even been qualified to eat at the same table as the head of the Lin family. And now I had even less interest in eating with him. David asked the guests to head to the private room first. Then he deliberately put on a guilty expression. Ryan, can we talk for a moment? You left home too suddenly before. There were so many things I never got the chance to tell you. I know I wronged you, but we're still father and son, right? I felt nauseated. Spare me. Just say what you want. If you're asking me to save the Lin family, forget it. I pressed my lips together. And don't talk to me about family affection, legally and in reality. We're no longer family. I really couldn't understand. The Lin family had happily removed me from the household registry before. Yet now, one after another, they suddenly wanted to talk about family ties. Their skin was thicker than a city wall. Then I'll be direct. Because of your attitude toward the Lin family at your graduation banquet, many business association members terminated their partnerships with us. The Lin family is about to go bankrupt. You surely know the family's situation. Right now, the only solution is for your third sister to marry the son of Chairman Wang, the man who was just with me. A marriage alliance. I raised an eyebrow. Sounds good. Ryan, you may talk tough, but I know you care deeply about your sister. David sighed heavily. You surely don't want to see Madison sacrifice her own happiness just to save the family, do you? Meanwhile, Mr. Lee gave a humorless smile and squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. He's standing right there. David, don't just stand by and watch us die. Sweat started forming in David's palm. He secretly glanced back at Natalie, who was smiling without warmth. This mess was more terrifying than seeing a ghost. Over by the sofa, Mrs. Lin looked curiously at her husband, who was speaking quietly with someone. He couldn't understand. Why had Chairman Lee and President Lewis come? Yet her husband was leaving them standing there. Instead of immediately inviting them over to sit, she didn't feel it was her place to say anything. She simply thought today seemed like an unusually lucky day. Not only had Madison come, but even President Lewis had shown up. It looked like the Lin family's luck was finally turning around. Mrs. Lin couldn't help smiling and proudly told Madison, "This is the president of our city's business association. He also honored us by coming over today." Madison gave no response. She didn't take the president of some local business association seriously at all. She secretly looked down on him, thinking Mrs. Lin had been away from the capital for too long and had become far too narrow-minded, treating ordinary people like major figures. Mr. Lee patted David's arm. David, today happens to be your son's birthday, which is a good sign. If you say some nice things now, maybe he'll forgive us. Don't worry, I'll remember your help. Afterward, I'll share business resources with the Lin family. That was an enormous temptation. But some temptations were too dangerous to accept. You don't understand. David suddenly grabbed Mr. Lee's arm. His expression turned ugly. Now is not the time to speak casually. What? Mr. Lee frowned, thinking David was deliberately putting on airs. He glanced at President Lewis. Today, he even had the Business Association president backing him. Was David really going to refuse even President Lewis's support? Has he really gotten this arrogant? It's not that I don't want to help. Dad explained what had happened with this supposedly fake gemstone. This really isn't a good time. Mr. Lee opened his mouth, then stopped. He wanted to speak but held himself back. He couldn't help looking at David, and secretly thinking this man was truly an idiot. Natalie's background was extraordinary. Yet they had actually suspected that she'd gifted fake jewelry. Besides, the jewelry itself wasn't even important. Even if someone like her honored them with a random stone from the roadside, they should have treasured it like a priceless heirloom. David, you, President Lewis, couldn't help frowning from the side. He had already witnessed how foolishly the Lin family courted disaster before. It seemed they hadn't changed at all. Jessica hesitated. Dad, Uncle Lewis, what should we do now? Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner for a sneak peek and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding and used it as a threat to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, David, you, President Lewis, couldn't help frowning from the side. He had already witnessed how foolishly the Lin family courted disaster before. It seemed they hadn't changed at all. Jessica hesitated. Dad, Uncle Lewis, what should we do now? President Lewis sighed. You caused this yourselves, so you'll just have to swallow your pride and go apologize. Mr. Lee took a deep breath, then picked up a box and gathered the courage to walk over. When Mrs. Lin saw President Lewis finally coming over, she hurriedly reminded Logan, Logan, this is Uncle Lee and Jessica, and this is President Lewis. The Lee family owns that publicly listed company I told you about. When Logan saw Jessica approaching, he quickly put on a bright smile. Miss Lee, I've heard so much about you. Seeing you in person, you're even more impressive than the rumors. Jessica couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge Logan. Her eyes were fixed intensely on me. And Natalie. Young Master Lin, we meet again? Logan's smile froze. What? So they had come for me? Quasi is. I tilted my head and rubbed my chin with one finger. Miss Lee? My eyes held a faint, mocking smile, while the corners of my lips remained slightly cold. Jessica swallowed hard. She had suffered badly from that beating last time, and her body still ached faintly. Young Master Lin, I heard today is your birthday. So my father and I especially came to congratulate you. Look, this is the jewelry we prepared. She carefully placed a jewelry set on the table and opened it. Inside was a beautiful collection of gemstones. That looked extremely valuable. Not bad. I picked up the jade pendant from the set and held it up to examine it. But when a weasel pays respects to a chicken, who knows what it's really planning? Jessica's smile stiffened. She bent slightly and rubbed her hands together. I wouldn't dare. Last time, I was blind and looked down on you and accidentally offended you. I would never dare do it again. After I went home that day, I regretted it deeply. My parents also taught me a harsh lesson. After reflecting these past few days, I've completely changed. Please give me one more chance. Mr. Lee also stood beside her smiling, occasionally adding a few words of apology. But Natalie showed almost no reaction. She didn't even bother giving Jessica a second glance. Jessica turned toward Sophia for help. Class president. You don't still blame me, do you? We were classmates. Please don't hold it against me. I used to be jealous because you were better than me at everything. That's why I acted so horribly last time. It was all because my mentality was twisted, and I was insanely jealous of you. Sophia looked coldly at Jessica, then turned her gaze away. She wasn't foolish enough. to believe Jessica was truly apologizing to her. This was obviously aimed at me and Natalie. There's no point telling me that. Mrs. Lin looked completely at a loss and asked David, "Honey, what's going on?" Chairman Lee and President Lewis came here specifically to apologize to this young man? How powerful is he exactly? David's expression darkened. He glanced at Mrs. Lin twice and felt utterly speechless, but couldn't say much in front of everyone. Why was Mrs. Lin always the one who started trouble every single time? Now he was truly caught between two sides. I sat on the sofa and glanced at the young woman beside me. "Did you do something to the Lee family?" "No." Natalie looked completely innocent and frowned slightly. "I don't understand what they're talking about either. I'm just an ordinary female college student. What could I possibly do?" She took the sapphire from my hand and sighed dramatically. "Even the gemstone they gave us is just a high-quality fake. It's not worth much. I'm just the kind of person who pretends to be richer than I am. How could I possibly do anything to a publicly listed company?" Mr. Lee felt like he had broken his teeth and was swallowing them whole. He deeply resented David and his entire foolish family. Running into them had truly brought him nothing but bad luck. He frowned, then forced out an awkward but hearty smile. No, that gemstone clearly looks extremely valuable to me. To be honest, my family buys sapphires too. But compared with yours, ours look ridiculously cheap. If that piece isn't worth at least $10 million, I'd be shocked. President Lewis also helped his friend smooth things over. "I agree. May I take a look?" Natalie set down the gemstone. President Lewis carefully held the box and examined it closely. Then realization dawned on him. This gemstone is absolutely an heirloom-level collector's piece. "Miss Moore, this definitely wasn't bought locally. You probably brought it from the capital, right?" Natalie tugged slightly at the corner of her lips. "Of course." President Lewis nodded with a smile. "Well, that makes things simple." Mr. Lee was shrewd and immediately took out his phone. "I'll ask Master Jeweler William Liu to come take a look. One glance from him will settle it. Whether this is really a 10 million level sapphire. Personally, I'm certain it is. I don't know why Miss Moore called it a high-quality imitation. She must have been joking. Ha ha ha." Madison had originally been looking at them like a bunch of country bumpkins, with barely concealed disdain. How could the business circles of a small city compare with the capital? To her, they looked like amateurs playing pretend. After all, whenever her older brothers gave gifts, the minimum value was already astonishing. But when Madison heard the name William Liu, her expression finally shifted slightly. Master Liu is also in a city. Yes, Master Liu has been here recently. Mr. Lee didn't know who Madison really was, so he hurriedly nodded. "It's quite a coincidence, isn't it?" I swept my gaze across the Lin family. Logan was staring blankly at everyone. He was afraid I'd steal all the attention and leave him as nothing more than invisible background. Mrs. Lin looked conflicted, unsure which side she should support. David was filled with regret. Sophia remained expressionless. Though there was a trace of struggle between her brows, Madison smiled confidently. "Master Liu is an incredible expert. Any piece of jewelry that passes before his eyes will immediately reveal its true nature once he arrives. Finding out exactly how much this gemstone is worth will be easy." Madison looked at me. "Are you sure you want it authenticated? You already know it's fake, yet you still insist on proving it? Then let's make a bet." I lowered my lashes. "I trust my sister 100%. Since you insist so confidently that it's fake, then let's bet on it." The smile disappeared from Madison's face and was replaced by a proud, distant expression, as though she'd heard the biggest joke imaginable. "Wouldn't it lower my status to gamble with a junior like you? I'm not childish enough for that. You're a young person from a small place, so it's normal for you to be immature. But if I seriously argue with you, word reaching the capital would only damage my reputation." Besides, she believed she already knew the gemstone was fake and had no time to waste arguing with me. Madison withdrew the little admiration she'd previously had for me. Now she only thought I was an idiot. To put it harshly, what right did I have to compare myself with someone like Madison? What gave me the confidence to challenge her to a bet? If they hadn't met this time because of the marriage alliance, I might never have had the chance to speak to her in my entire life. Logan couldn't help feeling delighted inside. He thought I really had no idea how high the sky was. "Ryan, Aunt Madison is still your elder. Talking to her like that is pretty disrespectful. If you have something to say, you can talk it out properly. You shouldn't forget the difference between elders and juniors. Madison nodded in satisfaction. Wasn't seniority exactly what separated her from me? If you don't want to bet, then stop talking about it here. I leaned forward and looked directly into Madison's eyes. My short hair was neat and sharp, and I wore an expensive, formal outfit, making me look like a noble young prince, with Natalie staying protectively by my side, like a little prince being carefully cherished. A teasing smile flickered in my eyes. Do you think coming from the capital makes you superior to everyone else? I really hate that self-important look on your face. You're nothing more than a marginal figure in the Lynn family. At most, you can put on airs in front of David and the others. Sometimes, if you keep convincing yourself of something long enough, you start believing that even a decorative figure like yourself is some truly important person. You'd better stop brainwashing yourself like that. My words struck straight at the heart of the matter, without giving Madison the slightest bit of face. It was like slapping her hard across the face and catching her completely off guard. The Lynn family was stunned. I normally didn't talk much and was practically silent most of the time. Yet this rare moment, when I said so much, was spent directly attacking someone. Mrs. Lynn's face turned pale. It's over. It's over. Ryan has completely offended Madison now. Our family is definitely going to get dragged into this. Natalie wrapped an arm around my shoulders and buried her face against my neck. Her shoulders trembled slightly. As she let out barely restrained laughter, she patted my shoulder again and again, clearly signaling that I'd said it perfectly. Ryan, if you can talk like this, then say more. Your sister loves hearing it. Her breath tickled my neck, so I pushed her away, but she clung to me like she had no bones and kept laughing. Her attitude was unbelievably arrogant. Madison laughed from sheer anger. Her head felt numb, and she still hadn't recovered from her rage. Her lips trembled twice. Have you ever even been to the capital? Do you know anything about the circles there? Don't let temporary anger make you say things whose consequences you can't bear. You'd better think carefully about what responsibility you'll have to take. Do you think one woman alone can protect you? You're truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Actually, what I'd said wasn't wrong. Madison was only one of old Madam Lynn's helpers. So she had some status within the Lynn family. Truly powerful people. Naturally wouldn't take her seriously. Even if they were polite, it was only superficial courtesy. Madison simply didn't see it that way. Natalie nodded in agreement. You're right about one thing. Relying on a woman isn't always dependable. But if Ryan relies on me, then I'm definitely dependable. Mr. Lee and President Lewis stood nearby, and only through David's explanation did they finally understand that one side was Natalie, while the other was a young lady from the prestigious Lynn family in the capital. Mr. Lee didn't hesitate at all, and decisively sided with Natalie. Miss Lynn, what you said sounds impressive, but whether someone is dependable depends on their actual ability. Miss Moore's ability isn't limited to a city. Even in the capital, she's someone you can absolutely rely on. He chuckled and flattered her. Anyone Miss Moore chooses to protect in the capital can practically walk sideways without fear. Natalie rubbed her chin. You do have some good judgment. Mr. Lee was delighted. Of course, I've heard of your reputation, Miss Moore. Madison scoffed. Keep acting. Go ahead and keep acting. For all I know, those two were actors you hired. Madison took a sip of water, still unable to suppress her anger. Where is Master Lu? I want to see how they explain themselves in front of everyone, and how long they can keep pretending. A fake is still a fake. No matter how much you put on an act, it can never become real. One glance from an expert will expose everything. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner, and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart, without the slightest hesitation. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Madison took a sip of water, still unable to suppress her anger. Where is Master Lu? I want to see how they explain themselves in front of everyone, how long they can keep pretending. A fake is still a fake. No matter how much you put on an act, it can never become real. One glance from an expert will expose everything. Mrs. Lynn said awkwardly, "Madison, don't be angry. Ryan's personal behavior has nothing to do with the Lynn family." Logan nodded too. "Exactly, Aunt Madison. Ryan already moved his household registration out. Legally speaking, he's not even part of the Lynn family anymore. Is that so?" Madison raised an eyebrow. "No wonder. Then there's no reason for me to get angry. Sometimes I even envy certain people. Their world is so small, and their thinking is so simple. Perhaps people like that can live more honestly and happily." Logan couldn't help smiling. "Exactly. Aunt Madison is right. I rushed all the way here. Where's this sapphire?" A middle-aged man's voice sounded. Then a man dressed in white rode into the room. The moment he arrived, he headed straight toward Mr. Lee. Then he noticed Madison. "Oh, Miss Lynn, you're in a city too? You're always so busy. How did you find time to come here? Old Madam Lynn must have sent you on another errand." Madison smiled. "That's exactly right. The two clearly knew each other well, Baxes." The moment Logan saw this, he became even more certain I was about to embarrass myself. His aunt knew this jewelry expert so well. How could she possibly have misjudged the gemstone? "Aunt Madison, weren't you going to have the sapphire checked?" Logan reminded her, unable to wait to see me make a fool of myself. Madison turned and glanced at me, but unexpectedly I was still as calm as ever. She couldn't understand where my confidence came from. Madison smiled. "Master Lu, you really came to the right place today. A very valuable sapphire has appeared here." "Really?" William Lu looked curious. There's only been one particularly famous sapphire recently. Could another one have appeared?" "It's the one you're thinking of. The Heart of Ice." William Lu was slightly surprised. The Heart of Ice sold at auction for $80 million. The reason it reached that price was because the winning bidder was a mysterious tycoon, and the other wealthy bidders all gave that person face, so no one dared compete. Logically speaking, the Heart of Ice shouldn't appear in a place like this. "Do you really think it's the Heart of Ice?" "I also suspect it may not be, but I couldn't be certain. So I asked you to come take a look." Madison glanced at Natalie. "After all, we both know the Heart of Ice is worth an enormous amount. The chances of it appearing in a city are almost non-existent. I'm not deliberately doubting these young people, but reasonable suspicion is necessary. It might keep someone from getting scammed." William Lu smiled. He had seen situations like this many times, and immediately understood. There was probably a dispute over whether the gemstone was genuine, but William Lu had already assumed that the Heart of Ice couldn't possibly appear here, so he wasn't particularly interested in examining it. If it had been some other gemstone, it might have been worth studying. But this was supposedly the Heart of Ice. William Lu shook his head and smiled, slightly helpless. "Fine, let's take a look." The Heart of Ice is exceptionally clear and pure, without a single visible impurity, so it's actually not difficult to authenticate. I personally examined the Heart of Ice up close before, and I remember its appearance perfectly. Everyone can relax. I won't make a mistake. William Lu had a habit when appraising jewelry. He always washed his hands first. Mr. Lee ordered someone to prepare warm water, a clean towel, and sandalwood. William washed and dried his hands, then held them over the sandalwood incense for a moment. Only after calming himself did he prepare to begin. Natalie watched with great interest, occasionally whispering a few words to me. She looked completely unconcerned, without the slightest nervousness that her gemstone was about to be authenticated. The reason she was so calm was because she knew this appraisal was completely unnecessary. "Ryan, I told you watching monkeys perform is fun. Your sister didn't lie to you, did she?" I glanced at her. "Stop talking nonsense. Master Lu does have real skill. You can't lump him together with the monkeys. Didn't you say this aunt of yours was basically one of the Lin family's dogs?" Natalie frowned slightly. "That's true. Dogs aren't usually kept in zoos." Madison wasn't deaf and clearly heard Natalie's words. It felt as though something kept stabbing directly into her heart. The damage wasn't enormous, but the humiliation was overwhelming. It really made her feel like she was jumping around, putting on a ridiculous show for everyone. "Where's the gemstone? Please bring it out." William Lu looked at the empty table Natalie was casually playing with, the box in her hand. "You want to authenticate it. Did you even ask for my permission?" Madison nearly lost it. After all that, She wasn't even agreeing to the appraisal? Then what had she been doing this whole time? Why hadn't she said so earlier? Madison had thought Natalie was calm and confident, but apparently she was just planning to refuse outright. Mr. Lee gave a stiff smile. Yes, this is all because I was being presumptuous. If Miss Moore says her gemstone is genuine, then it's genuine. There's no need for anyone to question it. Natalie twirled a strand of my short hair around her finger. Look at me. I'm just a cheerful, innocent girl, yet all of you keep slandering and insulting me. Don't you think that hurts my feelings? Madison wanted to curse out loud. She couldn't help wondering if Natalie could even hear the nonsense coming out of her own mouth. A cheerful, innocent girl. Madison had never met anyone so shamelessly full of themselves. Then, what exactly do you want? You claim it's real, but can you prove it? Madison's expression turned completely cold. Either let it be authenticated or admit honestly that the gemstone is fake. Madison only wanted to slap us in the face and then hurry back to the Capitol. She never wanted to return to this miserable place again. Dealing with unreasonable people was ruining her mood. I have to say, this aunt of yours is really strange. Natalie lounged lazily against the sofa. Whether the gemstone I gave Ryan is real or fake is none of your damn business. Why are you in such a hurry? Anyone who didn't know better would think the gemstone was meant for you. You're really shameless. I couldn't help laughing at Madison's expression. I lowered my head and pressed my lips together to hide my smile. Mrs. Lynn was frantic. Ryan, why are you being so unreasonable? Hurry and tell your sister to stop talking. We're all family. There's no need to fall out over an outsider. David hurriedly grabbed his wife. Stop talking. Given the situation, their insignificant Lynn family clearly had no place to interfere. Ryan, since there's been a misunderstanding, why not let Master Lou clear it up? I nodded. But if Madison is wrong, she'll have to pay a price. Madison's expression changed when she heard that. How had they suddenly turned this back on her? This was practically a trap. The gemstone was obviously fake. But for some reason, seeing how confident we were made her feel slightly uneasy. Still, she convinced herself we were only bluffing. Natalie didn't keep them in suspense. If you authenticate my gemstone and prove it's real, then you can come clean our house. The toilet happens to be clogged. That's a pretty simple condition, right? You want me to unclog your damn toilet? Madison finally couldn't stop herself from swearing. Do you know who I am? You want me to work as your cleaning lady? Madison nodded repeatedly. Fine. But if you lose, you'll get out of a city. Mr. Lee clicked his tongue. This woman was vicious. Natalie only wanted her to do some cleaning. Yet Madison wanted to cut off their path entirely. Women could truly be ruthless. Miss Moore. Natalie waved her hand. Fine. She handed the gemstone box to William Liu, who had been watching the show. Take a good look. William Liu helplessly looked at Natalie and me. These young people were far too impulsive. It wasn't that he looked down on anyone, but he knew perfectly well that the Heart of Ice was stored inside a safe at a private estate in the capital. Anyone could look it up online and know it couldn't possibly be in a city. He had seen situations like this countless times during his career, so he wasn't taking it too seriously. Master Liu, make sure you examine it carefully. Don't falsely accuse our cheerful little girl. Madison smiled maliciously. Even if they were going to lose, they should at least lose with certainty. William Liu smiled. I only judge whether a gemstone is genuine. I won't let any other factor influence me. Don't worry, I'll make a completely fair and impartial appraisal. Madison nodded. Of course. We trust Master Liu's expertise. Everyone stared at William Liu. Tapped her. There might be room for mistakes with other gemstones, but if this truly involved the Heart of Ice, he absolutely wouldn't misidentify it. With that, William Liu began the examination. Mr. Lee watched nervously, terrified that William Liu might declare the gemstone fake. After all, only if Natalie was in a good mood. Would his own situation be easier to resolve? If Natalie became unhappy, then his entire trip would have been for nothing. He glared at his useless daughter. He used to act like the boss, but now he had to humble himself like a servant. What terrible luck. Jessica noticed her father's glare and silently shrank her neck. David watched William Liu. He didn't actually care whether the gemstone was real or fake. He only knew the situation had become difficult to end. He just hoped everything would finally be settled and the misunderstanding between both sides resolved. Mrs. Lin, meanwhile, was genuinely curious about who was telling the truth. Logan stared at William Liu's hands, wishing he could urge the man to hurry. Seeing how calm Natalie and I remained, people, made him increasingly uneasy. What if the gemstone really was genuine? Impossible. If it were real, Ryan would always remain above him. It had to be fake. Today, he would definitely get to watch me humiliate myself. William Liu opened the box, and his expression suddenly froze. Jessica immediately became anxious and whispered, "Dad, what does that mean? Why does Master Liu look so shocked? Don't tell me it's fake." Mr. Li slapped his daughter on the head. "Stop talking nonsense. Master Liu, do you need specialized equipment to authenticate it? Some gemstones can't be judged by the naked eye alone. If professional testing is necessary, we can move somewhere else, so there won't be any confusion." No need. William Liu had already thrown his previous assumptions out of his mind. 10 Madisons couldn't compare to a single Nightingale. Back when they played house together as children, it was always Nightingale who married little Ryan. Natalie raised a hand and rested her lips against her fingertip. If Nightingale dares show up in front of Ryan again, is she trying to steal him from me? The more Natalie thought about it, the more worried and wary she became. Nightingale had once been my favorite. If she really came back, would I immediately choose that unforgettable first love? Victoria reminded her. I heard Nightingale doesn't have improper feelings toward Ryan. Natalie frowned. Who said that? She's already finding jobs for Ryan and pulling strings for him. Isn't her intention obvious to everyone? If she really has no feelings for him, I'll kowtow to her twice. Natalie quickly returned to her cheerful girl persona and ran inside to cling to me again. Victoria didn't take the Lin family situation seriously either. Natalie was hardly someone easy to provoke. There was no need for Victoria to worry about how she handled things. Every one of the 12 Shura was formidable. Each could stand on their own and dominate an entire region. Boss, Ava, walked over carrying a bunch of balloons. Second sister said to replace the alcohol with drinks. She said the young master's body isn't suited to drinking too much. Listen to her. Victoria thought for a moment. Then make a juice. Also, did you find the photographer I asked for? Yes. The photographer is already here. They're the kind who normally shoot celebrities. Their photography skills are definitely first class. I finished washing my hands in the bathroom when my phone rang beside me. I picked it up and answered. Logan's voice came through. Ryan, you've caused a huge disaster this time. Aunt Madison is in trouble. The capital has already sent people over. If we hadn't gotten away quickly, we would have been dragged down with you. The powerful families in the capital aren't something a city can compare with. I suggest you think carefully about the consequences. If you don't want something terrible to happen, then hurry and make that sister of yours take the blame. Don't drag us into this. I sneered. My reflection in the mirror looked slightly gloomy. If my third sister really killed Madison, the only tragedy would be dirtying her hands. If the Lin family dares target my third sister, they're welcome to try. Why did Madison insist on walking down a dead-end road? The other end went silent for a moment. He probably still thought I was as easy to bully as before. After a long pause, Logan finally spoke. You're helping evil people commit evil. You're exactly the same kind of person as them. Ryan, you really are. I lowered my lashes and coldly hung up. Logan, who had just gotten off the plane, stared at his phone and gritted his teeth. What exactly was Ryan acting so arrogant about? He had offended a powerful family from the capital. Did he really think he would escape unharmed? Logan's voice was full of resentment. They couldn't even afford to offend the wealthy families of a city. The wealthy families in the capital possessed terrifying power, far beyond anything he could imagine. Did he really think hanging around with a group of arrogant people meant he could forget who he really was? Logan clenched his phone tightly, hoping he'd soon see news of Ryan's downfall. The Lin family had left in an incredible hurry this time. Everyone was rushing around in panic. Logan, Mrs. Lin saw him looking at his phone and hurriedly urged him, I told you not to turn it on. What if people from your aunt's side track our location? Can we really handle the wrath of the Lin family from the capital? Logan sighed. I was just worried. So I checked the news. I know Aunt Madison isn't in life-threatening danger. But Mom, I was also worried that Ryan staying in a city would be dangerous. So I specifically called to warn him. I didn't expect him to appreciate it at all. He has such powerful people backing him. So I guess he doesn't need us worrying about him. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner for a sneak peek, and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding, and used it as a threat to force me to give my college spot to that scheming, fake heir. Horror, yeah, calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Logan sighed. I was just worried. So I checked the news. I know Aunt Madison isn't in life-threatening danger. But Mom, I was also worried that Ryan staying in a city would be dangerous. So I specifically called to warn him. I didn't expect him to appreciate it at all. He has such powerful people backing him. So I guess he doesn't need us worrying about him. Mrs. Lynn frowned. She could only think that people truly lived very different lives. The younger son she'd once looked down on had now completely turned his life around. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She couldn't tell whether she felt regret or jealousy. Sometimes she even thought that things would have been better if they hadn't completely fallen out with him back then. It was all Ryan's fault for having such a powerful background, yet keeping it hidden. Otherwise, how could things have ended up like this? Mrs. Lynn snorted. That Mr. Lee is a shrewd man. And even he sided with Natalie. Their identities must be extraordinary. Think about it. Otherwise, how could she buy an 80 million sapphire from the Capitol? The moment Mrs. Lynn thought about that gemstone, her heart itched with envy. If she'd known earlier, she would have touched it a few more times. That was the first time she'd ever seen such an expensive sapphire. Ryan really was unbelievably lucky. Someone outside the family actually valued him that much. David became impatient. Horses, stop talking. And hurry up. We're already going to hide in the countryside. Don't waste time here. If it weren't for you today, insisting that Ryan come home for his birthday, would any of this have happened? Mrs. Lynn wanted to argue back. But when she remembered everything that had happened today, fear lingered in her heart. So she didn't dare say anything. She could only silently pray that Madison wouldn't suffer any serious consequences. Everyone in the family understood how serious the situation was, so no one dared delay their escape. Meanwhile, the villa seemed completely isolated from the outside world. Only my sisters and me, the birthday boy, were here. Every danger from the outside world was blocked beyond those high walls. No matter how furious Madison became, she wouldn't be able to step even half a foot inside the villa. After all, the security here was so tight that even a fly would struggle to get inside. I looked at myself in the mirror and adjusted my hair. Then I strode out of the bathroom. Evelyn happened to be coming downstairs. A staff manager beside her kept bowing respectfully. The manager looked at Evelyn's fox-like, unreadable expression and silently marveled at her. Evelyn's face was cold, as deeply distant and icy as ever. Then suddenly, her expression changed. The chill in her eyes disappeared. Like snow melting beneath the warmth of spring, a faint smile appeared between her gently lifted brows. The manager was completely confused and followed Evelyn's gaze, only to see a young man. He immediately understood. This had to be the main character of today's birthday celebration. Who else could make someone like Evelyn, who had always kept men at a distance and seemed completely beyond reach, personally prepare all these gifts? The manager bowed. Young master? I acknowledged him. Then I stopped and looked at the woman coming down the stairs. Evelyn, Ryan, perfect timing. Come upstairs with me and take a look. If there's anything you don't like, just say so. We'll change it. She took my hand and brought me upstairs to see the gifts she'd prepared. The manager didn't dare follow and quickly dismissed everyone else, leaving the luxurious dressing room entirely to Evelyn and me. At that moment, sunlight streamed into the spacious, bright room. The moment I entered, I smelled a pleasant fragrance. In front of me was an enormous luxury dressing room. When I turned my head, I saw shelves filled with countless designer goods. Everything in the room was incredibly valuable. The formal outfits looked like something a prince from a fairy tale would wear. Pink ones resembled clouds at the edge of the sky. Blue ones looked like the deep ocean beneath moonlight. White ones resembled pure winter snow, and there were even golden outfits like late autumn. So many formal clothes. My hand gently brushed across layer after layer of fabric, and my heartbeat unconsciously quickened. I remained amazed for quite a while. Then I sat in front of the vanity and pulled open a drawer. It was filled entirely with gemstone jewelry, brilliant and dazzling, with practically everything imaginable. I picked up a diamond, and my eyes seemed to sparkle along with the gem. The corner of Evelyn's lips lifted slightly. These are only things you can wear casually. They're not particularly expensive. The truly valuable pieces are all in the safe. The password is your birthday. Evelyn, this gift is way too expensive. I hesitated slightly and looked up at the woman standing behind me in the mirror. She was tall and slender, wearing pale blue-green clothes. Her entire presence was quiet, like a mysterious ancient painting, elegant and beautiful, yet carrying an intense sense of danger. He lowered her eyes. Her fair, beautiful hand rested on my shoulder, and her thumb gently brushed the skin at the back of my neck. Ryan, money is only something external. The truly precious things in life can't be bought with money. You'll always be the most precious person to me. I only hope this world will always treat you kindly. Evelyn looked at me through the mirror, bad, and said, if anyone ever bullies you, you have to tell me. I asked curiously, and what would you do if someone really did? Kill them. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Evelyn's eyes, and my brow twitched. When it came to this kind of thing, my sisters really were shockingly consistent. I reached up and held the cold hand resting on my shoulder. Evelyn, sometimes we can reason with people. You can't put yourself in danger just because someone else made a mistake. Evelyn gently smoothed the slight furrow between my brows. How would that happen? The one in danger would be them. Why would we be in danger? As long as it's for your sake, there's nothing I wouldn't do. I silently sighed to myself, as expected of Evelyn. If you really want what's best for me, then take good care of your own life. I stood up in front of the mirror. I want you to always be safe and live smoothly. Evelyn moved closer. Act, and the faint medicinal fragrance on her body lingered around my nose. Ryan, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If I want to stay beside you and protect you forever, then of course I'll cherish my own life too. If I lose my power, influence, or freedom, how could I protect you properly? I turned around in surprise. I hadn't expected to hear her say something like that. Evelyn, you should live for yourself. How can you always be thinking about protecting me? You have dreams of your own to fulfill too. Evelyn pinched my soft fingertip and couldn't seem to let go. She murmured vaguely, Ryan is right. I'll remember that. She looked at me gently. My dearest, as long as you're doing well and living happily, that's already my greatest wish. I would never know that Evelyn's love for me was 10 parts deep, yet she only ever revealed 2 of them. If one day I were no longer here, Evelyn felt that she wouldn't be able to keep living either. That was what she truly thought. She gently stroked my cheek. When exactly had it begun that the bright, pure light disappeared from Ryan's eyes? This was the happiest birthday I'd had in a very long time. That evening, we ate dinner together, cut the cake, and I received more gifts than I could count. Although the other sisters couldn't make it, all of their gifts had arrived. Just unwrapping them kept me busy until well past midnight. I hugged a stuffed bear and dozed off against the side of my bed. The corners of my lips held a sweet smile. Bang, bang, bang. The noise woke me up. Colorful lights reflected across my face. Why is it so noisy outside? Confused, I walked over to the window and saw fireworks exploding across the sky in the distance. Countless fireworks illuminated the entire night. My phone also kept chiming nonstop. I casually sat down beside the window. The fireworks seemed endless, bursting into clusters of sparks before my eyes. I picked up my phone and realized I'd been added to a group chat. There were 13 people in total, me and my 12 sisters. I blinked. At this hour, could these fireworks have been arranged by my sisters? I smiled. My eyes curved happily as I took a photo first. Then I started reading the messages in the group chat called Flowers and Leaves. Victoria, happy birthday. From now on, your wishes are your sister's responsibility to fulfill. I'll always be someone you can rely on. Ryan Evelyn, yesterday is already gone. From now on, may flowers bloom along your path year after year, and may only peace and happiness remain. Ryan Natalie. Ryan will always be our little prince who never has to grow up. Happy birthday, Ryan. Ryan Scarlet, if you ever run into trouble, your sister will handle it for you. Ninth Ryan Scarlet. I don't need a bride price. Come to me for your dowry, and you'll save yourself 30 lifetimes of hard work. Ryan Lily, you're 19 now. How many years of your life have I already missed? I can't let that happen again. Ryan Lily, will my little brother still be as close to me as before? I'll come see you next month. Ryan Olivia, the vegetables in the garden have grown again. When you come back, I'll cook you a meal. Hit Ryan Serena. When I'm finished with work, I'll make up your birthday celebration for you. Ryan Luna, happy birthday. It's been so long since I've seen you. I wonder what our little Ryan looks like now. Ryan Grace. You wanted that fur when you were 3. I've already gotten it for you. I'll make you a warm shawl this winter. Ryan Nightingale, happy birthday. Come over early tomorrow. Tryin'. Looking at all those messages. Memories from the past gradually became clearer. I gripped my phone and stared at the brilliant fireworks. It felt like I'd recovered something I'd once lost. I touched my cheek, and only then realized the corners of my eyes were already wet. I hugged my knees, and rested my chin on them. I'd already been given a new beginning. My sisters and I would have a beautiful future. All the suffering from before was over. From now on, only good days awaited us. I comforted myself, and in that moment, I finally let go of all the regret and resentment from my previous life. When I raised my eyes again, only warmth and gratitude remained in them. I clasped my hands together and murmured softly, my birthday wish is for my sisters and me to stay safe and happy every year. Some people were celebrating while others were quietly longing for someone. Nightingale stood in her spacious apartment, looking at a beautiful, delicate pink and purple three-dimensional flower cake inside the refrigerator. Her gaze was deep. Ryan had already eaten cake today. Maybe he wouldn't want any tomorrow. Nightingale's fingertips tapped lightly against the refrigerator door twice. The enormous apartment was completely empty, with only the clear moonlight and her lonely shadow. The faint refrigerator light illuminated her face, making her striking features look especially beautiful at night. Will he like the gift I prepared? Nightingale frowned slightly. She had originally wanted to give him something handmade, but Ryan had grown up, and handmade gifts might no longer mean much to him. Nightingale's thumb brushed lightly across her crimson lips. A trace of frustration appeared on her cold, beautiful face. If she was going to give him something, she had to think carefully about how to stand out among so many others. She touched her rose-colored hair. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner. And tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our wedding and used it as a threat to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message, and shame, their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, will he like the gift I prepared? Nightingale frowned slightly. She had originally wanted to give him something handmade, but Ryan had grown up, and handmade gifts might no longer mean much to him. Nightingale's thumb brushed lightly across her crimson lips. A trace of frustration appeared on her cold, beautiful face. If she was going to give him something, she had to think carefully about how to stand out among so many others. She touched her rose-colored hair. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. A top celebrity, and the dream woman of countless young men, was secretly competing with others in the dead of night. If outsiders found out, they would probably wonder what kind of guy could possibly be this charming. Natalie was another person who couldn't sleep. She held her phone and narrowed her eyes dangerously. The light from the screen reflected in her eyes. Victoria and Evelyn at least have some morals. They won't shamelessly steal Ryan from me. Fourth sister is the Shadow Organization's best assassin, and she doesn't know how to sweet-talk people. Not much of a threat. Fifth sister Scarlet, though, already looks seductive, and she's even more dangerous when she smiles, calling him babies every other sentence. Absolutely shameless. Natalie snorted disdainfully. Scarlet really doesn't play fair. She even wants to tempt Ryan with a dowry worth hundreds of millions. She's definitely a serious rival. Natalie stared at the chat history. Sixth sister Lily is both crazy and dangerous. Even if she has to force it, she'd still take a bite. I need to watch out for her. Seventh sister Serena is always mysterious. She doesn't believe in any religion, only in her own fate. I can never figure out what she's thinking. Eighth sister Olivia, that sneaky little manipulator, finally exposed herself. She's trying to lure Ryan with food. What she doesn't know is that I've secretly been taking cooking lessons. Too late. As Natalie spoke, she kept writing and drawing in a notebook. Just then, Victoria came over. Seeing how serious Natalie looked, she didn't interrupt. She simply stood at the doorway and listened for a while. The more she listened, the stranger it sounded. Natalie continued, Ninth sister Serena acts like a graceful, gentle lady, but underneath, she's incredibly calculating. She's really good at scheming. Tenth sister Luna is gorgeous and knows exactly what to say. She's the dangerously charming type guys fall for. Natalie shook her head, feeling increasingly irritated. The more she thought about it, the fiercer the competition seemed. 11th sister Grace has grown from a little wolf cub into a wolf queen. She definitely won't hold back when fighting over someone. When Natalie saw the final name, she snapped the pen in her hand. Nightingale. That damn Nightingale. She actually wants my Ryan to work for her tomorrow. If you can't have him, make him suffer? How pathetic. Since when has our Ryan ever had to serve anyone? And now, he's going to be her assistant? Who does she think she is? Natalie's hostility toward Nightingale was unusually intense. She practically wanted to strangle Nightingale herself. Victoria coughed, interrupting Natalie's thoughts. Still not sleeping? Victoria? Natalie hurriedly closed the notebook. It was filled with all her secret notes. Although she normally acted like a cheerful, carefree girl, she was far more calculating and prided. Why aren't you asleep this late either? I couldn't sleep. Victoria replied calmly. I saw your light was still on, so I stopped by while passing. I didn't notice you earlier. Did you hear what I was saying? Victoria shook her head. No. Keep doing whatever you were doing. Victoria turned and left, but lowered her eyes thoughtfully. After returning to her own room, she frowned. Ryan is still so young, and Natalie has already started making plans. Could the others be doing the same thing too? Victoria herself wasn't in any hurry, but even her servant Ava was starting to worry for her. Fortunately, Victoria had finally realized the situation was getting a little out of control. Early the next morning, Nightingale got up and pulled open the curtains. She looked exhausted. Having barely slept all night, the dark circles beneath her eyes made her look unusually drained. With a swish, the curtains opened, and the morning sunlight fell across her body, casting a long shadow onto the floor. Nightingale narrowed her eyes. Her amber pupils contracted slightly, and she instinctively raised a hand to shield herself from the sunlight. Outside the window, the sky was already bright, and the sun was slowly rising over the horizon. Her manager, Simon, was already in the living room. Nightingale, why are you here? Today's my day off. Nightingale sat down on the sofa, opened a bottle of water, and tilted her head back to drink. The lines of her beautiful neck were smooth and elegant, as her throat moved while she swallowed. I saw that you added 2 commercial shoots to your schedule, so I came over to check on you. I happen to be off today too. Simon crossed his arms. His eyes were sharp and clear. Normally, Nightingale kept work and personal life completely separate. She would never allow work to take over her private time. So these sudden, extra shoots immediately seemed suspicious to him. About that young guy you picked last time. I had someone investigate him. He usually just works as an extra at the film studio, and doesn't have much acting experience. At most, he's unusually handsome. Monically speaking, you've never lacked handsome guys around you. A trace of displeasure flashed through Nightingale's eyes. She frowned. Who told you to investigate him without my permission? Don't forget, you and I are only business partners. Simon froze. Nightingale, I'm sorry. I acted on my own because I was worried someone might be manipulating you. I've known him since childhood. Who'd end up manipulating whom is still uncertain. Simon stared at her. You're serious? That guy is your... Nightingale's eyes immediately sharpened, and she quickly denied it. He has nothing to do with me. I'm just helping him out. Simon rubbed his forehead. Just helping him out? If there really were nothing between you two, would you spend this much money just to casually help him? Nightingale was hardly some great philanthropist. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Nightingale, dressed in loose loungewear, went to open the door. A bag was suddenly held out in front of her. He froze. Then the bag moved aside, revealing my handsome face. Nightingale, breakfast. Nightingale rubbed her forehead and remembered that she'd deliberately sent me her location last night. She'd been a little jealous at the time. Otherwise, why would she have made things difficult by demanding breakfast delivery? I didn't think you'd come this early. Come in. Nightingale pulled the door open, then gave Simon, who was sitting on the sofa, a look. You can leave. Simon looked at the handsome young man in front of him and recognized me immediately. His survival instincts told him to head for the door, but his curiosity made him steal a few more glances at me. Mr. Lin, I'm Nightingale's manager. My name is Simon. If anything comes up later, you can contact me directly. Simon reacted quickly and pulled out a business card to hand me. Got it. Thanks. I casually slipped the card into my pocket. Simon chatted with me for another couple of sentences. From beginning to end, Nightingale barely said anything. She simply lowered her eyes and stared at me. My hair was thick. My short haircut looked neat and energetic, with a faint shine beneath the sunlight. The shape of my ears was attractive, with a slight pink tint, and there was a piercing in my small earlobe. Further down, my neck was long, with clean, elegant lines. My hands were clean and slender. My nails were neatly trimmed and rounded. The skin on the backs of my hands was fair, and faint blue veins could be seen underneath. Nightingale? Nightingale, Simon called several times. For some reason, she had suddenly lowered her head and zoned out. No one knew what she was staring at. Simon awkwardly waved a hand in front of her face. What's wrong with you? Nightingale raised her eyes. Her gaze was perfectly clear. Change your shoes. The corner of my mouth twitched. I looked down at the white sneakers I was wearing. So, this woman had been bothered because I'd walked in without changing shoes. Did she really need that long to say it? Okay. I maintained an awkward but polite smile and opened the shoe cabinet to look for disposable slippers. But a pair of adorable fox slippers immediately caught my eye. From the corner of my vision, I noticed the blue fox slippers on Nightingale's feet. They were clearly a matching pair. I noticed, but said nothing, and reached for the disposable slippers instead. Nightingale bent down, her clothes brushed lightly past me, as she directly took out the pink fox slippers and tossed them onto the floor. Buy one, get one free. They're new. After speaking, Nightingale crossed her arms and looked down at me before turning toward the living room. What supermarket do you usually shop at? They give away slippers this cute for free? I was genuinely puzzled. The slippers featured a round, adorable little red fox, hugging a giant round lollipop. They were incredibly cute. I put them on and headed toward the kitchen. Simon lowered his head and looked at the disposable slippers on his own feet. Right. It seemed Nightingale was serious this time. Normally, everything in this apartment was purchased by her personal assistant. All major brands, all matching a cool-toned aesthetic. And now, there were these adorable slippers that supposedly came free with another pair? Who would believe that nonsense? Nightingale leaned against the sofa, lazily supporting her cheek with her left hand, and raised her eyes toward Simon. Simon's curiosity grew even stronger. Mr. Lin, there are some things related to joining the production that Nightingale probably hasn't explained to you yet, right? She normally doesn't pay attention to little details. So she may not think everything through carefully enough. You don't have an agent either. So there are probably many things about the company you don't understand yet. Simon eagerly headed toward the kitchen. Nightingale watched him, stood up, and followed. Then she grabbed Simon by the shoulder. Her voice was cold and quiet enough that only the two of them could hear. Don't make things difficult for him, and don't scare him with all those entertainment industry rules. The corner of Simon's mouth twitched. Did she really think he was some evil manager trying to tear apart a couple? Yes. Besides, when had Nightingale ever cared about entertainment industry rules? Simon had worked with her for so long that he knew her personality perfectly. This rich young lady had no shortage of money and had connections everywhere. She'd entered the entertainment industry mostly for fun. I know, if I scare him away, you'll probably skin me alive. Nightingale snorted. Good that you understand. Through the glass sliding door. Nightingale watched me busy myself in the kitchen. She casually picked up a piece of candy from the table and tossed it into her mouth. Her tongue pressed against the candy as threads of sweetness slowly spread across her mouth. When she was 7 years old at the orphanage, her life had been dark. Without the slightest hope, she was like a drowning dog barely clinging to life, always curled up alone in some distant corner. She was different from the other children. Most of them had lost their parents when they were too young to remember, and had grown accustomed to that kind of life. But Nightingale had lost her parents later. She had once experienced their love, only for fate to suddenly rip everything away from her. She had hurt herself countless times. Every time she thought she could finally escape, someone saved her. The pain was impossible to describe. Everyone treated her like a burden. The first time she met me, I told her, from now on, little Ryan will always stay with Nightingale. I secretly gave her a piece of candy. Every night, I secretly crawled under her blanket and comforted her whenever nightmares left her sobbing uncontrollably. On those nights when the moonlight was almost as bright as day, I wiped away her tears again and again, clumsily trying to make her smile. That was how she survived the hardest period of her life. Back then, the light in my eyes had been brighter than the Milky Way that night. She decided she wanted to live. No matter what kind of person she eventually became, she would keep living. For the little boy who had once given her a piece of candy, she had promised Ryan, "I'll protect you. Even if one day you don't like me anymore, I'll still stay by your side." Nightingale looked at me in the kitchen and pulled herself out of those memories. She tossed the crumpled candy wrapper in her palm into the trash. I placed the breakfast I'd bought onto a plate. Simon smiled beside me. "Ryan, I heard you're still a college student. Won't filming interfere with your studies? Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching." My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart, without the slightest hesitation. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, I placed the breakfast I'd bought onto a plate. Simon smiled beside me. "Ryan, I heard you're still a college student. Won't filming interfere with your studies? You don't need to call me Mr. Lin, just call me Ryan. I've already finished my academic papers for the year, and I can earn credits ahead of schedule. So it won't affect anything. Plenty of top students finished their credits early and graduated ahead of schedule. It wasn't unusual at universities. All right, I'll notify you when it's time to join the production. We'll also assign you a personal assistant while you're on set. After all, you're playing the second male lead. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to always be on your own. There are plenty of things you'll need someone to help with." I hadn't expected Simon to be this enthusiastic. "No need, thanks. I actually have some experience in the entertainment industry, even if I need an assistant. I'd rather not get too involved with Nightingale's company. If there's nothing else, I'll take the breakfast outside." Simon watched my back and couldn't help shaking his head. Now he finally believed it. How could this young man possibly be the one setting a trap for Nightingale? With such a distant, indifferent attitude, he was completely different from people in the entertainment industry. Could it actually be Nightingale eagerly chasing after him and begging him to accept opportunities? Simon looked at Nightingale, who was breathtakingly beautiful, and felt that possibility seemed unlikely too. He rubbed his chin. The atmosphere between these two really was strange. There definitely seemed to be a story there. Simon couldn't help laughing at his own thought. After breakfast, the 3 of us went to the filming location together. The weather had originally been perfectly fine, but drizzle suddenly began falling when we arrived. This kind of rain came quickly, but usually didn't last long. Rain pattered heavily against the windows as we sat inside the car, and the windshield became blurry. Why did it suddenly start raining this hard? Simon looked puzzled. "It's fine, it'll stop within half an hour. I brought an umbrella." I spoke calmly. Simon couldn't help smiling. We probably won't need an umbrella. This isn't an outdoor shoot. We're filming indoors, so the car can park directly in the underground garage." I nodded. "I see." Nightingale suddenly looked at me. "You've never worked as someone's assistant before. How do you even know to check the weather?" "I've never been an assistant, but I'm not stupid." I met her gaze. Her eyes were bright and clear, reflecting the faint light outside the window. Just like back then. She resisted the urge to touch the beauty mark near the corner of my eye. "When we get there, just find somewhere to sit. The staff will call you when we're finished." "Got it." I couldn't help muttering. I'd thought Nightingale called me over today, because she deliberately wanted to test me. I'd even worn comfortable sneakers, so I could run errands easily. I hadn't expected that all I needed to do was sit and wait. Being an assistant seemed pretty easy. The staff had already been waiting. The moment the three of us appeared outside the shooting location, a staff member named Lisa came over to welcome us. "Miss Ye, is it raining outside? Do you need a towel?" Simon raised a hand. "No, we came straight up from the underground parking garage by elevator. Then, should we prepare some ginger tea for Miss Ye?" The temperature dropped a little. Lisa continued asking thoughtfully with a bright smile. She also stole several glances at the unfamiliar handsome guy beside Nightingale. She remembered that the last time Nightingale came, her assistant hadn't been me. Simon was about to refuse, since Nightingale never casually ate or drank things outside, but then he remembered I was with them. He pointed at me. "Prepare a cup for this guy. The seasons are changing and it's colder now. He's dressed pretty lightly. Don't let him catch a cold." Nightingale warned me, "Stay right here. Don't wander around. If I can't find you later." Nightingale pointed at my nose. Her fingertip almost touched the tip of it, but pulled back just before making contact. "You're going to be in trouble." With that, she headed straight to the makeup room. In the end, she still didn't dare touch me, afraid that her beautiful dream might shatter again. I couldn't help shrinking my neck slightly. This woman was way too domineering. Was I not even allowed to wander around while slacking off? My legs belonged to me. Nightingale couldn't control where I went. Just as I was thinking that, Nightingale turned back toward Simon. "If he runs off, you're responsible." Simon almost had the word speechless written across his face. He'd only come here to watch the drama. How had he ended up babysitting me? Lisa smiled. "Is he a newly signed artist from the company? He's really handsome." "No, he's Nightingale's temporary assistant." Her regular assistant, Julie, took a few days off. Lisa looked at me twice more. "Temporary assistant?" So I was basically just a temp worker, although the staff treated everyone around Nightingale with great respect. There was no need to put much effort into someone temporary. Lisa smiled as she handled the handoff, deliberately didn't arrange the ginger tea. There was no reason to waste manpower and resources on a temporary worker. That was simply how the entertainment industry worked. When you were capable and powerful, everyone around you seemed nice. When you had no status, you couldn't blame people for treating you like air. After filming had been underway for a while, Simon took a business call and stepped outside. Lisa came over carrying the clothes Nightingale would change into later. She frowned and looked down at me sitting idly on a chair. "You really don't know how to work as an assistant. Your boss is busy, and you're sitting here enjoying yourself like a fan? Hurry and take these clothes over. Tell the staff in the back to iron out the wrinkles." Lisa tossed the bag of clothes directly onto my head. I instinctively caught the clothes. After taking them to be ironed, Lisa came over and scolded me again. "Miss Yi is doing her makeup and doesn't have time to get water. Don't you know you should bring her something to drink? You clearly aren't suited for this kind of work. Are you some rich young master who came here to experience ordinary life?" Lisa's tone was sharp and sarcastic, even though she acted extremely respectful towards celebrities. She herself was constantly ordered around by her superiors behind the scenes. She carried plenty of resentment, and in this environment, I was the only temporary worker at the very bottom of the food chain. So Lisa deliberately used work as an excuse to make things difficult for me and vent her frustration. My brow kept twitching. I raised a hand and rubbed my forehead. "Where's the water?" "Go buy it outside. They sell it on the first floor." I felt speechless. I went outside and bought a cup of coffee. I'd gotten up early that morning, so I was starting to feel a little sleepy. When I returned to the entrance of the venue, the security guard refused to let me inside. I just came out from there. "I'm Nightingale's assistant. I came out to buy coffee for her." Sorry. No staff badge, no entry. This is a restricted work area. Please understand." I pressed my lips together and waited for a while until Lisa finally happened to walk past. I quickly waved. "That person knows me. I'm Nightingale's assistant." Lisa heard me and glanced over. "You need a staff badge to get inside. Looking for me won't help. I can't break the rules either." I clenched my fist. This woman was deliberately making things difficult for me. I took out my phone and prepared to call Nightingale, but then remembered she was filming and might not be able to answer, so I pulled Simon's business card from my pocket and was just about to type in his number. "What are you doing?" A clear female voice suddenly sounded. Lisa and I both looked over at the same time and saw Nightingale walking out from inside. Several staff members followed behind her, and every one of them looked unhappy. Lisa didn't even notice the warning looks the others were giving her. She hurriedly explained, "Miss Yi, your assistant doesn't have a staff badge. I was just about to get one made for him so he could come and go freely." She was starting to feel afraid. The supervisor here coughed twice and glared fiercely at Lisa, warning her not to say another word. Nightingale took out her phone and checked it. There were no missed calls. She looked up at me unhappily. "Someone bullied you, and you didn't call me?" I held my phone. "I was just about to call your manager." Nightingale adjusted the sleeve around her wrist. Her expression turned indifferent. "Enough. Today's shoot is over. We're leaving." "The shoot is over?" Nightingale gave a cold laugh. "I'm terminating the contract." Simply put, her little Ryan had been bullied, so she was quitting on the spot. The entertainment industry had always been full of people who worshipped the powerful and trampled the weak, but now that Nightingale was openly protecting one of her own, no one dared look down on me anymore. The supervisor personally stepped forward to apologize. "I'm truly sorry. There must have been some misunderstanding. Our staff were negligent and caused Assistant Lin to suffer. This was entirely our fault." Lisa still held on to a trace of hope. After all, one celebrity's work supported a lot of people's livelihoods. If Nightingale simply walked away, she would have to pay a contract penalty. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used procedure as an excuse just now. I truly wasn't trying to make things difficult for him. I only wanted to get Mr. Lin a staff badge." Lisa was still making excuses. "Stop explaining." Nightingale clicked her tongue. "I know exactly what happened. Even if he's only an assistant, he's still not someone you're allowed to bully." Lisa looked up at Nightingale. Her face alternated between red and pale. Nightingale had always been cold by nature and handled business strictly by the rules. She wasn't an easy celebrity to deal with, but her popularity was enormous, and she was one of the hottest stars in the industry. I didn't bully him. Seeing that Nightingale had already made up her mind, the supervisor hurried over to me. "Assistant Lin, please talk to Miss Yi. This collaboration is extremely important to both sides." "Miss Yi," I glanced at Nightingale. "Let's wait until your manager gets back before deciding." "No need." Nightingale picked up her clothes and headed outside. After walking several steps, she turned back toward me. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow me." I quickly followed, walking behind Nightingale. At a moderate distance, I felt somewhat helpless. This industry had always been like this. Back when I worked as an extra, I'd encountered things far worse than this. Behind us, Lisa panicked. "She's really leaving?" The supervisor slapped Lisa across the face. "You really know how to cause trouble." Our product was relying entirely on Nightingale's popularity to become a hit. If she stops cooperating with us, what happens when her fans start demanding refunds? If her fans turn against us and think we're exploiting her popularity, the mass refunds alone could crush us. Lisa was too frightened to say anything. She regretted choosing someone she thought was easy to bully. Now she finally understood. Even if I looked like an easy target, I still belonged to Nightingale, and it wasn't her place to push me around. "I was wrong. I'll go apologize." The supervisor sneered. "No need. You're fired. With your level of professionalism, you're completely unqualified for this job, and just wait. If this collaboration completely falls apart, we'll hold you legally responsible." Lisa's face turned deathly pale. Her lips trembled several times, but she couldn't say a single word. Inside the elevator, Nightingale suddenly said, "Are you stupid?" She didn't even look at me. Her lips were pressed together and her expression was cold. The shiny elevator walls reflected her figure. Her tall, slender body stood near the edge, far away from me. When I heard Nightingale's words, I looked up at her profile in confusion. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner, and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, inside the elevator, Nightingale suddenly said, Are you stupid? She didn't even look at me. Her lips were pressed together and her expression was cold. The shiny elevator walls reflected her figure. Her tall, slender body stood near the edge, far away from me. When I heard Nightingale's words, I looked up at her profile in confusion. A blue-lit advertisement panel flickered inside the elevator, casting light across her brows. Several messy strands of the girl's hair covered her eyes, so I couldn't see what emotions were hidden there. When something happens, don't you know how to call me directly? Nightingale's voice remained calm, as though she were speaking to someone she had no feelings for. But only she knew that beneath that seemingly calm exterior was anger. She was angry that I hadn't turned to her when I ran into trouble. I hadn't been like this before. Sometimes, Nightingale really wanted to grab my shoulders and demand to know why I'd changed. It wasn't really a big deal. Besides, I'm here as your assistant. Isn't running errands and doing work exactly what I'm supposed to do? I didn't think much of it, and deliberately spread my hands. What else am I supposed to do? Just sit around. Yes. Nightingale's answer left me speechless. Of course I'd love to sit around and slack off, but would she really allow me to do absolutely nothing? Or did she think she was the only person allowed to order me around? Could I really just be a lazy freeloader and serve as nothing more than a mascot? Ding. The elevator doors opened. The underground parking garage was noticeably colder, and both of us fell completely silent. I watched Nightingale get into the car. Her hands were pale, slender, and elegant, without the slightest flaw. It was difficult to imagine that someone with hands like those was actually one of the 12 Shura of the Shadow Organization. I stared at her hands, and suddenly felt lost in thought. Sometimes, I still missed the days when we used to sleep beside each other. She would pinch my cheeks with those hands, and smile gently. No matter how heavy or cold the winter snow became, we would huddle together, keeping each other warm. I pulled myself out of those memories and got into the car. Suddenly, my head hit the roof. I let out a quiet cry. But the pain I expected never came. I looked up, and right beside me, Nightingale had leaned over and raised a hand beneath the roof. My head hadn't struck the hard surface directly. It had hit her hand instead. When I raised my head, my forehead brushed past her fingers. A necklace hung around Nightingale's neck, swaying gently. Her brows furrowed slightly, and concern showed faintly in her eyes. My eyelashes trembled, and I awkwardly said, "Thanks." Nightingale gave a quiet acknowledgement, and sat back down. As she lowered her hand, I noticed a red mark across the back of it. But she deliberately turned her hand away so I wouldn't see. The driver saw everything through the rearview mirror, and silently sighed. Miss Yi was constantly paying attention to that young man. He really couldn't understand what these two young people were struggling over. I sat in my seat and played with my phone to distract myself. Several times, I wanted to ask Nightingale how she'd been all these years. But, with our current relationship, I had no right to show that kind of concern. Nightingale, I had just started speaking. Why did you two leave so quickly? Simon ran over and interrupted me at exactly the wrong moment. Simon hurried into the car, panting. Nightingale, what are you doing? I heard what happened from the staff. If you handle things this way, aren't you afraid someone with bad intentions will twist the story and spread rumors? If this blows up, it won't be good for Ryan either. I understood what Simon meant. If the other side held a grudge and exaggerated what happened between me and Nightingale before spreading it around, then for Nightingale, who had debuted as an idol, it could become a devastating scandal. Nightingale smiled faintly. I have enough power and money of my own. Why should I be afraid of those people? Simon pressed his lips together and gave her a thumbs up. His eyes were filled with admiration. Having money really did let someone act however they wanted. Some of the artists under his management loved causing trouble, while others worked diligently. But only Nightingale had both money and influence, enough to move through the entertainment industry without fear. Take him home first. Nightingale waved her hand. Only after I was dropped off at the villa did Simon point at Nightingale's hand and ask, "Where did you hurt your hand just now?" "Doesn't it hurt?" "It's nothing." Nightingale acted unconcerned. "It doesn't hurt. As long as her little Ryan's head was fine, that was enough." That silly boy was so absent-minded and clumsy that she couldn't help but worry about him. She had to keep an eye on me constantly. The slightest lapse in attention made her worry. Simon couldn't help reminding her, "Nightingale." If you're really determined to promote him, then, with his looks, making him popular won't be a problem. But once he actually becomes famous, aren't you afraid someone else will take him away? At least in Simon's eyes, Nightingale was clearly the one who cared more. While I was obviously much calmer and more rational, Nightingale seemed to have been struck right where it hurt. Her eyes instantly dimmed slightly. She looked at Simon, then closed her eyes and sighed. It's not the first time. I'm already used to it. Simon's mouth twitched. So Nightingale really was the one trying to win this guy over. But she never openly admitted that she liked him, and instead kept criticizing and provoking him. How was anyone supposed to understand her feelings? Nightingale, before you film this romance drama, you should seriously find a teacher and learn how to date. Simon advised earnestly, you're wasting a face like yours. There is seriously something wrong with your strategy, you know? You're exactly like those girls back in school, who liked some boy, and then constantly picked fights with him just to get his attention. Nightingale curled her lips slightly. It wasn't like that at all. She was simply afraid of losing me, so she no longer dared get too close. Drive, I'm off today. I returned to the villa. There was no one else home. Ava looked surprised when she saw me return. Young master, weren't you busy today? Why are you back so early? I'll have Mia prepare lunch. I hurriedly stopped her. No need. I'll just have some noodles. After saying that, I went upstairs. While scrolling through my phone in the car earlier, I'd seen news about Madison and clicked it out of curiosity. Now I picked up my phone, rubbed my chin, and opened the article. A city car crash. Female driver, severely injured, faces possible disfigurement. Reports said the woman was a talented young lady from a prominent family in the capital. Madison might be disfigured? With an explosion like that, even surviving would mean suffering badly. If that was the case, Madison definitely wouldn't let me off. But whatever came, I'd deal with it. I wasn't particularly worried. I only needed to stay alert for anyone trying something behind my back. My phone rang. It was Ethan. Ryan, you finally answered. Do you drink milk? What's wrong? I sat down at my desk with the phone and casually turned on my computer. You want to split an order with me? No, I bought too much, Ethan sighed. His voice was full of frustration. I was supporting my idol. I heard Nightingale was endorsing some milk brand, so of course I had to support her. Then her studio just denied the collaboration. I'm furious. That milk company was obviously exploiting her popularity. Ethan now had an entire room full of milk at home. He could drink until he threw up and still never finish it. The worst part was that it wasn't even something he'd bought willingly to support his idol anymore. I got scammed and I don't want to drink this much. If you drink milk too, I'll send you a whole carload. I burst out laughing. You really are a spoiled rich kid. I tapped the keyboard and opened a website. You're a Nightingale fan? Whoa, Ryan, you know Nightingale too? She's insanely famous. She's my new idol. Super cool. You don't chase celebrities, so you wouldn't understand. Someone like me likes all kinds of beautiful celebrities. And the more popular they are, the more I like them. Ethan chuckled. Anyway, do you want the milk? I'll bring it over right now. I'm bored at home during the National Day break anyway, so I wanted to hang out with you. I had originally planned to refuse. But then, I remembered the milk brand collaboration had fallen through. Partly because of me. The contract Nightingale had terminated today was with that very milk brand. Then come over. I'll trade you some other milk for it. No trade. I don't want milk anymore. Send me your location. I'll drive over. I hung up and sent Ethan my location. After downloading the academic papers I needed, I went downstairs to the kitchen. Mia was washing baby bok choy, while meat broth simmered in a pot. Even though she was only making noodles, she still had her own careful way of preparing them. Young master, why did you come downstairs? Are you hungry? I'll cook the noodles right away. Wait, I stopped her. My classmate is coming over, so don't cook them yet. Wait until he arrives and we'll have lunch together. Sure, Mia looked delighted. At my age, I really should have friends my own age to spend time with. Otherwise, being alone all the time would be too lonely. Mia was genuinely happy for me. Being around the older sisters every day probably came with plenty of pressure too. Meanwhile, Ethan stood up from his sofa and opened the location I'd sent him. His eyes immediately widened. His family was already wealthy. Since they were in business, and they lived in a very nice neighborhood. But he hadn't expected me to live in a riverside villa community. This place was incredibly expensive. Ethan was stunned. Ryan usually dresses so simply. I never expected him to keep such a low profile while living in a villa. Wangjiangbei might have an ordinary-sounding name, but it's the most exclusive villa community in a city. Damn, Ryan's true identity is about to be exposed. Didn't he say he studied in the countryside before? What kind of countryside kid lives in Wangjiangbei? Ethan was both nosy and curious. As he prepared to leave, he brought the milk downstairs and started loading it into his car in the underground garage. He was fairly strong, and with help from the housekeeper, it only took a little over 10 minutes to finish loading everything. Just then, Ethan's neighbor, Zach, happened to return in a new car. Their families lived in the same residential community and had business dealings with each other, so they knew one another. Privately, they had competed against each other plenty of times. Ethan was academically outstanding, while Zach had already started bringing business and money into his family. Zach was jealous of Ethan, who had grown up sheltered, with excellent grades and endless family affection. So, he'd never treated Ethan particularly well. "Ethan, what are you doing with all that milk? Setting up a street stall?" Zach was dressed head to toe in designer brands. Then he looked at Ethan, who was wearing casual clothes, with messy, unstyled hair, looking like a complete homebody. Zach lifted his chin. "I heard your family's business hasn't been doing too well lately. Your dad even came to my house with gifts last night and talked for ages. Honestly, what's the point of studying so hard? You'll still end up working for someone else someday. Meanwhile, I've already brought plenty of new business to my family. Maybe one day, you'll even have to work for us." As Zach spoke, he casually blew on his fingers, looking unbearably smug. Ethan had no interest in arguing with him. "You're seriously boring. I'm taking this milk to a classmate. If you have that much free time, why don't you go negotiate more business deals? Your family would probably appreciate it." Zach narrowed his eyes. "The poorest guy in your class is Ryan, right?" Ethan froze. "You know Ryan?" Zach sneered. "Know him? Last time outside a film set, I scared him pretty badly. Later, I realized I'd lost that role, because some of my dating scandals caused a small fluctuation in my family's business. But that was just normal market movement. Who does Ryan think he is? He's not even worthy of knowing me. Don't tell me you're really delivering that note to him. He was dirt poor even back in high school. He only finished school because of financial aid. Then he got lucky and somehow made it into university, and still has to rely on financial assistance and other people just to survive." Ethan's heart started pounding as he listened. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't think just because Ryan changed his clothes. He can change where he came from. Be careful you don't get scammed. Poor people are the best at deceiving others." Zach's lips curled into a malicious smile. "Of course, I'm only kindly reminding you. What you choose to do is your business." Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner for a sneak peek and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number. I knew by heart. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, poor people are the best at deceiving others. Zach's lips curled into a malicious smile. "Of course, I'm only kindly reminding you. What you choose to do is your business. I know what kind of person Ryan is better than you do." Ethan clenched his fist. "And we all know exactly what kind of person you are too. Whether I bring Ryan milk is my own business. What does his background have to do with it? Besides, maybe you're just looking down on people because you're blind and arrogant. Ryan's intelligence and character are both far better than yours." Zach snorted. "Intelligence and character? That still can't hide the stench of poverty on him." Ethan was furious. Zach's words were way too vicious. He had no idea how Ryan had offended this petty bastard to deserve being slandered like this. "Young master, aren't you heading to the villa community? Anyone who can live in Wangjiangbei must be either rich or powerful, right?" The housekeeper spoke up and glanced warily at Zach. "Some rumors may not be very reliable." "A villa community? You've got to be kidding me. Wangjiangbei, no less. I happen to be going to Wangjiangbei to meet a friend too. Let's go together. I want to see how Ryan keeps this lie going." As Zach spoke, he shamelessly climbed into the back seat of Ethan's car. He rolled down the window and leaned against it with an innocent expression. "You're not afraid to take me with you, are you?" Ethan nearly ground his teeth. Zach really was a parasite. He genuinely couldn't understand how someone like this still had fans in the entertainment industry. Ethan took out his phone and called me. "Ryan, I can't come anymore. Don't prepare lunch for me. I ran into Zach and this guy insists on following me. He's seriously annoying and he's never been friendly to either of us. I don't want to invite a wolf into your home. Sorry." After hearing him out, I smiled faintly. "It's fine. Come over. As for him, I don't really care. The pork rib soup is already cooking. Just come." Zach saw Ethan making a call in the back and knew it had to be me. He looked away and sat in the car waiting for Ethan to say the trip was canceled. But after Ethan hung up, he walked straight over and started the car. "Oh, you're really going there? Aren't you afraid they won't let you into the community? Security over there is extremely strict." Ethan snorted. "He has nothing to hide. What's there to be afraid of?" The car drove off and soon arrived at Wangjiang Bay. As the quiet entrance drew closer, Ethan couldn't help feeling nervous. "Why are you slowing down?" Zach asked. "Feeling guilty?" "Who's feeling guilty?" Ethan pressed his lips together and drove toward the parking entrance. Security guards inside the booth looked extremely serious. Ethan wasn't sure whether they'd stop him. The car slowly reduced its speed. "Sir, could we?" Before Ethan could finish, Zach's lips already held a gloating smile. He was waiting to watch Ethan embarrass himself. This wasn't the kind of place you could enter just by saying a few nice words, but the guard directly raised the barrier. Ethan was stunned. "It's this easy to get in?" Zach was stunned too. He remembered it definitely hadn't been like this before. The guard leaned out and smiled at Ethan. "Young Master Shui, right? Do you know where Via 32 is? Would you like me to show you the way? Mr. Lin specifically told us to let you enter directly, but he also said only you are allowed inside. As for anyone else," the guard smiled apologetically, "management here is relatively strict. I hope you understand." Ethan's expression relaxed. He looked toward Zach. "Sorry, it really is strict here. Looks like you'll have to get out. Have your friend come pick you up." Zach frowned. "He can actually get in? Mr. Lin? Ryan, you've got to be kidding me. If he really had enough money and influence to live in Wangjiang Bay, why would he need to work as an extra on film sets? Hurry up and get out. I'm in a rush to deliver this milk." "I'm not as idle as you," Zach snorted angrily. "What are you so smug about? Don't mistake dumb luck for actual ability." After saying that, he angrily got out and slammed the car door shut. Bang. Ethan clicked his tongue, then leisurely drove into the community, thanks to Ryan. He'd finally gotten to vent some frustration. Zach walked over to the security booth with an ugly expression. "The Mr. Lin who lives in Via 32. What's his full name?" "Ryan Lin." The corner of Zach's mouth twitched. It really was Ryan. That guy must have latched onto some wealthy sponsor through the entertainment industry. Just then, Zach's phone rang. It was his agent. "You don't need to go to Wangjiang Bay to meet Mr. Zhao anymore. His wife is home, and she's been keeping a close eye on him lately. Besides, the second male lead for False Confession has already been cast. It's a newcomer named Ryan Lin. Start preparing for other projects instead." Zach's entire body stiffened. "Ryan Lin?" He gritted his teeth. That damn Ryan. He actually dared steal my role. Zach stormed off to call a cab. But getting a taxi near the Villa District was extremely difficult. Just then, a black car stopped nearby. Zach looked over and realized it was a limited edition luxury car. It looked understated. The kind of car only someone who was truly wealthy would drive. He immediately put on a smile and walked over. In the driver's seat was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, with sharp, striking features and an intimidating presence. A pair of sunglasses rested on her high-nose bridge. Her thin lips were pale, and her jawline was exceptionally sharp. Zach was instantly captivated. He softened his voice. "Hello, beautiful. Could you give me a ride? Just drop me somewhere I can get a taxi." The woman turned her head. Zach's flattering smile reflected in her sunglasses. She curled her lips almost coldly. "We're not going the same way. I'm heading to an underground casino." When Zach heard that, he realized he'd apparently run into another rich second-generation heir on the roadside. After saying a few more flattering words, Zach managed to get into the car. "My name is Zach. What's yours?" "Chloe." Zach searched his memory for that name, but couldn't remember anyone. He was familiar with all kinds of major business figures. So why had he never heard of her? Are you from out of town? I didn't even know there was an underground casino around here. Looks like you're pretty familiar with the city. Chloe curled her lips. You'll need an admission pass. A flash of excitement appeared in Zach's eyes. An admission pass? Then, it had to be a place with a high barrier to entry. He sent his father a message to ask about it. After receiving his father's reply, he immediately thought even more highly of Chloe. He pressed his lips together, straightened his clothes, and deliberately pulled his collar down a little, making himself look both handsome and brooding. Can I go with you and broaden my horizons? I've never been to a place like that before. Don't worry, I'll stay right beside you and behave. Maybe I'll even bring you some good luck. Chloe remained expressionless, but a cold glint had already flashed beneath her sunglasses. She had investigated this man long ago. He was the one who once caused Ryan to get his head smashed open on a film set, since he'd delivered himself right to her doorstep. She didn't mind giving him a ride. Sure, Zach was overjoyed, and quickly took a comb from his bag to fix his hair. Gambling was simple. It was just about money anyway, with a handsome guy like him standing beside her. She would definitely look good too. Zach secretly glanced at Chloe's profile. If he could latch on to a rich woman like this, would someone like Ryan still dare compete with him for resources? He wasn't even worthy. Zach looked at the car emblem and had already started imagining the day he became wildly famous and successful. If he hadn't been trying to maintain his image, he would have nearly laughed out loud. Meanwhile, I waited at the villa until Ethan arrived. He brought over a huge amount of milk. Fortunately, the servants helped carry it inside. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted. I shook my head. You're seriously generous. How long is it going to take me to finish all this? I can't finish it either. So just work a little harder and help me share the burden. Ethan stood calmly in the courtyard of the huge villa. Although he looked composed on the outside, his mind was already screaming, "Oh my God! Ryan really lives in a Wangjang Bay villa, and it's even via 32. This is insane. Absolutely insane. How can my classmate be this low-key?" Ethan looked at the simple loungewear I was wearing and couldn't help feeling inferior. Although he also tried to keep a low profile at school, he was still afraid people would look down on him. So his clothes and accessories were inevitably designer brands. But at home, I wore nothing more than comfortable loungewear. And at school, I focused entirely on studying, never bothering with flashy clothes or appearances. No wonder school had barely started, yet I'd already finished my coursework ahead of schedule. I really was his role model. I met Ethan's admiring gaze. Don't misunderstand. This villa belongs to my sister. I'm not some rich second-generation heir. I'm just an ordinary student. Right. Ethan hurriedly nodded. I understand. Don't worry. I won't reveal your identity. I definitely won't cause you any unnecessary trouble. He thought to himself that I was already incredibly handsome. And also a top student. If my family background were exposed too, I'd probably have even more people chasing after me. Pretending to be an ordinary student was definitely better. Otherwise, dealing with admirers every day would just waste time. I rubbed my chin and felt that Ethan probably didn't understand at all. Judging by that expression, he looked like he thought he'd figured everything out. Are you sure you understand? Of course I do. Ethan enthusiastically hooked his arm through mine, without deliberately flattering me because of my background, although he was shocked. Once that shock passed, he showed no intention of sucking up to me. Ryan, with everything you've got going for you, Zach really is blind for looking down on you. If I were you, I'd slap him in the face over and over, and make him realize he's nothing but a clown. I couldn't help laughing at how indignant he looked. All right, let's go eat noodles. I'm hungry. Mia had already brought the noodles to the dining table. Once Ethan entered the house, he couldn't stop secretly looking around, and repeatedly thinking how great it must be to be rich. Young Master Shui, please have a seat. I'm not sure whether this will suit your taste. Please try it first. Ethan smiled at Mia. Thank you. You're the first friend our young master has ever brought home. Please forgive us if anything isn't taken care of properly, Mia said with a warm smile. Ethan was a little surprised. Had everyone before been like Zach, assuming Ryan came from a poor family and refusing to associate with him? What a bunch of awful people. Ethan made a serious decision. He would never be that shallow after tasting the noodles. Ethan pulled me over for a selfie. It wasn't every day he got to visit a legendary wealthy family's home. So, of course, he had to take pictures and post them online. After taking photos in the living room, Ethan sent me a copy too. Hey, just post the original photo directly. He looked at me. Ryan, can I post this on my moments? Sure. I saved the photo Ethan had sent me, and couldn't help pursing my lips slightly. Ethan posted updates pretty often. He was cheerful and outgoing. Whenever I saw his posts, I'd usually give them a like. Ryan, don't you ever post anything? Your feed is cleaner than our professor's. Anyone who didn't know you would think you're an old man. I joked around with him for a few lines, then casually posted the photo too. The caption was simple. Me and my friend. Yeah, a friend. I didn't have many friends. Only a handful. Ethan held up his phone. Ryan, look. So many people are commenting and asking me for your contact information. Dream on. You already have Natalie. They should look at themselves before thinking they can compare with her. Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner for a sneak peek and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel our wedding, to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart. Without the slightest hesitation, that same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, Ethan held up his phone. Ryan, look. So many people are commenting and asking me for your contact information. Dream on. You already have Natalie. They should look at themselves before thinking they can compare with her. My ears immediately grew hot. You've misunderstood. My third sister and I are completely innocent. If she heard you say that, she'd probably be heartbroken. Ethan stuck out his tongue. Don't you think the two of you are ridiculously sweet together? I looked confused. Are we? I noticed Ava watching us with a gossip-loving expression. So I pointed upstairs. Let's go to my room. Sure. Ethan followed behind me. Like a little tail as we went upstairs, at the same time, Nightingale was sitting at home in a daze. She hadn't absorbed a single word of the script in front of her, no matter how many times she flipped through it. She was still stuck on the very first word of the first line. Simon was arranging for people to clean her apartment, and preparing to take a few casual at-home photos of her to post online, as a little holiday update for fans. What is this girl thinking about now? Nightingale's phone suddenly chimed. She discovered that I'd unusually posted something on my moments. She opened it, and saw several photos of me with an unfamiliar young man. Looking more carefully, she noticed dozens of boxes of milk in the background. Her brows furrowed. It hadn't been that long. I definitely wouldn't have suddenly gone to the supermarket to buy all that. So this milk must have already belonged to the other guy. Nightingale's brows gradually relaxed, and an indescribable emotion flickered faintly in her eyes. She crooked a finger toward Simon. Simon walked over and looked at Nightingale's phone. Then he zoomed in on the photo. Simon froze for a moment. So, you're shipping them now? You're seriously good at finding romantic hints everywhere. Nightingale gave a disdainful smile. I was just casually looking. I didn't expect him to have such thoughts behind my back. He's really not as innocent as he looks. At the underground casino, deafening music filled the air. Alcohol and cigarette smoke hung throughout the massive dark venue. Warm yellow lights illuminated every gambling table. Men and women crowded around the tables, some frustrated, others grinning from ear to ear. Handsome dealers dressed in stylish uniforms dealt cards smoothly at the tables. The clattering sound of chips being pushed around stimulated everyone's senses. A row of muscular, intimidating bodyguards stood at the entrance, all dressed in black with sunglasses, their hands behind their backs as they stood like mountains. Jack glanced around uncertainly. The lively yet dangerous atmosphere inside the casino made even someone like him, who considered himself worldly, feel uneasy. He had arrived full of confidence, but now his feet almost refused to move. Miss Chloe, this is my first time here. I'm not familiar with this place. Is there anything I should know about the rules? Chloe didn't even bother answering Zach. He simply handed the guards a golden card. The moment they verified it, they all bowed and gestured for her to enter. An attendant called loudly, "Welcome, Miss Chloe." The commotion startled Zach. Only then did he realize this woman's identity was probably anything but ordinary. Many people turned around and stared fearfully toward the woman at the entrance. Naturally, someone in the crowd recognized Chloe. At one of the gambling tables, jerk Kevin, who had been playing confidently, swallowed hard. Why is that demon woman here? Who is she? Chloe, don't freaking talk about her. That woman has a terrible temper. If you offend her, she'll chase you to the ends of the earth. She was notoriously vindictive. Kevin saw them discussing her and sneered. She's not someone you want to provoke. I'm done playing. Let's get out of here. But before they could leave, Chloe had already looked toward their table. She lowered her head and pulled a cigarette from the pack in her hand, casually placing it between her lips. Make room. The moment she spoke. Although some people weren't happy about it, they obediently moved aside. Anyone treated this respectfully by Spring Breeze Casino couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Spring Breeze Casino had influence throughout the country and was a powerful underground force. Anyone honored as a distinguished guest there was obviously someone terrifyingly important. Zach noticed everyone's fearful and curious gazes and secretly felt delighted. He unconsciously straightened his back, then brushed the hair beside his cheek aside, revealing the sparkling diamond bracelet on his wrist. Standing beside a queen who completely overshadowed everyone else made his heart race, and even his cheeks turned red. Miss Chloe, Zach's voice became soft and sweet, as he instinctively leaned closer to her. But Chloe gave him no opportunity to cling to her. She pointed at the seat. Sit. Zach sat down, and everyone at the table stared at him. With meaningful expressions, Chloe sat in the seat beside Zach. Her voice was low. Exchange 5 million in chips for me. The bodyguards immediately obeyed. Then an attendant looked toward Zach, mistaking him for Chloe's man. Sir, how many chips would you like to exchange? Zach's mouth twitched. I'm not playing, Kevin reminded him. Once you sit at this table, you have to play. Dell? Zach's brow twitched. Chloe removed her sunglasses, revealing an exceptionally sharp gaze. Give him 50 million. If he loses it all, he'll repay it with his life. This was far beyond anything Zach could afford. His entire body began trembling, and his face went bloodless. No, I can't play. I don't know how. Miss Chloe, did I offend you somehow? Whatever I did, I can change. Dog was almost crying. This was practically walking straight into a tiger's den. He regretted it so much his intestines practically turned green. He finally realized he'd gotten into the wrong car. Chloe looked at the man who was nearly collapsing, as though she were looking at a dead man. Peh, change in your next life. Kevin immediately understood what was happening, and hurriedly called for the game to begin. Quick, deal the cards. Don't ruin Miss Chloe's mood. Half an hour later, Zach's entire body had gone limp, and even his hands were trembling. Chloe exhaled smoke and placed another bet. Zach shuddered, closed his eyes, and pushed the chips in front of him forward. Chloe casually picked up her cards with one hand, and the corner of her lips curled cruelly. Looks like you're gonna lose everything today. What should we do? The chips in front of Zach were already completely gone. Chloe crooked a finger and ordered an attendant to give Zach more of her chips. 50 million more. I can't play anymore. I give up. I give up. Zach's voice cracked as he cried, facing this demon woman. He nearly dropped to his knees. But begging was useless. Some people looked breathtakingly beautiful on the outside, yet were no different from demons inside. Once a demon set its eyes on you, hell was the only destination. Time slowly passed. Zach didn't return home all night. The last place he'd been seen was Wangjong Bay. After losing their money-making son, Zach's parents immediately called the police. Since Ethan and I had recently argued with Zach, we were also summoned to give statements. Our holiday unexpectedly ended up being spent at the police station. Ethan covered his face as he walked out. When he saw me waiting in the lobby, he looked miserable. That Zach is seriously bad luck. Who knows where the hell he disappeared to? And now he's dragged us into it too. And his parents are absolutely awful. Low-born trash. With trash character too. My expression instantly turned cold. As I looked toward Zach's mother, a chill appeared in my eyes. Do you really think you're superior to everyone else? Zach's mother met my gaze, and actually froze instinctively, unable to come up with a response. Ryan didn't eat your family's food. So why are you talking about him like that? Ethan was trembling with anger too, while covering his aching cheek. No wonder your son disappeared. The son you raised acts exactly like you when he's outside. Maybe he offended someone, and they came after him. Ethan rarely argued with people. The lack row fast in the honors, but Zach's parents had gone way too far. You little bastard. You still dare insult my son? Zach's mother raised her hand to hit Ethan again, but this time, before her hand could come down, it froze in midair. I grabbed her wrist. Are you finished yet? I forcefully threw Zach's mother aside. She landed hard on her backside, on the freezing floor. Her tailbone hurt terribly, as though it were about to crack. She was just about to get up and settle the score with me. This poor student. This country bumpkin had actually dared lay a hand on her. What are you doing? Attacking someone without evidence or justification. Do you want to be detained first? A police officer came out and scolded Zach's mother. After speaking, he gave me a complicated look. Mr. Lin, sorry for taking up your time. You can leave now? You might get away for now, but not forever. Zach's mother was burning with rage. Her gaze was venomous. Just wait. Once everything is investigated clearly, I'll make sure you both pay. I exhaled and silently remembered the Zach family. After the two of us went inside, I quickly checked Ethan's cheek. On his fair, soft skin was a glaring red handprint. I frowned. They went way too far. It hurts, doesn't it? I'm fine. Ethan sighed. It's my fault. I shouldn't have argued with Zach in the underground garage. Now I got dragged into this, and even caused you to be insulted. Ethan grabbed my arm. Ryan, don't take their words to heart. Background and status are just excuses people use to look down on others. It's fine. I don't care what they say. I raised my hand and touched Ethan's cheek, then frowned. But I'll go buy you some medicine. Ethan shook his head. No need. I'm tough. This doesn't hurt. He forced a smile as he spoke. But the movement tugged at his cheek, making him grimace in pain. That woman hit way too hard. It really freaking hurts. I couldn't help laughing. Ethan reminded me, I'm staying here to wait for my parents. You should go home first. It's pretty boring here anyway. From what they said, this should have nothing to do with you anymore. Ethan patted my shoulder. You don't have to worry about me either. I don't have the ability to make someone disappear. So, I'll probably be cleared soon too. I talked with him for a little longer, then left the police station and reached the roadside. I was holding my phone, preparing to call a cab, when a shadow suddenly fell over me. Someone appeared in front of me and blocked my path. I looked up in confusion and met a pair of cold yet worried eyes. I froze slightly. Evelyn! Then I reacted and smiled a little. Evelyn, don't you hate being out in the sun? Why did you come outside? I lowered my phone and looked Evelyn up and down, feeling a little surprised. You didn't even bring your attendance today. And you don't have an umbrella either. How did you know I was here? Guys, if you want to see what happens next, check the lower left corner and tap to keep watching. My 5 sisters froze all my cards. My wealthy fiancé had already canceled our weddings and used it as a threat to force me to give my college spot to that scheming fake heir. I calmly dialed the number I knew by heart, without the slightest hesitation. That same day, the underground world of a city erupted. Countless people spread the same message. Their little prince had returned. Picking up from the last episode, I froze slightly. Evelyn? Then I reacted and smiled a little. Evelyn, don't you hate being out in the sun? Why did you come outside? I lowered my phone and looked Evelyn up and down, feeling a little surprised. You didn't even bring your attendance today. And you don't have an umbrella either. How did you know I was here? Evelyn's expression wasn't as gentle as usual. She reached out and rubbed my head, as though comforting a frightened kitten. Her long, pale hand rested against my head and gently smoothed my hair. My nose filled with the faint medicinal fragrance on Evelyn's body. I lightly tapped her arm. Evelyn, what's wrong? Ryan, I came too late and let you suffer. I shook my head. I didn't suffer at all. I just came over to cooperate with an investigation. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Evelyn finally let out a breath of relief, and the worry hanging over her heart eased. She had already spoken to the people inside and told them to let her Ryan leave. Evelyn took my hand and rubbed the back of it gently with her thumb. Everything will be fine. The person who disappeared will be sent back in a few days. My brow immediately twitched when I heard that. Evelyn, you know where Zach is? Evelyn curled her lips slightly. If I don't tell you, it's definitely for your own good. You're not allowed to get involved. Or I'll be angry. Fine, I pursed my lips and followed Evelyn into the car, like a little kid being picked up and taken home. Ethan was allowed to leave soon afterward too. From a distance, he saw a tall, pale and gloomy woman wrapping an arm around me as we got into the car. He was just about to call out, when the woman casually looked back at him. In that instant, the words Ethan was about to say died in his throat. That woman clearly wasn't ordinary. His instincts made him feel afraid of her. Those eyes were incredibly deep, and she was so close to Ryan, he felt like he'd seen her somewhere before. It looked like Natalie had some serious competition. Deporting. Several days passed, and Zach seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. There wasn't a single piece of news about him. Every clue appeared to have been deliberately erased. Zach's mother was going insane with anxiety at home. She paced back and forth with a restless expression. Her younger son kept chattering beside her, completely unaware that his older brother was in danger. It has to be Ethan. He's jealous because our son is better than him in every way. That's why he deliberately caused all this. Even if there's no evidence, can't we still deal with him? Why don't we hit the Shui family hard and force them to give in? Zach's father shook his head. I've already terminated all cooperation with the Shui family and secretly had people make trouble for their business. Their business is already a complete mess. If they really did this, they would have handed Zach over by now. I'm afraid it wasn't them. Zach's mother sharply argued back. Then it has to be that country boy. He must have been jealous of and resented our son. The sky gradually darkened, and thick clouds gathered outside again. The air was oppressively hot, and the weather forecast had already predicted rain that night. Zach's mother looked worriedly at the dark clouds outside the window, and was about to say something else, when a rapid burst of doorbell rings suddenly came from outside. Her heart jumped, and she hurried to the door and opened it. A person immediately collapsed weakly onto the floor. His entire body was filthy as he sprawled across the tiles. His once soft and beautiful hair was now tangled and dirty. His clothes were covered in grime. Zach, it's Zach, he's back. Son, where have you been these past few days? We've been worried sick about you. What happened to you? Zach's mother hurriedly helped him up. But when she lifted his head, she couldn't stop herself from screaming. On Zach's once handsome face was a horrifying scar, with blood that hadn't even fully dried yet. The arrogant expression he once wore was gone, replaced only by fear, confusion, and even a trace of madness. Zach lowered his head. Mom, I won't gamble anymore. Save me. His breathing was rapid, and several of his fingers had already been broken. The wounds were so severe that you could almost see the bone underneath. The exposed white bone made him scream and cry, scaring the younger son of the Zach family so badly that he ran all the way upstairs. Everyone in the house rushed out. Zach's father immediately realized this was no ordinary situation and quickly dismissed all the servants, leaving only the 3 family members in the living room. Zach's mother was on the verge of tears. Honey, look at our son. He was perfectly fine before. How did he end up like this? He must have suffered terrible torture. Call the police. Hurry, call the police. Zach's father crouched down in front of his son and listened, as Zach kept repeating the same words, over and over. No more gambling. I lost everything. Spare my life, and similar pleas. He immediately understood what had happened. Don't call the police yet. Zach probably offended the casino, even though he knew his son normally never gambled. For the sake of the family's reputation, he had to remain calm first. If word of this got out, their reputation would be completely ruined. Are you even his father? Our son was hurt by someone. Zach's mother shouted emotionally. Doc seemed to be triggered by her words and suddenly dropped to his knees, desperately kowtowing toward empty air. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please spare me. Please let me go. The whole family looked devastated. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door again. A bodyguard dressed in black and wearing sunglasses expressionlessly tossed an envelope onto the floor. His voice was ice cold. Your son owes us $1.6 billion. Have the money ready. Otherwise, the Zach family will disappear from this world. Zach's mother went limp. No, this is extortion. Zach's father picked up the envelope the moment he saw the words, Spring Breeze Casino. His eyes stung painfully. For an instant, he nearly bit through his back teeth, and a taste of blood filled his mouth. When he looked at his son again, there was no longer any pity in his eyes, only intense disgust. He even wished he could strangle this useless son to death himself. This was Spring Breeze Casino. Zach, this time you've gambled away our family's entire foundation. Everything our ancestors built. The bodyguard sneered and turned to leave. I'll come back at this time tomorrow night for the money. Outside, the rain finally began to fall. Rainwater pounded against the ground, while the wind howled across the land, sounding almost like ghosts wailing. Honey, what are we going to do? 1.6 billion. Even if we sell everything we own, we can't raise even half of it. And Zach is already half crazy now. He'll never accomplish anything again. Can we just call the police? Or ignore the debt altogether? Let's sell our assets and flee overseas. Zach's father's brows were tightly furrowed. His entire body looked as though this sudden disaster had crushed his spine. Can we really sell all our assets within 24 hours? And even if we can, do you think we can escape Spring Breeze Casino's surveillance and leave a city? At that moment, even a major businessman like Henry Hua had personally lowered himself enough to come over, as long as he showed his stance. Others would naturally follow. Mr. Hua, please sit. Have some tea. I heard something happened to the Zach family, so I came to see what was going on. After speaking, Henry turned toward me and Mr. Gao with a smile. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to be here today. Someone as elusive as you showing up here is truly rare. Mr. Gao crossed his arms and said indignantly, Mr. Hua, our CEO Lin came here, and this woman insulted him from head to toe. Her attitude was incredibly arrogant. Now CEO Lin is leaving. Henry looked at Zach's mother disapprovingly. What's going on? Having CEO Lin visit your home is an honor. How could you possibly drive him away? Zach's mother froze. CEO Lin? What CEO Lin? You've been deceived by him. He's just a poor student who used to be in my son's class. Back in high school, his clothes were shabby, and even his tuition was paid through financial aid. Henry immediately darkened his expression and snapped, What nonsense are you talking about? CEO Lin only returned from overseas this year. He's the CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals. He never attended high school here at all. You must have mistaken him for someone else. Zach's mother turned pale with shock. Mr. Hua, you can't be joking with me, whether I'm joking or not. Just search online yourself. Henry was already growing impatient. Enough. You really don't know how to treat people. CEO Lin, let me invite you to a tea house. I've been wanting to chat with you anyway. Would I have that honor? I glanced at Zach's parents. Their expressions were absolutely priceless. Zach's father had already jumped up from his chair and hurried over to block my path. Wait, there must be some misunderstanding. CEO Lin, you're the male CEO of Sterling Pharmaceuticals. This was our mistake. I waved my hand. Sorry, I don't have time to stay here and talk anymore. I'll be leaving. Mr. Gao secretly felt delighted and glared at the couple, regretting it now. Late. At this point, the couple no longer cared about preserving their dignity and immediately tried to make me stay. But I'd already walked out without looking back. They even chased us to the doorway, bowing and apologizing repeatedly. This scene was witnessed by Ethan, who had come outside nearby to pick up a food delivery. He stared in shock and couldn't help covering his mouth. Holy crap. They were acting so arrogant before, and now they're apologizing to Ryan? Am I seeing things? And the person walking with Ryan. Isn't that legendary businessman Henry Hua? Ethan's mind immediately went blank. When he noticed us walking in his direction, he quickly ducked his head and hid back inside. Henry looked back at the Zach family and sighed. You've offended Sterling Pharmaceuticals, and now you want to sell your assets. Who would dare buy anything from you now? After leaving those words behind, Henry immediately followed me away. Zach's father's entire body went weak. If he hadn't caught himself against the wall in time, he would have collapsed straight onto the floor. It's over. It's all over. Sterling Pharmaceuticals? No wonder I thought that man looked familiar. He furiously glared at Zach's mother. You damned woman. You insisted he was some poor nobody. You disaster. You've completely ruined our family. That useless son of yours went gambling at Spring Breeze Casino and ran up a debt of 1.6 billion. Even if I gave up my old life, I still couldn't repay it. Zach's father spoke ruthlessly. I think we should divorce right now. You stay here with our son. I'll take our daughter and leave. At least that way, our family bloodline might survive. Zach's mother immediately exploded. What did you just say? Do you have any conscience at all? You're really going to abandon me and our son? What else am I supposed to do? Who destroyed this family? Let's go. The Civil Affairs Bureau hasn't closed yet. We'll get divorced immediately. If we follow my plan,